Chapter 121. Tu Mingming felt bad when she thought about the size of the rat. But she had killed too many rats in the mine before. So it seemed acceptable now? The north wind was howling all around. And it was particularly painful when it blew on her face. Tu Mingming had already pulled down her windproof mask and looked around. When Bai said these words to everyone, meaning that since they had a limited time to enter the safe house, they should explore the situation around them as much as possible. Tu Mingming also felt that she had to look around. She turned around, then walked towards a place in the wind and snow. For fear of getting lost, Tu Mingming also pushed a flag down hard. As a result, within 3 seconds of being inserted, a gust of wind took it away, leaving only a little red floating in the wind, allowing Tu Mingming to see a little shadow. Tu Mingming, there is no need to be so fast. If you can't make a mark, you have to walk around randomly. Right? Once the safe house is summoned, the time will be counted. Therefore, we can't put the safe house there. It's just a real estate building to mark our location. Tu Mingming thought. The world is our home. Let's start wandering. Wherever we go is where we are. Thinking of this, the whole person feels relaxed. Wu Jing also said, I can't put up a flag or something. It will fly away once I put it up. It's terrible. I can't talk. Ugh. Because I didn't wear a windproof mask. I was stuffed with several mouthfuls of snow. The snow has a bitter taste. Who knows if it's poisonous? So, Wu Jing spit it out quickly, and took out some water to rinse his mouth out. As a result, the water started to freeze after it was taken out, and the speed was really visible to the naked eye. Wu Jing rinsed it quickly, and then put the water back. Song Shun's progress was not too smooth, and he also wanted to insert a mark so that he would not get lost. As a result, he failed twice, and he fell directly because he missed a step. At this time, Song Shun was crawling in the dark. Song Shun thought, I can't walk, and I can't climb? It turns out that it's not that easy to climb, because the snow in some places is so thick that you can't climb through it. If you force yourself to climb, you will be buried there by the heavy snow blown by the north wind. Song Shun got up quickly and gasped for breath in fear, not wanting to be slapped by the north wind. Song Shun took out his mask, but he didn't wear it firmly and was taken away by the north wind. Song Shun, save me. I want to talk. But as soon as I start talking, the north wind blows my mouth. Emperor Song, help me. I can't say a word. My mouth hurts so much from the wind. I feel like it's bleeding. When by, low temperature plus strong wind. It's possible. We should find a way to protect ourselves. You don't have a windproof mask? If not, a mask will work. It can block as much as possible. I still have some here. I can send it to you. They bought a lot of these things when they were doing research before. When Bai asked at this time, because he was afraid that something might happen to Song Shun, and he would have nothing to use. Emperor Song, and, don't worry. It was just one that was blown away by the wind. It felt like a good sum of money. But it was blown away by the wind just after I took it out. I feel so sad. Woo. Daddy doesn't love me anymore. Song Shun really doesn't know whether his father loves him or not. But he knows that his mother definitely loves him, because the feeling of the snow fanning his mouth is similar to the slap from his mother. Tu Mingming was paying attention to the information in the team while exploring the surroundings. After trying for a long time, he found himself spinning in the same place. Why did Tu Mingming find herself spinning in circles? Because the system has a new feature, coordinate reminder. However, the words are very small, and the logo is not obvious. Tu Mingming found a small star logo on her right-hand side, and she clicked it out of curiosity. Then she found her coordinates. After walking for 10 minutes, it felt like she had been touching the snow for half a day, and she found that the distance she moved was only about 1 to 2 meters. Tu Mingming, there is no need to humiliate people like this. She really moved, for fear that her friends would not know. Tu Mingming reminded them. Tu Mingming, look at the right-hand side. There is a small star mark, which is the coordinate. If she hadn't said it, no one would have noticed it for the time being. Everyone was busy exploring the nearby scene. Now that we have found that there are indeed coordinates, everyone is wearing protective clothing, so typing is not very convenient. With the windproof mask, it is relatively easier to talk. So when Bai and the others quickly started talking again, Tu Mingming wanted to prove that she had indeed moved. So, she quickly continued to move forward. Whoosh! A gust of north wind blew up the ice and snow and hit her face directly. It was really like a giant hand of the devil, blowing away as it said. Tu Mingming was blown away and took 2 steps to the side. Her body tilted. She tried hard to support herself and not fall down. In this broken snow, she was not sure what she could touch after falling down. She had just taken out all the trekking poles, and they came in handy at this time. Hold on. Stand up. Tu Mingming regained control of her center of gravity, stood up, and continued to move forward along the position she had determined. Then, she was covered in the face by a gust of flying snow. Tu Mingming. Stop spraying. Really stop spraying. She won't leave. Won't it work if she doesn't leave? As it turned out, it really didn't work. After Tu Mingming stood there for 2 minutes, a huge north wind blew snow, almost covering her in the snow. Tu Mingming was numb at this time. She had never experienced the bitterness of ice and snow, even though she had experienced low temperatures in the mines before. But that was only occasionally. Moreover, at that time, the temperature was not so low. The frost and snow were not so terrible, and the wind was not so cruel. Tu Mingming stood there, clumsily wiping the points on the windshield. The temperature was too low, and the accumulated snow fell on the windshield, and some of it froze directly on it. Let it freeze. Tu Mingming can ignore it, but if she really ignores it, her vision will be limited. As soon as she wiped off the snow on her windproof mask, Tu Mingming felt something passing by her legs. It really passed by her legs. Although she was wearing winter clothes, they were made by the system and were very fine, so the clothes were not considered thick. So, she felt something passing by her legs. Thinking of the mouse that I mentioned before, Tu Mingming dodged to the side first, then looked down. The moment she saw the thing clearly, Tu Mingming's scalp was numb. Her pupils were shaking, and she felt unwell. Help! Snake! Such a big snake. Indescribably big. It feels like the whole snake should be as thick as Tu Mingming's thigh. Right? Moreover, the whole body is almost white. Only the tail end of the scales has a little bit of dark blue, which is very obvious in the snow. Even through the sunglasses, you can see that the cold light coming from the snake is very unusual and makes people feel scared. It is not fast. It seems to be taking a leisurely walk, slowly passing by Tu Mingming's legs. It didn't mean to attack, and didn't even turn its head. It just passed by. Tu Mingming was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe, and she had already successfully grasped the pickaxe in her hand. When the pickaxe came out, the system reminder sounded. System reminder: the attack power of the pickaxe in this scene is plus 250. Tu Mingming. I see in the game that you look like a 250. Such a big snake. Is it reasonable? And it's so long. It has been crawling for a long time, and there is no tail. How long will it take to crawl? Tu Mingming's breathing slowed down. The flying snow fell on her windshield, but she numbly wiped it off. She watched the snow snake pass by her in 3 minutes. Yes, it took 3 minutes for the snake to be discovered and its tail to slowly fade out of Tu Mingming's sight. Every minute and every second was a torment for Tu Mingming. The most tormenting thing was, after the snake disappeared, the system reminded her. System reminder: you are passively attacked by the snow snake, and your body sensitivity increases by 55%. Note: there must be an antidote within 7 steps. Please don't let go of any creature that passes by you. System reminder: every creature in the ice and snow is not simple. Please pay attention to yourself. Body sensitivity. Tu Mingming didn't understand what it meant at first. However, she soon understood. Because she felt cold. Yes. After wearing the cold-proof clothes that ignored the temperature, she felt cold. The cold was like ice and snow that penetrated into the bones, constantly beating the bone marrow. Tu Mingming quickly checked her winter clothes. She didn't find anything wrong. No leaks. No damage. It was still normal. But she still felt cold. At this moment, she seemed to understand the meaning of the system reminder. The snake had its own cold buff, and even directly broke through her winter clothes. If you want to avoid this kind of cold, it is definitely unrealistic to just put on more clothes. She had to kill the snake. Here's a joke. It was so cold and snowy that it was hard to stand. But she had to kill the snake. But she had to kill it. If she didn't kill it, she would freeze to death. Tu Mingming tried to change into a new winter clothing. But it didn't work. Yes, it didn't work. not wanting to freeze to death. Tu Mingming could only follow the trail of the snow snake. But she didn't know if she would get lost. If she couldn't find it, would she freeze to death? Tu Mingming quickly told her teammates about her experience. Song Shun couldn't help but cover his face and cry, "Woo woo! Help me! They are already killing cows. I was hit by a snow bull. My cold-proof clothes were not broken, but my body sensitivity was directly reduced to 70%. Damn! I can talk like this now. All because of my strong firepower. Strong. 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 Help me. I'm freezing. More than 40 degrees below zero. Hypothermia is just a matter of a few moments. So, kill snakes. Kill cows. If you want to live, you have to work hard." Tu Mingming talked about the pickaxe to improve combat effectiveness. Wenbai summarized them one by one and tried other weapons. At this time, he was looking for a rat. Yes, he was going to find a snow rat. There was no way. He hadn't discovered before that the creatures in the snow had such a tricky attribute. Wenbai realized it later. And he didn't raise his body sensitivity. However, he was frozen. At this time, the degree of rigidity was 35%. Every step he took was very stiff. Wenbai seriously doubted whether he would freeze in the snow and become a snow sculpture before he found the snow rat. Chapter 122. Wenbai couldn't just wait to die. Even if his body was frozen, he would try to find living creatures. The system said that any living creature in the snowfield would be useful to them. So, it was not necessary to find mice. Others would also be fine? Wenbai was not sure. But the most important thing at the moment was to find one first. He turned around for a long time. Even though he moved slowly, he didn't go around in circles. He still didn't see a living creature. It's a bit troublesome. Wenbai was not discouraged and quickly changed direction to continue. Tu Mingming was looking for creatures in the whiteness at this time. She didn't really want to find snakes. Like Wenbai, she had understood the system's reminder. In fact, it is not necessary to find snakes. And the same applies to finding other creatures. It's better not to find snakes. Looking for it again. Just thinking about it will kill you. Humans' fear of mollusks is engraved in their bones. Tu Mingming really doesn't want to get close to the snow snake. So, find something else. A mouse with long arms. Tu Mingming felt that it was no better than a snow snake. However, after turning around for several times and not seeing any living creatures, Tu Mingming's face darkened. It's not possible that there will be no one. Right? The sense of urgency made Tu Mingming speed up. There was no way. It was too cold. Humans really can't survive for too long in extreme climates. Once she suffers from severe hypothermia, she probably won't survive. However, if it really doesn't work, she can still summon a safe house for temporary protection. However, there is a time limit for the use of the safe house. It is not even noon yet, and there is still a long time before dark. She does not want to be driven out of the safe house in the middle of the night and spend the night in the wild. Especially in the wild. It is still icy and snowy. Minus 40 to 50 degrees. Current temperature, minus 53 degrees. Tu Mingming. My heart is not much warmer than this. However, she was not affected by these, and was still trying to find the corresponding creatures. Hiss. Tu Mingming walked forward in the snow with difficulty, trying to ignore the cold as much as possible and concentrate on her attention. Suddenly, she heard a tiny sound amid the creaking sound of stepping on the snow. Tu Mingming thought she had heard it wrong. So she stood there. She stopped moving. And there was no creaking sound when the snow was stepped on. The slight sizzling sound sounded very obvious. There was something. It was alive. This realization made Tu Mingming's eyes suddenly light up. She turned her head quickly and looked around, wondering which piece of snow was moving. She was not in a hurry to leave, and planned to observe the situation before deciding on her next move. After looking around, Tu Mingming found that the snow was moving about 1 meter away from her right hand. Although the cold wind was blowing the snow, every piece of snow on the snowfield was moving. However, that one place was particularly obvious. It was obvious that there was something under the snow, which was constantly turning over. So the snow on that piece was almost arched up. Living things are good. After discovering this change, Tu Mingming tried to slow down her movements as much as possible. Unfortunately, it was useless. The heavy snow made a squeaking sound with every step. Even if you stepped lightly, the loose particles would still make a noise when they were stepped on. Tu Mingming observed the movement under the snow and found that the sound she made did not affect the living things over there, which made her quietly relieved. It's good that I can't hear it. The pickaxe was already in her hand. Fearing an accident, Tu Mingming also found a cage in her backpack. This is a huge fish cage. In case they go to places like glaciers. What if the water surface can break the ice, and then put the cage down to catch fish? With enough points, Tu Mingming prepared a lot of things. Wenbai provided a lot of ideas and asked everyone to prepare more. Tu Mingming saw that this thing was not expensive, so she bought it. Maybe it can be used now. I hope it's not a snow snake. Tu Mingming muttered quietly, and then quickly approached. Unfortunately, the cold wind mixed with snow seriously affected Tu Mingming's speed. She even needed to control herself a little. Otherwise she might fall down if she was not careful. The noise of falling down was not small, and it might affect the little thing, and then let it run away. She searched for almost 10 minutes and found such a moving thing. Can't let it run away. Tu Mingming crossed the distance of 1 meter with difficulty. She was moving, and the creatures were also moving, but the other party's speed didn't seem to be too fast. This reminded Tu Mingming of the snow snake that was walking slowly before. Tu Mingming. Suddenly I had a bad premonition. 2 minutes later, the bad premonition came true. The creature that kept moving in the snow was a snow snake. Not sure if it was the same one as before. Anyway, they all looked the same. Tu Mingming couldn't tell them apart. What was the difference between them? The moment she dug through the snow and saw the snow snake clearly, Tu Mingming wanted to cry. But the coldness instantly brought her back to her senses. At this time, don't pick anymore. If she continues to pick, she will get hypothermia. So, let's get started. Tu Mingming only gave herself 10 seconds of mental preparation before swinging the cross pick. Almost as soon as she swung the cross pick, the system reminder rang in her ears. A new round of live broadcast has started. Congratulations to the player for being selected. Tu Mingming didn't bother to say hello to everyone and rushed forward directly. Live broadcast can't affect her killing snakes. There is no other way. If she is not killed, she will really freeze to death. At this time, Tu Mingming was wearing a light winter suit. The windproof mask would affect her large-scale activities, so she took it off. She was wearing sunglasses and a windproof mask, holding a familiar pickaxe, and rushing forward. When the live camera cut over, it just happened to capture this scene. Everyone in the monitoring department was very happy when they saw the fresh Tu Mingming. The new scene is not very friendly. That's right. It's too cold. It's probably minus 40 or 50 degrees now. Right? Compared to that, the garbage mountain is actually not bad. At least the physical feeling is okay. They won't freeze to death or die of heat directly. That's not right. It's not easy for them to conquer the garbage mountain. Lin Ji, this big fool, is really fierce. He just dug through the garbage mountain? Haha. It's worthy of Lin Ji. Everyone discussed the situation in front of them in a relaxed manner. Although the survival conditions in the ice and snow may not be too good, everyone is not particularly nervous. After experiencing 2 scenes in the game, the players, who can still survive naturally, have their own strong survival skills. So, they are not particularly worried. Moreover, even if they are worried, there is not much use. At this time, netizens are arguing with various countries. Yes, arguing. The land that Tu Mingming sent to reality has plants growing very well, even if they plant their native species. The growth is good, with a germination rate of more than 90%, and no abnormalities have occurred during the growth process. For them, this is the best news since the outbreak of the wasteland. But, if only they have it and other countries don't, those countries will be very upset. Especially country S, which is famous for begging and complaining that the food is not delicious. Moreover, their attitude is very tough, saying that the thing was originally produced in the game and should be shared globally. They will not give up any technology or materials, but they insist on sharing things. People in country A? Really? I have seen beggars, but I have never seen beggars like this. As soon as S country made this statement, his filial sons and grandsons echoed it, especially K country. They directly shouted that Tu Mingming's ancestors were from their K country, and this thing should have belonged to them. Netizens were both angry and amused after reading it. So, K country, your attitude is actually desirable. When will you firmly believe that S country is just your dad, and no one else can call it dad? Don't do this. Then our country will be broken. What does it have to do with us if it breaks the defense? Front row. The word it is used well. It is used brilliantly. Sir, you are so talented. The netizens' words are like poison, and it makes people feel warm inside. At this time, Tu Mingming has already wielded a pickaxe and fought with the snow snake. The snow snake before slowly passed by Tu Mingming's legs, making people think that it is a docile creature. In fact, if you really fight with it, you will find docile? That was all an illusion. Tu Mingming raised her hand and hit the other party, and the tip of the pickaxe just hit the 7 inches of the snow snake. The snow snake instantly became irritable and swung its tail and almost hit Tu Mingming out. Fortunately, Tu Mingming dodged quickly, and she saw that the situation was not right. So she ate a steamed bun that increased agility. So, she was fast and her movements were more agile. However, the snow around her, which was thicker than her calves, did hinder Tu Mingming's movements. However, nothing could stop Tu Mingming from killing the snow snake. After the snow snake swung its tail, it raised its head and attacked Tu Mingming. The good news is that the snow snake's movements were not very agile, perhaps because of its huge body. So, even if it raised its head, its movements were still slow. It looked extremely scary. But its head slowly dropped and approached Tu Mingming, revealing its red tongue that was about half an arm long. Tu Mingming? Although the snow snake is indeed very big, but the tongue is so long. Isn't it too much? Besides, the opponent's tongue is red and scary, and it is very obvious in the ice and snow. When it stretched out, Tu Mingming instinctively hit back. The pickaxe hit twice, directly hitting the snow snake's tongue back. These 2 hits hurt the snow snake, and while the opponent retracted the tongue, the vertical pupils also widened. Ha! The snow snake exhaled in pain, and saliva dripped unconsciously. The fishy smell instantly broke through the mask and hit Tu Mingming's soul. Tu Mingming, help! She's going to you. But life is important. If the snake is not killed, she will freeze to death. So, swing the pickaxe and take the initiative to attack. Chapter 123. The stench of the snow snake almost made Tu Mingming faint. However, she held on and continued to attack with the pickaxe fiercely. She knew that she was not as fast as normal reptiles, especially snakes. So, she had to use tricks. However, the speed of the snow snake was much slower than other snakes, which gave Tu Mingming a chance. But that size, it was so despairing. The people who were watching the live broadcast also found that Tu Mingming's fight was not easy. The staff of the monitoring department discovered in time that Tu Mingming had a debuff on her body. This debuff is not good. The effect of the cold-proof clothing is directly reduced by more than 30%. And the reduction will be more severe as time goes by. We can't fight a protracted war. We must kill the snow snake as soon as possible and remove the debuff. Otherwise people will not survive for long in such a low temperature. I don't know what happened to the others. Everyone was discussing it quite relaxedly at first. But after they found out that Tu Mingming's situation was not very good, they couldn't help but worry. Netizens. Still fighting. Netizen said. Don't bother with our business. We'll just spray. Spray. When they get angry, they spray all of us together. After Tu Mingming fought with the snow snake for several rounds, she was already in a mess, and the nearby snow was compacted by her. This piece of snow was already too messy to look at. However, the cold wind was blowing snow, and it was about to fill the place up again. Tu Mingming didn't care about other things, and no one in the team was talking. Everyone was probably struggling to survive. She quickly swung the cross pick and went up again. This time, Tu Mingming's target was the opponent's weak spot. She had to hit the opponent's weak spot with the pickaxe fiercely. The snow snake also knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. When it found that Tu Mingming was coming towards its weak spot, it naturally dodged in various ways. In the process of dodging, it did not forget to attack. However, it doesn't spit out its tongue now. Every time it spit out its tongue, it will be hit by Tu Mingming's pickaxe. This makes the snow snake have a physiological reflex. That is, spitting out its tongue will hurt. Therefore, it dare not spit out its tongue for the time being, and can only swing its tail to attack in various ways. Its size is an innate advantage. If it really swings, 5 Tu Mingmings are not enough for it to carry. Tu Mingming also has to guard against it standing up, and then using its body to roll herself in. If she is really rolled by the snake, she will basically be dead. Therefore, it was not easy for Tu Mingming to deal with it. And it was even very strenuous. Because of the fight and the consumption. She felt that she was not so cold. However, Tu Mingming knew that this was all an illusion. She was constantly consuming physical energy. Physical energy is also a part of heat preservation. If she consumed too much, her physical strength would drop rapidly, and her body temperature would drop to the bottom quickly. At that time, she would not be able to save her life if she wanted to keep warm. She had to fight quickly. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and swung the pickaxe again. It is not easy to run in the snow. Every time she charges, Tu Mingming cannot predict the result. Is the snow empty or solid? What will she step on? No one knows. She will find out after she steps on it. Tu Mingming does not have much experience in surviving in the snow. And she does not know much about the wild. She cannot tell where the snow can be stepped on, and where it cannot be stepped on. She can only rely on her feeling and choose the shortest distance. The pickaxe was raised and lowered again and again. Sometimes it hit, and sometimes it missed. The good news is that the number of hits is more than the number of misses. The bad news is that Tu Mingming's physical strength is too much. If this continues, she is afraid that she will fall before the snow snake. So, she has to change her strategy. Tu Mingming reacted quickly, and when she found that she couldn't handle it, she directly released the garbage truck. The garbage truck can be operated automatically, and it is a mechanical product, and it is also a product of specific scenarios. Even if it is damaged, there is no need to be too distressed. To put it bluntly, the garbage truck is a dead object and can be a consumable. But Tu Dazhuang is a living creature and cannot be consumable. Now Tu Dazhuang is still spitting in his backpack, and he is also very anxious. But Tu Mingming is not sure about his fighting ability. And it is so cold outside, and he doesn't know whether he can adapt to it. So he doesn't plan to let him out for the time being. Wait until the snow snake is killed. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming set the attack program for the garbage truck while swinging the pickaxe. The garbage truck shared some of the firepower, and the metal shell was extremely hard, which doubled the damage to the snow snake. Tu Mingming's pickaxe is effective every time it hits. Seeing the snow snake open its huge mouth and hiss in pain, you know that Tu Mingming and the garbage truck's attack is very effective. This makes Tu Mingming feel a little safer. It's almost there. It's almost there. She and the garbage truck used to work together to pick up garbage. And now it's the first time they work together to fight monsters. How to say it? Although the opponent is an intelligent AI, it will not attack if it does not operate the program. In fact, it is relatively clumsy. But it's okay as long as it's useful. One person and one car. No tacit understanding. Just being able to cooperate and kill the snow snake is okay. Half an hour later, Tu Mingming stood there panting, looking at the huge pile of snow snake meat in front of her. Obtained item, Purification Fruit *1. Note, a specialty of the creatures in the snowfield, which can purify the mind and body. Obtained companion reward, Snow Snake Gall *1. Note, Snow Snake Gall. Precious medicinal material. Snow Snake Skin *1. Note, important mechanical material. System reminder, although snow snake meat has no special properties, it tastes delicious. It is recommended that players cut it by themselves. A pickaxe is your best picker. Tu Mingming was so tired that she was panting. But she still ate the purification fruit with strength. The fruit tasted a little cold. But when it went into her throat, it was slightly warm. The moment it entered her stomach, it began to quickly dispel the coldness on Tu Mingming's body. After swallowing a fruit, the sensitive debuff on Tu Mingming's body was gone. She also gradually felt comfortable, and no longer felt cold. This made Tu Mingming breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly put on the windproof mask, changed to another mask, and then breathed heavily. She could consider picking the snow snake meat, but let her rest for a while first. She was so tired that she wanted to lie directly on the snow. But she was afraid of disturbing other creatures and getting debuff. So, Tu Mingming didn't dare to lie down, and stood there for a long time. No one in the team spoke for the time being, and it looked terrifyingly quiet. There were people talking in the communication hall, but the most recent record was an hour ago. At this moment, everyone is probably killing monsters to save themselves. Right? Tu Mingming didn't want to disturb her teammates, so she didn't say anything for the time being. She took a long time to relax, and felt that the air she breathed in was not so cold. Then she held the pickaxe and started to pick the snow snake meat. The hard skin of the snow snake has been regarded as a reward by the system and put into Tu Mingming's backpack. At this time, the pink snake meat is exposed, with beautiful texture, and is said to be very fresh. But Tu Mingming didn't really want to eat it. However, this was not a problem. If she couldn't eat it, she could send it back to reality, or even sell it. It was too cold on the snowfield, which meant that the consumption was also high, because the cold would take away most of the body's heat, and these heat gaps needed to be supplemented by food, although they had cold-proof clothes. However, Tu Mingming always felt it was not that simple. Therefore, she had to get some food that could increase the sense of temperature. So she started with this snow snake. Although its saliva is fishy, the system says its meat is very fresh. So let's eat it. Tu Mingming spent more than an hour beating this snow snake, with the help of the garbage truck. This time would not be extended even longer. However, Tu Mingming was glad that the system product was reliable. In such a cold environment, the garbage truck did not go on strike, which was good. She put away the garbage truck and tried to let Tu Dazhuang out. As soon as Tu Dazhuang came out, he had fun in the snow. It can be seen that it is indeed not afraid of the cold. Tu Mingming is going to observe it. If it can't stand it, then throw it back into the backpack. Tu Mingming only paid attention to Tu Dazhuang, and the rest of her attention was on the snow snake. She took the sharp end of the pickaxe and began to pick the meat of the snow snake. She didn't have much experience in bone removal, and didn't know how to start. However, pick the place with more meat first. If you can't pick the place, just throw it away. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming did it quickly. Then I found out the meat was frozen. It was quite hard to pick it. After all, frozen meat is not easy to handle. She rested for less than 5 minutes, and the outer layer of meat had already frozen solid. Tu Mingming. It was really quick frozen. This made Tu Mingming feel a little bit of crisis. She increased her speed, but frozen meat was really hard to pick, even if the pickaxe was sharp enough. Also, this snow snake was too big. Tu Mingming estimated that it must be more than 1,000 pounds. Right? Even if the snake head and bones are removed, it must be about 500 to 600 kilograms. Right? Tu Mingming doesn't know if her visual estimation is accurate, but there must be a lot of meat. The system asked her to pick the meat, and Tu Mingming did it obediently. Of course, Tu Mingming hoped that she was sensitive, and this was an illusion. Tu Mingming's movements were clumsy, but her speed was not too slow. Tu Dazhuang was quite happy to let out some air at first. But when he saw his mother picking the meat, he thought about it and came to help. Tu Dazhuang's teeth. It's so sharp. Tu Mingming needs to use a pickaxe to pry the meat off, but he can tear it off with just a little effort. Tu Mingming. People are not as good as dogs. However, since it is meat that has been torn from a dog's mouth, Tu Mingming is embarrassed to cook it for others to eat. Therefore, the meat that Tu Dazhuang tore off is packed separately, and he will make steaks for him later. Moreover, Tu Mingming also reminded Tu Dazhuang, just bite this piece. Do you hear me? Tu Dazhuang looked at her proudly, then bit that piece obediently, not biting other places for the time being. This made Tu Mingming feel a little relieved, and she turned around and sped up her movements. The cold wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the snow was hitting her body, which was a bit painful. Even though she was wearing winter clothes, the cold wind and snow were still too strong. So strong that it hurt her bones. Although she couldn't summon a safe house, she could build a temporary safe house for herself in the snow. Right? Tu Mingming thought. She would try it after removing the snake meat. Chapter 124. Tu Mingming had only watched a few documentaries before, and with some lessons from Wu Jing and Wen Bai, she barely knew a little bit about survival in the snowfield. Really just a little bit. She knew that a relatively stable temporary residence was important for survival in the snowfield, similar to a snow house or an ice house. However, that was all Tu Mingming knew. How to stack and build this snow house or ice house, I really don't know. Even so, in the snowfield where safe houses are limited, Tu Mingming is still ready to give it a try. After she finished cutting the snake meat, she was so tired that she was panting. Every second she survived on the snowfield consumed her energy. She cut the meat that had frozen quickly, which consumed Tu Mingming even more. After she finished cutting the meat, Tu Mingming didn't rush to move. She stood there and rested for a while. After she fought with the snow snake, She didn't rest for long and continued to cut the meat. Now that she was finally free, Tu Mingming decided to recover some energy first. She took out a small piece of rice cake, which was the food she made temporarily when she was at the transfer station. In order to fight against the extreme cold, Tu Mingming made food temporarily at the transfer station, all of which have cold-resistant properties. Rice cake has the lowest value, increasing the cold-resistant property by 19. Tu Mingming turned her back and ate a piece quickly. Rice cakes are large, and if you eat them normally, one is only 2 bites. Because it is very soft, you can eat it in 1 bite. Tu Mingming just ate it in 1 bite, then put on the mask and chewed it slowly in her mouth. It's not that she doesn't want to eat slowly. The wind in the snowfield is unreasonable. It may blow southwards in the last second, and northwards in the next second, or in all directions, and it hurts especially when it blows on the face. Tu Mingming didn't want to suffer anymore, so she could only reduce the time she was in contact with ice and snow. The winter clothes came with boots, so her feet were not afraid of freezing. She also wore winter gloves, and the winter clothes had a hat. She also added sunglasses, a windshield, and a mask. After putting on a set of equipment, her skin was temporarily not exposed. As long as there was no accident before, she would not be afraid of frostbite. After Tu Mingming stuffed a mouthful of rice cake, she turned her head and looked at the situation around her through the windshield. She had to choose a place with good terrain, preferably a place with shelter from the wind, to build a temporary shelter. When Bai's voice was heard in the team channel that had been silent before, the other party seemed to have just killed a monster and his breathing had not yet calmed down. So he asked about his teammate's situation with concern. "How are you?" Tu Mingming swallowed the rice cake in a hurry, choking and rolling her eyes in the process, which made everyone in the monitoring department feel frightened. Hey, don't worry. Wenbai answered 2 seconds late, and he won't run away. This damn weather. Look how the child choked. Everyone complained a few words, and when they saw Tu Mingming breathe smoothly, they breathed a sigh of relief. After swallowing the rice cake, Tu Mingming hurriedly responded to Wenbai, "Captain 1. I'm here." After replying, Tu Mingming thought for a while and asked, "Captain 1. How is your side?" Here, a large piece of snow was blown by the wind and fell on Tu Mingming's windshield, causing Tu Mingming to lose her vision for 2 seconds. She was so anxious that she raised her hand to scrape off the snow, and added the following words, "It's so cold here. How should the shelter be built? What kind of place should it be chosen?" Wenbai was still worried after hearing that Tu Mingming was fine. "Just cold. Did you kill the monster? Did you remove the debuff?" Tu Mingming responded hastily, and scraped off another piece of snow. Yes. I also picked a lot of snake meat." After these words came out, the team fell into a strange silence for a while. Wenbai silently looked at the skinned snow rat lying at his feet, then looked at the system prompt, and took out the pickaxe as if resigned to his fate. He didn't want the snow rat meat at first. However, after hearing that Tu Mingming had already cut the snake meat, Wenbai thought, the little girl didn't mind. So why was he being so pretentious? Anything could happen in this horrible weather. Treasure every possible ingredient that appears. After thinking it through, Wenbai adjusted his breathing while cutting the snow mouse, which weighed more than 100 pounds. At the same time, he told Tu Mingming about the construction of the snowfield shelter. "We need to choose a place with higher terrain, sheltered from the wind, or a place with rocks. In this way, even if the wind in the snowfield has no wind direction and blows as it pleases, at least there may be fewer people buried. Try to make it round, not angular, to avoid being blown away by the strong wind. The place doesn't need to be too big, just enough to accommodate one person to move freely, so that it can achieve a better warming effect. You can build a door to lock yourself in, but leave an air hole at a high position so that you can observe the situation outside at any time to avoid being buried in it without knowing it, and finally dying from lack of oxygen." Wenbai spoke in great detail, even though he spoke intermittently due to panting. But Tu Mingming heard it clearly and remembered it all. If it wasn't too cold and inconvenient to hold a pen, she would even want to write it down in a notebook. Tu Mingming listened to Wenbai's instructions while choosing a place. Soon, she chose a place that she thought was good. How to move forward is a problem. The wind in the snowfield is still too strong. Tu Mingming can feel resistance every step she takes. Even so, she has no intention of giving up. Choose a place with higher terrain to avoid being buried. When Bai's snow mouse meat was picked, and Wu Jing finally completed his killing. He cursed and said, "Damn! It's really hard to get a good thing when you are a non-African. I encountered a snowflake fish, which was too big. When it swam past me, it was not fast. When I was looking for it, it was so fast that it was dazzling. Killing it almost cost me my life. The debuff of snowflake fish is that time stops. For every minute, you will have 1 second where you can only stay there and cannot move. Just think about it. How difficult it is for me to kill snowflake fish. It can run in 1 second. But fortunately, it is quite heavy. More than 400 pounds. I am cutting the meat. Damn. I am so tired." Wu Jing was panting while cutting the fish meat. She had to be faster to avoid cutting frozen meat. 10 minutes later, Song Shun finally killed all the snow bears and removed his debuff. "Ha! Who can be as miserable as me? You are all snakes, rats, and fish. I am a fucking bear. A bear. This thing is already strong in combat, and it has been strengthened on the snowy plain. A thing weighing more than 2,000 kilograms can turn Song Shun into a meat pie at any time." When Tu Mingming heard him complain, she explained for herself, "My snow snake also weighs about 1,000 kilograms. Song Shun choked up after hearing this, but soon laughed again. "Xiao Lu, where is your good luck? This shouldn't be the case. You should have encountered a snow mouse weighing more than 100 kilograms. Right? Went by. What? So I should have encountered a snow snake weighing 1,000 kilograms. Or a bear weighing 2,000 kilograms? Wu Jing. I felt like I was being implied. But Song Shun was just joking. And no one took it seriously. Wenbai had less meat, so he finished it quickly. He smiled and asked everyone, "Do you want to share it? I think the meat is quite tender. It looks very pink and fresh anyway." The system prompts, "The meat is fresh and tender. Because snow mice have a lot of daily activities. There is almost no fat on their bodies. Only a little fascia and the like. If you don't ask about the species, just looking at this piece of meat, it is still quite tempting." Tu Mingming heard him say this and asked in a deep voice, "There is also snow snake meat, which is also very tender. The system says it is very fresh." Among the 4 people, the meat of Wu Jing's snowflake fish sounds more normal. The other 3, either the name sounds bad, or the name sounds very cruel. However, in the game, these are not important. Staying alive is the most important thing. The 4 people discussed it and decided to share with each other. No one should try to escape. All kinds of meat should be shared with teammates, and everyone can taste each other. Wu Jing felt that this distribution seemed to be missing something. She thought about it and said, "Why don't we send more to Mingming? Mingming can cook, and she is delicious and has attributes. It's not very useful to leave it to us." Song Shun thought about his barbecue skills and silently sent more than 1,000 pounds of bear meat to Tu Mingming. Wenbai had less meat, so he didn't share it with others, and gave it all to Tu Mingming. Wu Jing couldn't cook, so she could have a barbecue outdoors. But it was just cooked and barely edible, so as not to starve to death. So, she also sent her more than 300 kilograms of fish to Tu Mingming. Knowing that Tu Mingming was live streaming, everyone tacitly didn't mention the medicinal materials such as snake gallbladders and mechanical materials that they had obtained. After everyone shared their things, they began to study the temporary shelter. If they couldn't rely on the safe house, they had to rely on themselves. They couldn't stand the strong wind blowing in the snowfield even with cold-proof clothing. The wind carried snow particles, and occasionally icicles or gravel, which hurt when they hit the body. Therefore, the construction of the shelter was urgent. With Wenbai's guidance, Wu Jing was also an expert in outdoor survival. Although he couldn't say that he was good at this kind of thing, he was indeed good at it. So, the 4 of them soon had a snow house. Tu Mingming didn't want to use up too much energy because she had limited strength. And Wenbai also suggested that it didn't need to be too big. So, her igloo was really small. When she lay down, she couldn't even stretch her legs. However, in such a space, the temperature circulates constantly inside, and the insulation effect is still good. Tu Mingming had a folding cot in her backpack, and she took it out now, barely squeezed to the side of the igloo, and then spread 2 layers of quilts on it. And Tu Mingming sat on it, ready to take a rest to recover her strength. It took a lot of time to build the igloo. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tu Mingming originally wanted to send some materials to reality at 12 noon. As a result, the snake gall was overweight. The snake's skin was even overweight. Chapter 125. That snake is too big. Or it can no longer be called a snake. Right? Python? Or anaconda? Tu Mengmeng doesn't know this classification. But it is indeed very big. In the end, there was no other way. And she didn't want to waste the opportunity. So Tu Mengmeng sent some snow grains back to let the researchers study what is different about this snow. Building the snow house consumed too much energy. And Tu Mengmeng sat on the folding bed to recover her energy while stuffing rice cakes into her mouth. The fragrant, sweet, and soft rice cake is delicious. Moreover, it can keep out the cold. Although they have cold-proof clothing. Psychological coldness is also a kind of cold. Tu Mengmeng not only ate it herself, but also mailed some to her teammates. At this time, the four of them were sitting in the snow house, slowly replenishing themselves. No one was live streaming at this time, and everyone spoke without too much scruples. How do you think we can get out of this snowfield? The first person to ask the question was naturally Song Shun. Wu Jing swallowed the rice cake in his mouth and shook his head gently. I don't know. I fished for a long time and felt that I had been moving for a long time. As a result, when I looked at the coordinates, the range of movement was no more than 10 meters. But I really felt that I had walked a long way. After hearing this, Tu Mengmeng was moved and whispered, maybe. It's the fish that is spinning in place? When this was said, the teammates were silent. Wenbai thought for a while and said, it's hard to say that it's true. How else to explain that they have been tossing for a long time? But they are still spinning in place? Everyone was silent for a long time. And finally Wenbai took the initiative to break the silence. After resting, let's observe the weather changes in the snowfield from the pores. Speaking of this, Wenbai sighed helplessly. In places like snowfields and snowy mountains, the weather is always changeable. But we can't ignore the observation of data because of this. We still have to record it to see if there is any pattern. After all, on the first day, everyone pays more attention to it, which can always increase the possibility of survival. What Wenbai said did make sense. Tu Mengmeng nodded and responded, listen to Captain Wen. Wenbai smiled after hearing this. You can't just listen to me. I'm just talking from experience. Everyone should observe and record different information. We can discuss it together at night. However, if the wind is too strong outside, it is not recommended to go out. It consumes too much energy. Tu Mengmeng left a square air hole, about 2 palms wide, which is very convenient for observing the outside. She was not going to go out for the time being, but was going to make a batch of food, especially their previous achievements. They had to try it out to see how fresh they were. But, can the igloo withstand the temperature of cooking? After really getting started, Tu Mengmeng realized how low the temperature of her own cooking was. The igloo was not affected at all. The all-purpose kitchenware has no open flame, only the temperature of the energy source. And this temperature only heats the food but not the people. In other words, Tu Mengmeng couldn't even use it to keep warm. What a dog. After understanding, Tu Mengmeng muttered. Then she saw Tu Dazhuang rubbing against her legs, thinking of the other party's help in cutting the meat. Tu Mengmeng immediately smiled and said, Dazhuang, wait a minute. I will fry the steak now. Tu Mengmeng cut the meat and marinated it with seasonings. While waiting for the marinating, she kneaded the dough and prepared the meat stuffing to steam some easy-to-eat buns. Because bear meat is the most. The meat stuffing is this. The system's description of snow bear meat is tender and plump. There is still a lot of fat on the bear meat. Tu Mengmeng picked out the fat separately, divided it into small pieces, and put it in the backpack. These can be refined into oil for eating, or used as a fuel to make a fire. In short, it has many uses. Tu Mengmeng also kept a small part for stuffing, and put a little fat in it to make the taste better and not too dry. Of course, the amount cannot be too much, and it must be chopped finely. Otherwise it will be too greasy to eat. Tu Mengmeng didn't chop it. She had a universal kitchen utensil, which she could transform into a meat grinder. She adjusted it to the fine setting to grind the fat, then put it together with the medium-grade lean meat filling, and then seasoned it. After the meat filling was seasoned, the steaks over there were almost marinated. Tu Mengmeng fried 3 large steaks for Tu Dazhuang first, and then took out the universal kitchen utensil to fry steaks for her and her teammates. Meat has a high protein content, which is very effective for physical recovery. So, Tu Mengmeng fried steaks for her teammates to increase their physical strength first. Now they all have snow houses and cold-proof clothes. So physical strength is relatively important, and cold-proofing is second. More than half an hour later, when Bai and the others received food from Tu Mingming, the meat was fragrant, delicious, and had a large steak with special properties. Each piece was fried until the edges were slightly charred, and the inside was tender. Just looking at it was tempting enough. After Song Shun received the steak, he swallowed hard and took it out and started eating. Delicious. So delicious. Wu Jing was not pretentious. He took a big bite of the meat, and after swallowing it, he praised it. Meng Meng is amazing. The meat is fried so well. The edges are slightly burnt and a little hard, but not too hard. The inside is very tender and delicious. So delicious. When Bai was also generous with his praise, it's comfortable to eat such a big steak at this time. Thank you, Meng Meng. Tu Mingming was embarrassed by everyone. I hope everyone likes this taste. I'm making meat buns now. I'll send them to everyone after they're done. Hearing her say this, Wen Bai frowned slightly. Don't worry. The steak will restore your energy. Meng Meng, you should take a rest. It's not dark yet, and we don't know what will happen next. Tu Mingming also knows the importance of conserving energy. But cooking is not a consumption for her. Well, it's okay to steam the buns. Actually, there is something else. The meat said by everyone, including Tu Mingming's own, is now piled up in the snow house. Tu Mingming is going to pack it into small pieces for easy access. Although the meat is easy to freeze due to the low temperature. However, the temperature in the igloo is not bad, so it won't freeze too quickly. If she moves more quickly, the meat should still be tender. Hearing Tu Mingming say this, Wen Bai could only nod. Everyone quickly ate the tender steak. As the hot steak went down their stomachs, everyone's physical strength recovered a lot, and their bodies also warmed up. Although the temperature in the igloo is higher than outside, it is still very cold. Everyone dared not take off their winter clothes, and could only take off their windproof masks to make themselves more comfortable. However, the cold temperature would still hit the gap between the sunglasses and the mask, making people feel the biting cold. This snowfield is really not a life for human beings. In comparison, I would rather go back to the garbage mountain. Song Shun finished eating the steak, stood up and looked at the situation outside through the air hole, looking at the strong wind on the snowfield rolling up the frost and snow, beating it mercilessly. Song Shun sighed softly. Although the garbage mountain has a smell and radiation, but at least there are no restrictions in the safe house, and there are not too many problems with survival. Here in the snowfield, this is a terrible start. At 1800 hours, Tu Mingming said big meat buns to her teammates. Each person had 30 big buns, and Tu Mingming was busy for half an afternoon. But the results were still gratifying. After receiving the meat buns, everyone was still very surprised. Ah, this bun is so white and soft. This is the excited Wu Jing. Song Shun also excitedly showed off. Delicious. Delicious. Wen Bai was relatively reserved, but his voice was also trembling with excitement. The meat buns are good. As soon as the voice fell, the system sounded. System broadcast. Due to the bad weather in the snowfield, the signal was wrong, and the connection between the player and the backpack was cut off. The system is being repaired, and the recovery time is to be determined. Please overcome the difficulties, and try to survive. Everyone. Going to jump into the sea on Friday. What the hell? Sun Lim Lung. What's the difference between this and telling me to die? My supplies are all in my backpack. SCCZ. Damn it. As soon as this message came out, the communication hall exploded instantly. It seemed very quiet before, and the latest message was still in the communication hall at 12 noon. Now the message is scrolling so fast that it is hard for people to keep up. Tu Mingming stared at a few messages and stopped reading them. She was tidying up her snow house. Tu Mingming was very lucky at this moment. She had thought about dividing the food before. So, almost all of their harvest today was in the igloo. So much meat. Is it enough for the 4 friends to survive for a few days? At least eating is not a problem. As for drinking, although the snow in the snowfield is a bit bitter, it can be drunk. Right? Moreover, she has a universal kitchen utensil that can boil water and filter it. If it really doesn't work, they can only make do with it. Tu Mingming had a bad premonition before, and she was not too surprised that the premonition came true. The good news is that the system ejected the pickaxe from the backpack, so that the player at least had a handy weapon and didn't have to survive on the snowfield with bare hands. For Tu Mingming, the better news was that her supplies and all-purpose kitchen utensils, including Tu Dojwan's frying pan, were all in the igloo. which ensured their team's survival for the next few days. The bad news was that apart from that, they had nothing else. There was nothing else to wear except for the winter clothes and sunglasses. Once it is damaged or lost, then survival on the original snow will become more difficult. Song Shun was already cursing, and Wu Jing couldn't help cursing. In order to reassure everyone, Wenbai tried his best to calm his unhappy emotions and comforted everyone. Look at the bright side. We still have the bun sent by Ming Ming, so we don't need to worry about survival today. Water is fine. Snow is ready-made water. If it doesn't work, we have to drink it to survive. After these words came out, Wu Jing and Song Shun fell silent again. They thought, compared to others, they are still lucky. Right? At least they have 30 big buns. Ah. No. Song Shun only has 29 left. Realizing this, Song Shun gently fanned his mouth. Let you be greedy. Chapter 126. The buns that Tu Mingming gave everyone made everyone feel a little relieved. Tu Mingming, who was sorting out the ingredients, quickly spoke to comfort everyone. Don't worry. It seems that there is enough food for the time being. I am sorting out the ingredients you sent. I haven't put them in my backpack yet. Now they are all in my snow house. They are enough for us to eat for a few days. Although the snow water doesn't taste good, I have cooking utensils and can boil it to drink. It's just that we need to cherish the clothes on our body and other things. With this temperature, without systematic cold-proof clothing, they all have to die. The good news shared by Tu Mingming made everyone feel more at ease. Now the north wind is howling outside, and snow is flying everywhere. They can't do anything but observe. Song Shun watched his buns slowly cool down and then freeze. And he couldn't let go of his frown. He didn't observe the outside for the time being. His observation ability is average, and he can't see anything after watching for a long time. At this moment, he was thinking about the bear's skin. A bear's skin weighing more than 2,000 kilograms is quite large. In order to keep warm, he took it out and rubbed it in the snow. After removing the fishy smell, he spread it on the folding bed. Now, it has become their supplies. This thing is quite warm. The snow bear can run rampant on the snowfield, proving that its fur should be quite warm. However, this thing is now a rough product and needs to be refined. It was big and shapeless, so he really needed to sort it out. Thinking of this, Song Shun prepared to start. But he found out there were no tools. Without the backpack, they really had nothing, and they were desperate. Song Shun was not desperate, because he still had a pickaxe. Although, it was not very easy to use. The pointed end was sharp enough. Thinking of this, he took the pickaxe and started to work clumsily. But what would he do after finishing it? How to sew it? Song Shun sighed helplessly. We don't have any tailoring tools. It's really troublesome. My bear skin will be wasted. Hearing this, Wenbai was surprised. You took out the bear's skin? Song Shun? Ah? What's the matter? Hearing this, Wenbai couldn't help laughing. Is this a tacit understanding between us? I took out the mouse skin and the tools. I will send them to you first. You can sort them out first. My mouse skin is small. At most it can be made into a collar or something like that. Wenbai's original idea was to take advantage of the snow to process the mouse skin and see if he could make a pair of gloves or a collar or something like that. Just as Song Shun understood, species that can survive in the snowfield must have strong cold resistance, so their fur should be very useful. So, Wenbai prepared to use the things. Rat teeth are mechanical materials. He wanted to send them back to reality, but they were overweight. However, Tu Mingming still had a messenger, and they could send them again when they had more things. Rat teeth could not be used for the time being, but rat skin could be used. Wenbai was also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, they were not completely without anything now. At least everyone had some tools in their hands. Wu Jing was also happy at this moment. Haha. I just took out several lighters and flints for making fire, but they were all thrown aside. I will send them to you later, because she was not sure how hot the igloo could withstand. Wu Jing took out the lighter, and after getting the fire, she kept adjusting the heating box she bought at the transfer station. The heating box was very small, about 30 centimeters long and only about 15 centimeters high. It was a very small rectangular box, with a few pieces of energy charcoal in it. When the lighter was lit, it could burn for about 12 hours. And the lid of the box was closed, so the open flame would not float out. The impact on the igloo should not be particularly large. Wu Jing studied this. Of course, not to melt her igloo. She was thinking about whether she had any way out if her igloo could not be lived in. Now, the supplies in her hand, a heating box, 3 lighters, and 4 flints. They are all very useful things. Oh, yes. There are also 2 boxes of energy charcoal blocks. After she took out the things, she was busy studying the heating box, and did not put the things away for the time being. After Wu Jing finished speaking, everyone held a small meeting to discuss the supplies in their hands. After counting, everyone actually had quite a lot of things in their hands. The main reason was that Tu Mingming had more food, which gave them more confidence and courage. They would not die for the time being. After everyone finished counting, Wen Bai made a simple summary and suggestions. We have to take action starting tomorrow. If we want to get out of the snowfield, we need food, water, and warmth. Compared with the previous 2 scenes, we now have coordinates, and our sense of direction is actually good. So it is not easy to get lost. It's hard to guard against small animals in the snow. This is what everyone needs to pay most attention to. If you encounter them, you must kill them. Of course, the premise is to take good care of yourself. The teeth of animals, or other places, may be materials for future technology. We can't activate the courier now, and many things are overweight and can't be sent back. But the game should not keep our backpacks closed. There will always be a chance to open it. But the premise is that we have to stay alive. You must protect your cold-proof clothes. Without cold-proof clothes, we won't survive for more than an hour in this snowy field. Wen Bai summarized a lot. Everyone listened carefully. When Wen Bai summarized, he also sent his set of tailoring tools to Song Shun. Don't look at Song Shun as a middle school boy who has not had enough fun. But his handwork, it's really good. Wen Bai can use old home appliances to make new ones. Song Shun really knows how to sew clothes. He doesn't even need to draw a picture or make a pattern. He just made a simple gesture and started. The bear skin is very thick and long, and it is a little prickly, which is the key to keep warm. Song Shun was careful not to scratch his winter clothes with tools, like scissors. This is the basis for survival. If it is really scratched, he can only wait for death. He cut the bear skin neatly, and did not waste the scraps. He sewed and patched it up, using it as a temporary warm bag to store his half-frozen buns, and then put it on the folding bed. Food should be properly stored, which is also the basis for survival. Then, Song Shun started to sew clothes. The snowy wind is strong, and they need the good warmth of the bear skin. Therefore, this stitch needs special attention. When Song Shun was busy, Tu Mingming was also busy. She sorted out all the ingredients, then sorted them and packed them, and sent some to 3 friends. Tu Mingming was not sure whether the system would shut down their mailing. So, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Tu Mingming naturally left more, because the other teammates, they didn't have any kitchen utensils. The fat on the bear's body was also very useful at this time. This thing can be used to refine oil and cook, and it can also be used as fuel. So I'll send some to everyone. After doing this, Tu Mingming looked at the communication hall again. There were still many people cursing, and some people were asking for food. Other survival supplies were also requested, but relatively less. After all, everyone had made sufficient preparations before entering the snowfield. Even if the backpack was locked now, at least the cold-proof clothes were worn on the body, and some other equipment was also on the body, so they couldn't run away. If it really doesn't work, they can go back to their own safe houses, where they still store some leftover daily necessities. These will not be directly counted in the backpack, and they can use them to help themselves get through the difficulties at hand. When thinking of the safe house, Tu Mingming thought of the ingredients and food she had stored in the refrigerator before. However, the quantity was not large. It is more convenient to put it in the backpack than in the refrigerator. Therefore, many times, unless they put it in when they need it, most of it is still stored in the backpack. Sure enough, eggs can't be put in one basket. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming couldn't help but mutter. The north wind howled for several hours, and soon it was night. After a hard struggle, the players can finally return to the safe house. They can stay in the safe house until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Finally waited for you. My safe house. Although Song Shun was not cold in the snow house, it felt different. The feeling of wind leaking from all sides was really not good. The safe house still feels good. Tu Mingming's safe house has been upgraded to the intermediate level. The safe house has become significantly larger after the upgrade. The safe house now has 2 separate bedrooms. Although the area is not large, it is still very comfortable for 1 or 2 people to live in. After the upgrade, a wardrobe was also given. In addition, there is also a living room. The sofas and other things that Tu Mingming bought before are also placed there, waiting for her to organize. The kitchen space has become larger, and the refrigerator has also been organized into the new kitchen. The toilet and bathroom are directly separated, each with its own place. The area of the intermediate safe house is more than double compared to the primary one. Of course, the defense capability is also doubled. At 9 p.m., Tu Mingming got out of the igloo and then put the safe house next to it. Looking at the new home, Tu Mingming was a little excited and took a video to share with her teammates. Everyone was very happy after watching it. Wu Jing was even more excited and shouted, "Oh, Mingming, you are the emperor of Europe. Let me rub it." Although Wu Jing didn't think he was a bad person, he couldn't help but envy Tu Mingming's intermediate safe house when he saw it. And then he despised his luck. Wenbai also thought that the intermediate one was good. At least the defense was up, and he could be a little more assured about Tu Mingming. Otherwise, the days in the snowfield, compared with the previous 2 scenes, it was really not very friendly. Song Shun was still busy making clothes at this moment, but he also took some time to praise the intermediate safe house. At the end, he didn't stop the movement of his hands, and his mouth moved along with it. "When can I have a fog bubble? By the way, when we leave the garbage mountain, can we still have a fog bubble?" Chapter 127. Everyone is really unsure about the fog bubble. After Song Shun asked, there was a silence in the team. Wenbai didn't want everyone to lose confidence. After thinking about it, he encouraged everyone, no matter what, you have to try it before you know the result. There is no need to think about those unknown and uncertain things now. There is no use in worrying in advance. This is the truth. After listening to it, everyone slowly adjusted their mentality. The night of the snowy field, the north wind howled, and snow flew everywhere. Tu Mingming stood in the safe house, looking out through the window, and could see distinct snowflakes flying everywhere. Some of them hit the safe house and caused a little damage. It was just not high, so the safe house would only remind the player after accumulating a certain value. Tu Mingming was not surprised about this. Such frost and snow would hurt people to death when they fell on them. But the safe house just wouldn't hurt, which didn't mean there was no defense. The damage of the snowfield to the safe house is not high, and the primary safe house materials can also repair the defense durability of the safe house. The premise is, their backpacks can be opened. If they can't be opened for a long time, then the safe house may no longer be a real safe house. Right? Thinking of this, Tu Mingming took a breath. Now people are uneasy. She didn't say much, just looked outside quietly. Everyone's dinner was much simpler than before. The buns that Tu Mingming sent to everyone were all frozen to varying degrees. Fortunately, Wu Jing had a flint and everyone had kitchen utensils in the safe house, so they could handle a meal no matter what. Tu Mingming also sent everyone freshly fried large steaks. The teammates were reluctant to eat them, so they temporarily put them in the refrigerator to prepare for breakfast tomorrow. They didn't consume much at night, and they slept in a relatively safe and warm safe house. If they ate too much, it would make the body consume more. In comparison, tomorrow's breakfast is still a problem. Besides, good food with high calories also helps them to resist the climate of the snowfield. Tu Mingming has no such worries, but she can't eat much. The setting of the snowfield makes her a little angry and her appetite decreases. Tu Dazhuang eats deliciously and wags his tail happily. The snowfield's wind and snow never stop all day. Tu Mingming goes to bed before 11 o'clock. Tomorrow, it's another day of fighting wits and courage with the snowfield, and I don't know what it will be like. So, sleep. Maybe getting up earlier can save 2 hours in the safe house. Tu Mingming tossed and turned in bed for a while before falling asleep. In contrast, Song Shun fell asleep before 10 o'clock. He was really tired from killing the bear today, and he thought it was simple, and he didn't like to embarrass himself. If there is anything troubling, get up tomorrow and deal with it. Today, get a good sleep first. Then it was Wu Jing, who knew the importance of having a good body in such a bad climate. So, even if she was thinking about something, it didn't delay her sleep. Tu Mingming went to bed after Wu Jing, and Wenbai didn't sleep until 12 o'clock. While observing the situation outside, he analyzed various possibilities in his mind. 12 o'clock at midnight. Pickaxe durability repair. Player safe house time refresh. Remaining time today, 12 hours. When Bai heard the sound, observed the situation outside for a while, and found nothing unusual. Then looked at the communication hall and trading hall, and went to sleep. In the communication hall, there are always messages asking for various foods. In the trading hall, there are now only purchase messages, and there are also messages selling items, but they are very rare. Moreover, most of the time, it is still food. Players, not everyone has a team like them, and can mix a lighter with teammates. So food can also be turned into food. Therefore, the few food ingredients hung in the trading hall, for various reasons, no one is buying them for the time being. Of course, the price is really high. The next day, the climate of the snowfield has not changed much. However, the temperature has risen a lot compared to yesterday. Current temperature, -21 degrees. Compared to the nearly -40 degrees yesterday. The current temperature can even be considered warm. Tu Mingming got up early in the morning and prepared today's breakfast, which of course was cold-proof. They only had this cold-proof clothing left, so they must find a way to prepare various cold-proof items. Song Shun sent his handmade bear skin short jackets to his friends early in the morning. Teammate, wear it as it is. It's just a piece of skin, and the edges and corners are not very useful. If it's not sewn well, it will leak. So each person can only get one short jacket. It may be useful at a critical moment. Store it in the safe house first. The safe house can still be opened, which has become a more convenient warehouse for them. That's right. This warehouse is used for timekeeping. Once it exceeds the time limit, it can't be used today. So, at 7 o'clock in the morning, when the night time of the game was over, Tu Mingming and the others came out of the safe house. It took only 1 second to switch from the warm safe house to the cold snowfield. In fact, they were wearing cold-proof clothes, so they were not cold. They were wrapped very tightly, and no cold wind could hit their faces. But, there is a kind of cold that makes you shiver subconsciously when you see the temperature. This is what they are feeling now. Everyone hurriedly ate a piece of meat pie set by Tu Mingming, and then started working. The previous igloo still needs repair. The snowstorm last night has blocked the area around the igloo. If it is not cleared, people can't get in. However, they may not live there for long, because their mission is to get out of this snowfield. The ultimate goal is to move forward. After the 4 people sorted out the igloo and confirmed their approximate location, they were ready to take the initiative to attack. If they don't want to sit back and eat, they have to take the initiative. Every species in the snowfield is a good food for them, and even a raw material for keeping warm. So, attack! Before the formal attack, Wu Jing sent some weapons to everyone. Don't be too picky. This is what I cut off from the snowflake fish yesterday. It was quite strenuous at the time, in the temperature of -34 degrees. Its spines did not break with just one bend, which shows that they are still very strong. I used a pickaxe to knock off a few of them for a long time. She told everyone about this before going to bed yesterday. When Bai said that he would send it today, so Wu Jing packed it up today and sent 2 to each person. She didn't have much in her hand. This thing was too difficult to get. She used a pickaxe to pry for a long time in the cold wind yesterday, and only pried off a dozen of them. After distributing a batch to teammates, she didn't have much left. Some were ready to be sent back to reality. But now, the messenger and the mailbox are still in the backpack. It's uncomfortable to think about it. Although they have a pickaxe, the pickaxe needs to consume durability after all. Maybe it's because the climate in the snowfield is too low, so the durability of the pickaxe is consumed quickly. Tu Mingming killed a snow snake yesterday, which consumed 45 durability points. If she wants to kill the second one, she has to repair it in advance. Otherwise, she is afraid that the pickaxe will melt directly. After the backpack was locked, the weapon is now very precious. The fish bone set by Wu Jing is a very useful thing. Even if it is a one-time consumption, at least it will not be too painful. In the current situation of scarce resources, Tu Mingming is still nervous about these things. She held the pickaxe in one hand and the fish bone in the other hand, and walked forward slowly. It's not that she doesn't want to walk fast. The wind in the snowfield today is at least level 7. If Tu Mingming doesn't step steadily, she will be blown away. Every step Tu Mingming takes, she has to experience the beating of wind and frost. The cold wind rolls up the snowflakes with distinct grains and hits her body. It really hurts. At this time, Tu Mingming is a little envious. Wenbai changed into a thick winter clothing just in case. Unlike her, she bought a thin one for the sake of lightness. Of course, she also has a thick one in her backpack. Smile. The snowflakes hurt even though she didn't show any skin. But it still hurt even through the winter clothes. Not only that, every step she took had unexpected consequences. Either she stepped too hard or too lightly. Occasionally, she would step on icicles. Fortunately, Tu Mingming usually stepped on it tentatively, and would only step on it firmly after making sure there was no danger after a few false steps. Because of this kind of trial, her efficiency was not high. In half an hour, she only walked about 2 meters. This made her sigh helplessly. The water vapor exhaled condensed on the mask. Even though the mask had a certain cold-proof property, the value was not high and could not withstand the temperature of the snowfield. So, soon, the water vapor turned into ice beads, and it was chilling to the touch. Tu Mingming didn't even dare to breathe heavily, and could only adjust slowly, while also paying attention to whether there were any small things under her feet. She hoped there would be one, but she didn't dare to let it really happen. She really didn't want another snow snake. Then she took the next step, and saw a snow mouse. She thought of what Wenbai had concluded yesterday, that the attribute of snow mice is body stiffness. And as time goes by, the degree of stiffness will become deeper. So, as soon as she found the snow mouse, Tu Mingming rushed over with the fish bone. Don't care if it touches her or not. Just kill it. Tu Mingming is fast. And the speed of snow mice is not slow either. Mice are originally known for their speed, even on the snowfield, even if the species are classified differently. But the speed is still there. However, it was fast. And Tu Mingming was not slow either. Although the sunglasses slightly affected her vision, Tu Mingming stared at a little gray hair and paid close attention. In addition, the snow mouse kept running, so Tu Mingming could see it clearly. She changed her previous slow style and rushed over directly. When killing mice, you can't care so much. She was hit too hard by the snow just now, so she put on the short jacket given by Song Shun. At this moment, this short jacket did not cause a burden to Tu Mingming, but made her more at ease. The short jacket can at least provide a layer of protection for the cold-proof clothing, which allows Tu Mingming to rush forward with more confidence. Chapter 128. Tu Mingming rushed towards the snow mouse with a pickaxe in one hand and a fishbone in the other. Snow mouse? I was just passing by. The passing snow mouse didn't know what heavenly law he had violated to be chased and beaten like this. Woo woo. The mouse was wrong. The mouse? I'll dare to do it again next time. Hee hee. The snow mouse was very cunning. Whenever Tu Mingming thought that he might hit it, it would whiz away and fly away, bringing a piece of frost and snow to fly up and hit Tu Mingming's mask directly. Tu Mingming. She took a deep breath and readjusted the plan. At this time, the system notification has arrived. Tu Mingming's body is currently 10% stiff. 10% stiffness does not have a big impact on her. However, Wenbai said that when it reaches 30%, you will obviously find that you are slow in action. If you want to kill the snow rat at that time, a lot of it depends on luck. Luck. Tu Mingming has raised the upper limit of this thing since entering the game. She has it, so she is not afraid. However, if you can kill the snow rat before the stiffness reaches 30%, there is no need for any gambling. Tu Mingming wants to live a stable life, not to gamble on an uncertain possibility when there is no other way. She shook her head and raised her hand to pat off the snow on her mask, while keeping moving. Knowing that the snow rat is cunning, Tu Mingming is more careful this time. She has to let the other party know that the snow rat is not the only one with a brain. She also has one. Tu Mingming's head is bigger and contains more wisdom. She swung the pickaxe and adjusted her attack plan. Tu Mingming used a fake and a real move, which made the snow mouse unable to figure out her attack. Sometimes, she would even come back after a fake move. Snow mouse? Although the snow mouse is a little smart, it is not as fast as the human brain. Moreover, its size has a huge suppressive power. It is indeed longer than Tu Mingming's arm, but it is only longer than the arm. Tu Mingming is so big. If she is not afraid of damaging her winter clothes, she can beat it directly. But no. Wenbai said that the rat's teeth were still sharp. If they cut through her winter clothes, she wouldn't survive for more than a few hours in an environment of more than 30 degrees below zero. Tu Mingming raised both hands. swinging them vigorously and very fast. Also, sometimes both hands were strong at the same time, stabbing the snow rat quickly. Sometimes one hand was weak, and the other was strong. Sometimes they were weak at the same time, and she would kick it directly. If the snow rat had a mouth, it would definitely say, "It wants to report that humans are cheating." Unfortunately, it couldn't speak, and could only jump and run away. Squeaking, it ran, and Tu Mingming chased it. Snow mice, or yesterday's snow snakes, are not unlimited on the snowfield. The huge consumption is also a burden for them. They originally wanted to treat humans as their prey and replenish themselves. In the end, they were consumed by humans and finally had no strength. Moreover, once they attack humans, their range of activities will be confined to a certain area. Tu Mingming had a guess about this yesterday, but was not sure. Seeing that he was just spinning in the same place today, he could almost confirm his guess. They were not running freely on the snowfield without restraint. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming sped up. At this time, the snow mouse's tail had fallen off, and its two hind paws were injured. If he didn't want to keep its skin intact, Tu Mingming actually wanted to smash the mouse with a pickaxe. But considering the living conditions in the snowfield, Tu Mingming finally held back. The injury to the hind paw restricted the snow mouse's movement, and its speed quickly slowed down. However, Tu Mingming's speed also slowed down. At this time, her stiffness time was 20%. It had only been more than 40 minutes since she brushed past the snow mouse, and the stiffness speed was a bit fast. Tu Mingming suspected that the greater the activity, the faster the body's circulation, and the faster its stiffness speed. If this is true, then she must make a quick decision. Soon. The snow mouse is already at the end of its strength. Tu Mingming attacked the limbs of the snow mouse again and again, trying not to hurt the skin too much. The two hind paws of the snow mouse were already injured, and it could not resist for too long. So, about 20 minutes later, the snow mouse lay there without any sound. Tu Mingming did not rush forward to enjoy her achievements. She thought about the cunning of the snow mouse when she fought with it before, and raised the fishbone thorn. Tu Mingming was very fast and mercilessly stabbed the fishbone thorn into the snow mouse's eyes. Squeak! A huge scream almost pierced Tu Mingming's eardrum. When the snow mouse was beaten to the ground by Tu Mingming before, the other party's scream was not so shrill. The movement at this time scared Tu Mingming, but it also made her feel that it was as expected. The snow mouse was just cheating. Maybe it thought it could take advantage of Tu Mingming's relaxed spirit to escape again? But no matter what, Tu Mingming would not give it such a chance. When the bone spur pierced the sky, a small part of the white snow was dyed bright red. The smell of blood soon drifted out with the cold wind, smelling a bit stinky. The blood of the snow mouse does not smell good, but its meat tastes good. Tu Mingming fought for about an hour. During this period, she was in a state of stiffness, which made her fight more difficult. The continuous fighting made her feel tired, and the constant breathing of cold air made her lungs not feel very good. The battle was over at this time, but Tu Mingming didn't dare to relax her vigilance. She supported the pickaxe with one hand and dragged the snow mouse over with the other hand using the power of the fishbone thorns, breathing heavily at the same time. Finding that breathing heavily made her throat more uncomfortable, Tu Mingming controlled herself again, not breathing too frequently or too heavily. Current temperature, -31 degrees. Compared to yesterday's temperature, it was so exaggerated that people couldn't survive even if they looked at it. Today's temperature is at least normal, even on the blue star in the past. Tu Mingming and her friends had experienced such temperatures. Tu Mingming didn't plan to stay outside for too long. The battle had just ended, and she didn't want to take any more risks. So, she decided to go back to the snow house and rest for a while, although this would make her go around in circles. However, her body couldn't stand another battle of similar intensity. So, rest first. Tu Mingming dragged the snow mouse and walked hard in the snow. Halfway through the walk, she felt that her physical strength had recovered a lot, so she changed from dragging to carrying. She didn't want other creatures to follow the smell of blood and touch her snow house again, forcing her to join the battle. Tu Mingming just wanted to rest now, and didn't want to fight at all. She quickly dragged the snow mouse back to the snow house. It was cold, and the snow mouse had stopped bleeding. After returning, Tu Mingming sat on the folding bed to rest, and threw the body of the snow mouse aside. The last stab she made was a bit cruel. The fish bone was still in the snow mouse's eye. But that place was now blood red, and it was hard to see its original appearance. What a pity. Looking at this scene, Tu Mingming muttered softly. There were holes in the snow mouse's eyes, so it shouldn't be a problem to prick it. Right? They didn't have much supplies, and the skins and bones of every creature were already made materials they could get and collect. So, it was better to keep the snow mouse's skin intact. If it wasn't for keeping the skin intact, she would have killed it long ago. Tu Mingming rested for about 5 minutes, and then decided to peel the skin. If she waited a little longer, the skin and meat would freeze together, and it would be difficult to peel, and it would break easily. As soon as Tu Mingming got started, she heard Song Shun scream, "Help! We've changed maps, and we're not in the mine anymore. Why is there still a green peacock with a human face? How the hell am I going to kill it?" Tu Mingming was holding a pickaxe, and was about to skin it. But when she heard the voice, she paused, fearing that she would get excited and damage the skin again. After hearing Song Shun's voice, Tu Mingming thought for a moment and asked him, "Did you kill him?" Song Shun sneered, "If I don't kill him, I'll be buried in the snow." Damn. A good peacock spits out snow. Is that reasonable? If I kill it slowly, I'll be buried alive. Tu Mingming silently memorized this feature. After all, she might encounter a green peacock with a human face later. However, Tu Mingming was more curious. Whose face is this? Song Shun was silent for a while. Wu Jing had just finished killing at this time, and was curious when he heard the noise. "Tell me." "I'm still Wenbai." "Haha. It can't be Mingming. Right?" Song Shun continued to be silent. Wenbai hadn't finished killing yet, but he also curiously joined the topic. "Yes. Tell me. Tell me. Who is it?" Wenbai was panting heavily. His voice was deep and magnetic. At this moment, the intense panting sounded unexpectedly sexy. Wu Jing couldn't control himself and said in a strange tone, "Huh? Wow." Tu Mingming also thought that Wenbai's voice just now was a little nice. She didn't think much about it, and was curious about Song Shun's question. "Yes. Does it have a familiar face? I have to take notes. Otherwise it will be difficult to kill it if I encounter it later." Song Shun wiped his face helplessly, and spit out the snow in his mouth, and replied in a heavy voice, "It's my father's face. Everyone. Ah, this. How to do this? Sun hits me? Tian gang." Everyone was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Song Shun couldn't help but complain, "I didn't dare to do it at first. When I was a kid, my dad really didn't hold back when he hit me. How could I dare to do that? But if he didn't hit me, he would be buried alive." In desperation, Song Shun resisted angrily. While hitting him, he said sorry to his father. He really didn't want to hit his father. He didn't dare. But if he didn't hit him, he wouldn't survive. Song Shun said at the end, gritted his teeth again. "It was my turn to live broadcast just now. Damn. Everyone." Chapter 129. For a moment, Tu Mingming and the others didn't know whether they should sympathize with Song Shun or not. After wiping his face, Song Shun couldn't help but mutter, "I don't know if my dad will want to beat me after seeing this in real life." Wenbai thought that he couldn't, probably not. Wenbai's panting was still very urgent, and it was obvious that he was still fighting monsters. Wu Jing couldn't help but persuade him, "Captain 1. Don't be distracted. Let's talk about it after we finish fighting." As she spoke, she sorted out her things. She was lucky today. She got a snow wolf. But the meat of the snow wolf is not delicious. The system prompts, it tastes sour and woody. The system does not recommend her to remove the meat, so she is too lazy to waste more time. After eating the purification fruit that removes the debuff and putting away the wolf teeth and wolf skin, Wu Jing hurried back to the snow house. After catching his breath, Wu Jing was a little curious. "Das Hun, can the meat of peacocks be eaten?" Song Shun just returned to the snow house, and heard Wu Jing ask this, and said angrily, "No. I fought for most of the day, and it told me that the meat of peacocks is fishy and woody. That green peacock with a human face must be 400 or 500 kilograms, and the pure meat must be more than 300 kilograms. But it can't be eaten. It's over. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Song Shun would have wanted to go crazy in the snow. But thinking about the food issue, Song Shun soon became obedient and stopped making trouble. When Wu Jing heard that the food for 2 people in their team today was inedible, he hissed softly and asked Tu Mingming unwillingly, Ming Ming, where are yours? Ming Ming was slowly packing up the snow rats in the snow house at this moment. It was too cold outside, and the wind was strong. It was too painful to have the snow hit her body. So, Ming Ming went back to the snow house and packed up slowly. This little thing, about 100 gene, doesn't look long, but has a big frame. Remove the bones. It's estimated that the net meat is 50 to 60 gene. Hearing the teammates ask, Ming Ming coughed and replied, Snow rat. Wu Jing. It's edible. But I don't feel so comfortable. Can't we have something delicious? Isn't the snowfish yesterday good? The bear meat is not bad either. Before Wu Jing had time to wail, he heard Wenbai say, I'm fine here. It's a giant mutant snow rabbit. Wu Jing was interested when he heard it. Giant? Mutated? Is it similar to our real life? After the rabbits in their real life mutate, they can weigh more than 100 kilograms. And each rabbit is tall and strong, with sharp teeth and scary red eyes. Wenbai had just finished beating it and was panting on his knees. In response to this question, he quickly replied, not bad. It should be more than 200 kilograms. And its teeth are very sharp. When I was beating it, I didn't dare to be distracted for a moment, for fear that it would bite my winter clothes. If you encounter it later, be careful. Its teeth will spark when it touches a pickaxe. Everyone. Then it's a metal tooth? Ming Ming took a deep breath after hearing this. While she was picking the meat, she was thinking about the food they had on the snowy plain. It seems that her companion buff is not very useful when killing these snowy creatures. Is it because of the different scenes and restrictions? The system has no prompt for the time being, and Ming Ming doesn't know what's going on. It was not a good idea to go out and try anything now that she was exhausted. She could only slowly explore later. She listened to Wenbai's technical instructions with one mind. These were all creatures she had never encountered before, so she had to listen to her teammates' opinions to avoid being at a disadvantage later. As soon as Wenbai summarized, Song Shun immediately interrupted, Be careful with the peacock's claws. I was almost caught by it. They are very sharp. Wu Jing thought about the characteristics of the snow wolf and reminded them, the wolf's fangs and claws are very sharp. And its temperament is very cunning. Damn. It is worthy of being a wolf. Ming Ming quietly took notes in her mind. This is all a summary of experience. While the few people were talking, Ming Ming had already picked the meat of the snow mouse. There was definitely some waste. The temperature was too low. The freezing speed was also fast. And the tools were not so handy. So it was expected that it would not be clean. Thinking that this was snow mouse meat, Ming Ming thought, it's okay to waste a little. Right? However, thinking that food was scarce in the snowfield, Ming Ming carefully observed the skeleton of the snow mouse and thought to herself, how about making some soup? In fact, she is not particularly picky. It is not easy to eat meat in real life. The game says it is edible, which proves that there is no virus or disease. It is just that the classification of small animals is different, and the meat is still delicious. The more Ming Ming thought about it, the more she felt that it was feasible. And then she dismantled the skeleton. She kept making bangs and bangs, which aroused Wu Jing's curiosity. Ming Ming, what are you doing? Ming Ming told the truth. I dismantled the skeleton of the snow mouse and made soup for lunch. Everyone. Hiss. If this was in the garbage mountain, it would definitely be unpalatable. But in the snowy plains, in an environment where the cold wind pierces the bones and chills the heart, drinking a mouthful of hot soup seems to be a good choice. Song Shun was very excited after hearing this. If the peacocks here were not inedible, he would have wanted to tear apart the peacock skeleton. Broth. It doesn't matter what kind of meat it is, as long as it tastes good. Just close your eyes and drink it. You don't even know how many days you can live. Why do you care so much? Besides, the food is not human. Why panic? Song Shun swallowed his saliva after thinking it through, and whispered, what a pity. There is only bone soup. No other vegetables or anything. Speaking of which, we are in the snowy plains. Can we only eat meat? Ming Ming was also thinking about this question. Wenbai had adjusted his breathing at this time, and was skillfully picking rabbit meat. When he heard Song Shun's question, he quickly said, not necessarily. Or if you want to eat it, there is still a chance. Others? Captain 1. What have you discovered? The three people almost asked out loud. Wenbai naturally understood everyone's doubts. When I was fighting with the snow rabbit, I rolled under a tree and flattened the snow. Then I found fruits under the tree. Yes, you read it right. Those fruits are not grown on the tree, but buried in the snow under the tree. There are not only fruits in the snow, but also mushrooms and moss. I guess there should be plants. Although the snowfield is cold, it is not without plants. There are always some cold-resistant things. I picked up the fruits, but left the mushrooms alone. I had no knowledge of this, and couldn't tell whether they were poisonous or not. So I only picked up the fruits and some green vegetables. Wenbai spent a long time hunting rabbits. But he made some progress in his exploration. As soon as he said this, Songshun cried out twice, then ran out of the igloo. Let me go. I have trees here too. I'll go take a look. I've learned a little about mushrooms. It's not time for him to live stream yet. Seeing that he was going to pick mushrooms, everyone gasped. Dawson, stop it. You can't eat mushrooms randomly. Don't do it. Don't fail in the game, but fail in eating. Help. Silly Dawson. Can you really do it? I don't believe it. Previous second, hee. Next second, no hee. Silly Dawson. Look at what you are doing. Is that something you can do? The comments are all trying to stop Songshun from doing anything. Vegetables and the like are fine, as long as they are not poisonous weeds. The most they taste bad and bitter. Moreover, the number of poisonous grasses in the wild is not particularly large. When Wenbai picked fruits and dug wild vegetables, he noticed that those fruits and wild vegetables had traces of being bitten by animals. He picked or dug those that were bitten. That proved that these things had been eaten by animals, and more than one, so they should not be poisonous. Animals are sometimes more sensitive than humans. They will not touch poisonous things at all. So, Wenbai picked up a lot of them based on this experience. After he processed it, he would send it to Tu Mingming together with the rabbit meat. Hearing that Songshun was going out to pick mushrooms, he wanted to stop him, but was afraid of dampening his enthusiasm. After thinking and sighing, Wenbai finally said nothing. Wu Jing had no more worries and shouted loudly, Dawson, don't mess around. If we pick up poisonous mushrooms, we will all be in trouble. When it comes to picking mushrooms, Wu Jing couldn't help but sigh. If AIE was here, it would be great. Her superpowers are strong, and in order to make up for her superpowers, she has also strengthened her studies. Her understanding of mushrooms and plants is almost to the point of mastering them. After that, Wu Jing shook his head again. Forget it. It's not a good place. Don't let her come. I hope she is fine in reality. Wenbai is not unfamiliar with this person. At this time, when Wu Jing mentioned it, he comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't think too much. Even if she comes in, according to her ability, she should be able to live well. She is a very capable person. Wenbai actually didn't know how to evaluate Luo Yi, the other party. The spiritual world is very powerful. Wenbai thought, even if he entered the game, even if the opponent's force value might not be strong. However, he thought that the opponent could live well in the game. Wu Jing and Luo Yi had cooperated a lot and had a good relationship. Now after hearing what Wenbai said, she sighed. I hope she is doing well in reality. In the game, there are opportunities, but also challenges. Compared with the unknown tomorrow, Wu Jing naturally hopes that the opponent can live well in reality. Everyone heard the conversation between Wu Jing and Wenbai through Songshun's live broadcast room. After listening to this, I felt mixed emotions. The people in the monitoring department looked at Luo Yi, who was broadcasting live on the other side, and couldn't help but sigh. If they can join Luo Yi, that's good. The team will be stronger. That's right. But Luo Yi acted alone in the game, which was completely invisible in reality before. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the monitoring department was silent for a while. Finally, the elder said in a hoarse voice, this is also a kind of stress for her. It seems that she has recovered, but there is always a knot in her heart. Chapter 130. Tu Mingming didn't know Luo Yi, so she couldn't discuss it with him, and she was very busy at the moment. After packing up the skeleton of the snow mouse, she went out with a pickaxe. Wenbai said that there might be fruit under the tree, so Tu Mingming prepared to go out and take a look. Her snow house was built behind a rock, and she remembered that there were two trees next to each other behind the rock. I don't know if there will be fruit there. Tu Mingming struggled forward in the snowfield while carefully identifying the direction. The snow, which was already above the knees, made walking extremely difficult, especially when the wind blew. The snowflakes hit the body, which was getting more and more painful. The temperature at this time was not as exaggerated as the first day they came to the snowfield. But the wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing people's hearts cold. Tu Mingming moved hard for a long time against the howling cold wind, and finally came to the two trees she had seen before. The plants on the snowfield had a particularly hard time growing. The two trees were not too tall, only more than 10 meters, not very thick, and a small part of them was buried in the snow. The heavy snow made the two trees look lonely and small in the snowy plain. Tu Mingming walked for a long time without encountering any danger, but she did not give up her vigilance. She kept using a pickaxe to help herself clear the way, tamp down the remaining light snow, and then walked forward. She walked forward step by step, looking back from time to time. The return route was covered with snow again. After a few minutes, that area was covered tightly again. If she wanted to go back, she had to clear the way again. It's difficult. Every step in the snowfield is difficult. Tu Mingming retracted her gaze, took a breath, and gritted her teeth to finish the last few steps. She was not sure if there would be anything under the two trees. If not, then she would need to go further away. But that would be in the afternoon. She had almost exhausted her physical strength in the morning. Without it, it would be difficult to walk in the snowfield. The farther the tree. Tu Mingming looked around. It must be at least dozens of meters away from her. Now she needs to work hard to walk a few meters. And to walk dozens of meters. She really needs to eat a hot lunch and replenish her energy before going. Tu Mingming quickly put aside these distracting thoughts and began to clear the snow under the tree with a pickaxe. She dared to use force on the top. But as the snow became less and less, more and more of the bottom was exposed. So Tu Mingming tried to hold back as much force as possible. She was afraid that there was something underneath, and it would be broken by her force. After the thick layers of snow were peeled off, a piece of tender green was revealed inside. There really is something. The amazing thing is, in such a cold environment, those plants and fruits are not frozen. Yes, they are not frozen. Tu Mingming raised her hand and touched them. Maybe the snow covering them was dug up, so they are slowly freezing. Now that there is no convenient backpack, Tu Mingming took out the leather clothes made by Song Shun, tied them up simply, and used them as temporary pockets. The fruits under the tree look like green apples, but they are not big. Tu Mingming was not sure, but she observed carefully. There were two mostly eaten remains not far away. They were probably eaten by some birds or rodents. One was pecked by a sharp beak, and the other was probably gnawed by something. Anyway, there were not many left. I think it was delicious and not poisonous, so it was eaten by other small animals. Seeing this scene, Tu Mingming started to pick it up quickly. Obtained snow green fruit *1. Companion reward, mountaineering bag *1. As soon as she picked up the first fruit, Tu Mingming heard the system prompt. After fighting monsters for 2 days, Tu Mingming thought that her companion buff was not useful in this scene. As a result, it is useful. Moreover, it gave a backpack. Given a backpack when Tu Mingming needed it most. Although Tu Mingming needs a lot of things now, the backpack is indeed the most needed material at the moment. Because she didn't have a backpack with her, the things fell directly on the snow. After a while, a thin layer of snow fell on the place where Tu Mingming had opened it. She moved faster. She put her leather jacket back on, then opened her school bag and started picking fruits. Get 1 snow green fruit. Companion reward, retro heater *1. Get 1 snow green fruit. Companion reward, sharp dagger *1. A total of 12 intact fruits were picked up by Tu Mingming, and the companion reward was naturally 12 times. From backpacks to small socks. Although it cannot be said that there is everything, the variety is complete. At least for someone who has lost the backpack signal and has nothing to use. These things are still very good. However, the clothes and socks are ordinary and have no cold protection effect. Tu Mingming is not disappointed. This thing can at least add a layer of protection to herself when worn outside the cold-proof clothes. As long as the cold-proof clothes are not torn, her survival in the snowfield is still guaranteed. After picking up the fruits, Tu Mingming looked at the plants again. To be honest, I didn't recognize any of them, and I didn't see any signs of being eaten. Dig? Or not? The flying snow hit her body, forcing Tu Mingming to stand up and adjust her position, trying to avoid the wind as much as possible, at least not to be hit so painfully. After standing up and squatting down again, Tu Mingming had already made a decision. Dig. What if there are companions? Thinking of this, Tu Mingming started. It was easy to pick up fruits, as they seemed to have fallen and were buried in the snow. She just needed to reach out and pick them up. However, plants could not be picked up. They were rooted in the snow. It was freezing cold, and the ground was frozen solid. Tu Mingming tried to pick it up with a pickaxe at first, but it didn't move. In desperation, she stood up and swung the pickaxe heavily like she was mining, and it landed on the ground with a bang. Great! She finally moved it. A plant was dug out with frozen mud, and Tu Mingming picked it up. Obtained snow primrose *1. Slightly poisonous. Not recommended for consumption. Companion reward, steak frying pan *1. This is a kind of grass that cannot be eaten. However, because there is a companion, Tu Mingming decided to dig some more. Moreover, it is slightly poisonous, and the system reminds her that it cannot be eaten. She cannot eat it. But it does not say that she cannot smear it on a pickaxe and use it as her weapon. Although it is only slightly poisonous, the effect on small animals is still unknown. However, you can try it. What if it can save time and effort? But it doesn't seem to be very useful unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, if this thing gets on meat, it will easily contaminate the meat. So, if you encounter meat that is not suitable for consumption, such as human-faced green peacocks or snow wolf, you don't mind taking it out and using it. Tu Mingming made a decision quickly and continued to dig. He dug up this area clean. Dug 13 snow primroses and 2 mushrooms, although Tu Mingming couldn't tell the types of mushrooms. However, the system has a reminder. If that doesn't work, you can use them as poison. Cook them together, and then apply them to the pickaxe. These 2 mushrooms are very big. Each one is the size of Tu Mingming's palm, and they are non-toxic. Snow Dream Mushroom, non-toxic. Delicious. Edible. Non-toxicity is the most important thing. Tu Mingming happily dug them up and took a photo. She didn't find any other mushrooms under these 2 trees. So, let's take a photo of what the non-toxic mushrooms look like and show it to your friends. After digging all this area is already bald. Actually, you can go around and dig on the other side of the tree. But the wind on the snowfield is getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, the things will freeze after being dug out. Tu Mingming thought she should go back to get some lunch and replenish her energy, and then decide in the afternoon whether to come or not. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming packed her backpack and then hurried to the snow house step by step. Layers of snow covered the road she came from. If Tu Mingming wanted to go back, she needed to use a pickaxe to open a new path. This tossing and turning consumed a lot of her physical strength. When she returned to the snow house, it was almost 12 noon. This trip to dig fruits took her almost 2 hours. After returning, Tu Mingming was panting with exhaustion. The team voice was always on, and the teammates didn't talk often. The climate in the snowfield was so bad that every word you said could make you breathe in a lot of cold air. If you weren't in the snow house or the safe house, no one would say a word. At this time, Tu Mingming was breathing heavily, and so was Wu Jing. Wen Bai had picked the fruits in advance, so the situation seemed fine for the time being. He sent the things to Tu Mingming, and then waited obediently for dinner. There were still some buns that Tu Mingming had given him before, but not many. Wen Bai could actually eat the buns after heating them up. But if there were other options, he would eat buns at night. Eating buns every day, no matter how delicious it was unbearable. Hearing everyone's panting, Wen Bai asked worriedly, "Are you all okay?" Tu Mingming had just come back and was resting on the folding bed. When Wen Bai asked, she replied first, "I went to dig some fruits and spent a lot of time on the way back and forth. The rest was fine, and nothing hit or bit me. It seems that it is not easy to encounter creatures on the snowfield." Tu Mingming went out for about 2 hours and did not encounter any other dangerous species. This made Tu Mingming wonder, "Captain Wen, do you think? Is it a system setting? 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon every day. If they kill this dangerous creature, will the snowfield no longer be dangerous?" Wen Bai had a similar idea. "I think it should be. Let's observe for another day." However, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon are probably the ones that are more difficult for us to deal with and have debuffs. It's hard to say whether the system will randomly release other small animals later. When they were in the mine, they were quite safe at first. Didn't they often fight monsters when they disagreed with each other later? So, The situation on the snowfield. It's hard to say. Chapter 131. Wu Jing and Song Shun also brought back fruit soon. Song Shun was quite happy. Haha. There are a lot of mushrooms. But I only know 2 kinds. So I picked them all. Wu Jing chose fruits and didn't even dare to dig wild vegetables. I'm a little afraid to dig wild vegetables that can grow in the ice and snow. And they don't look delicious. Tu Mingming was a little confused after hearing this. She thought, even if she didn't know at first, the system would remind her after she dug it up. She was confused. So she just asked directly, others? Ah? Wu Jing scratched his head. Ours is not like this. When we entered the small dungeon in the garbage mountain before, the system would remind us of some things. But today's fruits and wild vegetables are all gone. I dug a wild vegetable and looked at it. But the system didn't remind me. Song Shun was in a similar situation. Mine didn't have any either. I dug mushrooms, and the system just told me what it was called. Wenbai was the same. But compared to the other 2 people who looked confused, he thought more. Ming Ming. What you mean is that after you dug it, the system reminded you whether it was poisonous or not. After hearing what Wu Jing and Song Shun said, Tu Mingming guessed whether this was related to her recently awakened superpowers. When she heard Wenbai's question, she didn't hide it and admitted it openly, yes. But there was no corresponding reminder for the fruit I picked up. I don't know if it was. Before she finished speaking, Tu Mingming suddenly thought of something. That is, when she picked the fruit, she carefully observed it and assumed that the fruit was edible. Therefore, the system did not remind her. However, when she dug weeds and mushrooms, she was thinking about whether these things were edible. Are they poisonous? She was uncertain about these 2 things. Therefore, the system gave a hint? Could it be for this reason? Tu Mingming didn't understand. But there were so many people in her team. So she asked generously. In this regard, Wenbai cautiously reminded her, we can observe this next time. Don't jump to conclusions. But it is probably related to your superpowers. After all, we don't have it. Only you have it. So this should be the reason. But don't let your guard down. After hearing this, Wu Jing's eyes widened. Oh my god. Isn't our Ming Ming's wish come true? Song Shun? Really? He wants it too. Wenbai said helplessly, that's not the case. It's just that there are some advantages in food. If you return to reality and your superpowers are still there, then Ming Ming can enter the logistics and become a technical talent in the future, which will facilitate us to detect whether there are signs of mutation in the newly grown plants everywhere. At this point, Wenbai frowned slightly and whispered, but you have to pick it to know. It's a bit troublesome. Tu Mingming didn't think so much before. After being analyzed by her teammates, she couldn't help but think. Before, her ability was that she could get a random buff after eating food. But later, she worked hard to make the attributes follow her wishes and fix them directly. So, when picking food, I want to know whether it is poisonous or safe. Can it be like before? Tu Mingming decided that she could try it in the afternoon. There were trees a little further away, but there were still some trees on the other side of the area she had dug out in the morning. So Tu Mingming was not ready to go far away for the time being. The 4 people were busy with their work while discussing. Wu Jing didn't know how to make clothes, so she sent the snow wolf skin to Song Shun, who was cutting the skin and making clothes at the moment. The peacock meat was not delicious, but all the feathers were given to Song Shun. Song Shun sorted out the fine hair and prepared to do something with it. Don't ask what animal's hair it is. Just ask if it is warm. Right? Unfortunately, the quantity is too small. Not even enough for a piece of clothing. At most it is a small pillow or a small cushion. However, it is better than nothing. Tu Mingming is cooking. For lunch, they will have snow mouse meat today. Bear meat that was not finished yesterday. And some mushrooms and fruits to make it fresh. They can't eat meat all the time without taking in any plants. If it goes on for a long time, their bodies will not be able to bear it. So, mushrooms and fruits are okay. Plants are not okay. The plants that Wenbai said before, when they arrived at Tu Mingming, she could check the corresponding system prompts, all of which were slightly poisonous and could not be eaten. They could not be eaten, but they could be used. Tu Mingming sent the steak frying pan to Wenbai and asked Team when to start making poison balls. The lunch of the 4 people was hot meat soup with the meat buns that were not finished yesterday. They all tried to heat it up, and it was still edible. Tu Mingming used the universal kitchen utensils to boil some water. Of course, She didn't use the snow water from the snowfield, because it tasted too bitter. She would only choose it when she had no other choice. Tu Mingming used the tap water in the safe house. The water problem was solved. But the food problem, for many players, it is simply unsolvable. The safe house has its own power system and gas. But the premise is, they must have kitchenware. Some people don't know how to cook in real life. Before there was a mall, they could just eat ready-made food, which was not a hassle at all. So, buy a pot? That's impossible. Now there is only a bare stove in the safe house. And there are no tools to cook. At this time, in the trading hall, some people are asking for ingredients. And some are asking for kitchen utensils. Friday goes to jump into the sea. If it doesn't work, a dog bowl will do. Help. Nanlu Zio Huikan, ha ha ha. Front row. I suspect you are hinting at something. There seems to be only one person who keeps a dog here? Tu Mingming? While she was drinking the broth, she looked at the exchange hall and saw this news. So, she is the only one who has a dog? Juyelu, if it doesn't work, just roast it on the stove. Isn't that how you roast it outdoors? Su Yezi, when conditions are tough, don't be too picky. You can make do with a dog food bowl. So why can't this be used? CZZA. So I am the only one who discovered that our electricity and water power are used to defend the safe house. Didn't you guys see that? Our materials are all locked in our backpacks. Damn. This is a bullshit game. Someone broke the reality. Yes. The water and electricity in the safe house are still running because they consume the defense value of their safe house. Once it drops too much, the safe house will also leak. Seeing this message, Wu Jing slapped his thigh fiercely. Oh my god. Let's drink snow water in the future. It's bitter, but I think it's okay. Ming. Check if it's poisonous. If it's not poisonous, you can drink it. If the backpack is not unlocked for a long time, can they continue to rob Peter to pay Paul? Tu Mingming also thought of this problem. When Wu Jing asked, she was busy thinking and grabbed a handful of snow in her hand. Snowflakes, non-toxic, edible, bitter and astringent. She had grabbed so much snow before, but the system didn't remind her. Now she has it in her hand. Looking at this incredible scene, Tu Mingming was stunned for a long time. She thought about the results of her previous efforts. And now she began to think about how to get a reminder from the system without touching it. Just observing it. Tu Mingming drank soup and practiced at the same time. And did not forget to reply Wu Jing, don't worry, Sister Jing. It's not poisonous and can be eaten. But it's bitter. Wu Jing was relieved after hearing this. It's okay. I've eaten wild grass before. And there's no problem at all. Song Shun also echoed over there. It's better to be bitter. Bitterness can reduce heat. When by, it's snowy and cold. And your heart hasn't cooled down yet? But don't say such words that will dampen the morale of your teammates. Tu Mingming practiced for a whole afternoon and got nothing. She was not in a hurry. If superpowers are so easy to obtain, change, or upgrade, then wouldn't everyone have superpowers? So, take your time. She definitely hasn't grasped the key points yet. After eating and taking a short rest, Tu Mingming said something to her teammates and decided to take the initiative. If there is a creature in the snow that needs to be killed in the morning and afternoon, this piece of snowfield is safe. Then they have to kill sooner or later. And the sooner they kill, the sooner they will be done. They can also go to the tree to get something back. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming shook the pickaxe in her hand. With more than 50 durability left, it shouldn't be a problem to kill a small monster. Unfortunately, the artifact to repair the pickaxe is still in the backpack. And the number of times the pickaxe can be used every day is really limited. Even if the small monsters are refreshed later, they can't all be killed with the pickaxe. Otherwise the durability will drop so quickly. Fortunately, she already has a dagger. This is good news. It would be even better if she had a machete. The dagger is still too small, and she doesn't have much experience in close combat. However, if there are no conditions, not being picky is also a kind of understanding. Tu Mingming moved carefully to the tree. She thought, if there are no monsters, she will go to pick up food first. If there are monsters, kill them first. It is best to do it in parallel to save time. The wind seemed to be stronger in the afternoon. Even if it was not rolling snow, it would hurt a lot when it hit the body directly. At this moment, Tu Mingming began to envy when Bai, the other party, changed into a thick winter coat and wore it directly on his body. Although Wenbai said that it was a little inconvenient to move. At least it didn't hurt, and it was very resistant to falling. However, it was useless to think about these things now. The backpack couldn't be opened again. It was really terrible. Tu Mingming took a breath. The air she breathed in through the mask, and the mouth mask was still very cold. Tu Mingming shuddered and then crossed the pickaxe across her chest. She walked more than 4 meters smoothly, and thought that her afternoon was smooth. As a result, the nearly 3-meter-tall bear directly became a roadblock. The snow bear was covered with white fur, with only a little light gray at the tip of its tail to prevent it from blending in with the white snow. This bear was really strong. It was really tall and strong. Tu Mingming wondered if she could beat it. Chapter 132. For Tu Mingming, she had no choice from the moment she saw the bear, because the debuff had been forcibly attached to her. Chaos, going crazy once a minute for 3 seconds. Tu Mingming. The bear went crazy? It was quite fitting. Tu Mingming exhaled, then moved the pickaxe to a more convenient position, and then tried to attack. It didn't mean that the bear would not move if she stood still. Bears can run. It just turned around and walked away with its big paws. The other party was so big that its steps pressed into the snow, making a harsh squeak, and the whole snow was shaking. Tu Mingming couldn't help but wonder, did the other party land here directly? There was no movement before. Song Shun had killed a snow bear yesterday and had some experience. He said that bears are a little clumsy because of their size, and their IQ is not very high, compared with the green peacock and the snow wolf. It is okay to say that the bear is a fool. However, we cannot look down on it because of this. Small animals have their own wisdom to survive, and underestimating the enemy will only make them die more miserably. However, they can use the bear's low IQ and clumsy body to deal with the opponent. Flying a kite is a good choice. However, before deciding to fly a kite, you must also think about the way out, because it really consumes physical strength. Song Shun chose to fly a kite because of his lack of fighting power, which made him so tired that he collapsed on the ground. The good news is that it succeeded. The bad news is that it was too tiring. So, he reminded everyone yesterday that they must choose carefully. If they have enough strength, don't choose kites. If it's flat ground, it's okay. But running in the snow is really deadly. Tu Mingming's fighting ability may not be as good as Song Shun. So, apart from kites, she seems to have no other way. Hard fight? Are you kidding? 100 pounds against more than 2,000 pounds? Who is crazy? Seeing that the snow bear was about to leave, Tu Mingming waved a pickaxe and stepped forward to provoke. Tu Mingming needs to provoke and draw hatred first. Otherwise the snow bear will ignore her and turn around with only a debuff. Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe and hit the snow bear's thick thigh directly. She couldn't really hit other places. In the snow, even running and jumping were difficult. She could jump up and hit the snow bear's belly, but that would only consume more energy. So, it's better to save it for a while, because she will need to kite later. Tu Mingming was unsure, and the palm of the hand holding the pickaxe was slightly sweaty. However, it soon stained the gloves and then disappeared. Tu Mingming's provocation was perfect, because she hit the snow bear's leg and made it bleed. With such thick skin and fur, she actually hit it and made it bleed? Tu Mingming was shocked. However, she soon found that it was not entirely because of her collision. It was because the snow bear was already injured, and she was lucky enough to hit the other party's wound directly, causing the wound, which was originally not big, to open again. Roar! This directly angered the snow bear. The huge body of the other party had already turned around, but now it roared loudly and turned back, because the other party was bulky. It was not very fast when running, and it was also very heavy. However, the snowflakes were flying everywhere, and they flew directly into Tu Mingming's eyes. There was already a layer of snow on the windproof mask. Tu Mingming pushed it away while being alert and preparing for the kite. Closer. Closer. Seeing the snow bear approaching, Tu Mingming rolled on the spot and almost got stuck in the snow. However, she quickly got up and ran around. The huge size of the snow bear made the snow flattened or compacted wherever it went, which made it easier for Tu Mingming to fight. She didn't need to step on the thick snow and explore the way before moving forward. Now she only needed to swing the pickaxe and go around, get behind the snow bear, and shoot at the opponent's injured leg. And it would be a shot. Tu Mingming used up all her strength, and when the snow bear turned around and roared, she ran forward again. Yesterday, Song Shun had tools, so it was relatively easy to kite. Tu Mingming had a crossbow in her backpack, but she couldn't take it out. So, what she could do was to take advantage of the snow bear's clumsiness and the time difference when it turned around so quickly, and attack the opponent again and again. Yes, such attacks do consume a lot of physical energy. After just 2 moves, Tu Mingming was already panting with exhaustion. Running in the snow is no easier than running on flat ground, and the low temperature is also rapidly consuming Tu Mingming's physical strength. But facing such a huge beast, Tu Mingming has no better choice. She even has only a dagger given when she picked up food, except for the pickaxe, and nothing else that can make her fight more convenient. Pot? If it is a small animal, it's okay, but a large one has no killing power at all. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming took a deep breath, and the cold breath inhaled into her mouth made Tu Mingming shudder again, which also made her more energetic. The snow bear was enraged and roared again. The snow not far away rustled, and the snowflakes nearby were blown more by the cold wind. Tu Mingming was afraid that if the snow bear roared like this, there would be avalanche? If there was an avalanche, Tu Mingming would most likely not survive. There was no place to escape here. Safe house. If you are buried in the snow, can you still crawl out? Tu Mingming didn't know. However, if there was an avalanche, you would definitely have to try the safe house. At this moment, Tu Mingming didn't want to think about anything else. She just wanted to kill the bear in front of her. And, as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the way it roared, Tu Mingming was really afraid that the snowfield would collapse again. The snow bear turned around, and Tu Mingming turned around too. Go around and hit it. The snow bear got angry, roared, and turned around. Tu Mingming went around again and hit it again. Every time, Tu Mingming went all out and gave 100% of her strength. The snow bear's wound was not big originally, and its skin was very thick, so it was not easy to break through. But if the body is already injured, then on the basis of the original wound, the snow bear can't stand repeated collisions. After Tu Mingming found that there was a trick, she kept hitting the point and kept exerting force. During this process, she had to endure 3 seconds of madness every minute. In those 3 seconds, she lost all her rationality and didn't know what she did. In the first minute and 3 seconds, when Tu Mingming reacted, she had a pickaxe in one hand and a dagger in the other, and the dagger smelled of blood. The snow bear standing not far from her had a new wound on its paw. I don't know how I stabbed it when I was crazy, but I broke the snow bear's new defense. This made Tu Mingming begin to doubt whether her fighting power was so terrible when she was crazy. She tried for a minute but couldn't break the defense. But she did it in 3 seconds when she was crazy? It's terrible. Too terrible. At this time, Tu Mingming didn't even know whether the snow bear was more terrible or she was more terrible when she was crazy. However, her fighting power was still good when she was crazy, although she knew that she was irrational when she went crazy. Tu Mingming kept reminding herself, even if she went crazy, she had to fight. And the most important thing was to protect herself. During the 3 seconds of the second minute, Tu Mingming's dagger broke the defense of the snow bear's other paw. Tu Mingming, I want to go crazy. If she went crazy for a minute, she might be able to kill the snow bear in less than 10 minutes. Right? However, going crazy also has disadvantages. That is the crazy consumption of physical energy. The moment she woke up, Tu Mingming felt pain all over her body and was panting heavily. At this time, the teen's voice channel was full of panting sounds. It was obvious that everyone was fighting and no one was talking. Occasionally, you could hear the national quintessence of Song Shun or Wu Jing. Anyway, the curses were very dirty, but because of the strong wind and the low voice, it sounded a little distorted. Tu Mingming was almost silent. Even when she was crazy, she had no sound. The same was true for Wen Bai. Tu Mingming felt that Wen Bai was worthy of being their captain, as he was very stable. Even when he was extremely angry, he never cursed. Just as she was thinking this, Tu Mingming went crazy again. She was crazy, with amazing speed and courage. The 2 bear paws had been broken, and she couldn't reach any higher place. So, the crazy Tu Mingming was still stabbing the bear paws. 3 seconds later, Tu Mingming woke up and saw that there was no new place on the snow bear that was broken. So she couldn't help but be more cautious. Could it be that her fighting power decreased when she went crazy? Not sure. But it didn't affect her madness. Soon, the next 3 seconds came again. 3 seconds and 3 seconds. Once every minute. Although Tu Mingming didn't know anything when she went crazy. But the final result was good. Half an hour later, the 2 bare paws had been cut off by the crazy Tu Mingming. Yes, cut off. Tu Mingming, who woke up, looked at this scene and was stunned. This! Didn't she know that her fighting potential was so strong? However, my arms and legs hurt so much. She seriously suspected that this was a side effect of using the ultimate skill. However, it was useful. The snow bear lost its ability to move because its paw was cut. But it did not lose its ability to fight. It was still strong and could turn around despite the pain. It might be because the temperature was too low and the blood coagulated quickly. So the snow bear's pain was reduced a lot. If the pain was not strong, it would not particularly affect its fighting ability. It still had to cut a new wound. The wound will only hurt if the blood is flowing. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming rushed again. Soon, a new 3 seconds of madness came again. This time, the crazy Tu Mingming cut the bear paw again. She seemed to have collided with the bear paw. Even if the paw was gone, she could continue to cut. Who said that the place connected to the bear paw cannot be a bear paw? So, what are you afraid of? Just cut it. Chapter 133. The snow bear's paw was cut off. But it was still very strong. After all, its size was there. Even a roar could bring up a piece of flying snow, hitting Tu Mingming's body. Layers of snow fell on Tu Mingming's windproof mask, which she repeatedly wiped off with her hands, and then fell again. Her hands did not stop. And after wiping the mask, she went to cut the bear's paw. Tu Mingming also tried to give herself a hint during the 3 seconds of madness. Cut the bear's paw. There is no need to attack other places. The snow bear's movements are already restricted. Just cut the bear's paw. 1 minute. 3 seconds of madness. 2 minutes. 6 seconds of madness. This feeling is very strange. How to say it? There is an illusion that I may not be a human. However, the progress is also gratifying. After more than 40 minutes, Tu Mingming finally gave the last cut to the snow bear, which was only left with 1 breath. Obtained items: bear skin *1, bear gall *1. Bear meat is delicious. You can try to cut it off and taste it. Seeing the originally white snow bear turned into pink flesh and collapsed on the white snow, Tu Mingming was so tired that she sat down on the ground. Before she sat down, she carefully looked at the situation on the ground, making sure there were no icicles or anything like that would damage her winter clothes. After making sure there was nothing, she sat down directly. At this time, Tu Dazhuang sneaked out of the snow, sniffed the bear's paw gently, and found that it was a bit fishy, and then quietly went back into the snow. Tu Mingming looked at this scene with a wry smile. I don't know if it was affected by the climate, but as time went by, Tu Dazhuang looked depressed and would occasionally burrow into the snow. Tu Mingming suspected that it was cold, but the backpack was out of contact, and there was no extra winter clothing for it. Tu Dazhuang didn't like to wear the leather jacket made by Song Shun, which made Tu Mingming helpless and worried. But thinking about Tu Dazhuang's energetic appearance when he was eating, I felt relieved. There should be no problem with a dog that eats actively. Right? In the voice channel, no one was in a hurry to speak, for fear of disturbing teammates. Tu Mingming sat there, rested for a while, then crawled over and started cutting bear meat. This meat must be nearly 2,000 kilograms, and it would probably take a long time to cut. She had to finish cutting it before it was frozen solid. Fortunately, there is a dagger now, which is much more useful than the previous pickaxe. The dagger is sharp, and Tu Mingming still needs to be careful not to cut her gloves. Gloves? There is only 1 pair. It took an hour to kill the bear, and more than 2 hours to cut the meat. Tu Mingming was so numb from cutting the meat. She cut the remaining meat stiffly and mechanically. Not only that, when she regained her strength, she picked up the pickaxe and dismantled the skeleton. This thing should be very nutritious when stewed in soup. Right? It took 3 hours to clean up the whole bear. Tu Mingming sent the bear meat back to the igloo again and again, not wanting to put all her eggs in one basket. Tu Mingming summoned a safe house and put some of the meat in the refrigerator of the safe house. She still has time for the safe house today, and it would be a waste if she doesn't use it. So, put it in first. Half of the afternoon has passed, just to kill a bear. But the harvest is still very good. Bear skin is a very good raw material for making clothes. Bear gall is a special medicinal material, and the system's description mentions excellent effect. Unfortunately, it is overweight and cannot be set back to reality for the time being. After everything was sorted out, Tu Mingming wiped off the snow on the windproof mask and walked towards the big tree with a slightly heavy step. She also wants to dig fruits and mushrooms. It's not that the supplies are not enough. She is greedy for the companions over there. If you can't drop companions when killing monsters, you can only pick fruits. If you drop more companions, you can see if you can get more supplies. Tu Mingming rolled and crawled hard, and finally came to the two trees in the morning. Of course, this time she changed to the other side. After peeling off the layers of snow, the tender green fruits underneath were revealed. Tu Mingming picked up all the fruits, a total of 22. Then, there were mushrooms, 3 in total. This time, after picking them up, the system reminded that this thing was not poisonous. It seems that my supernatural power has not improved. Looking at this prompt, Tu Mingming muttered to herself. She did not let go of the remaining wheats and the like. Seeing that the pickaxe still had durability, she swung it and started digging. Tu Mingming did not stop until the pickaxe had only 4 points of durability left. She used a dagger to pick out the remaining weeds or wild vegetables. During the process, her hands were rubbed and hurt. But Tu Mingming did not care. As long as the gloves were not worn out, she didn't really care whether it hurt or not. 22 green fruits brought Tu Mingming 22 kinds of companions. Among the companions, medicines were the most. Almost all of them were cold medicines, antipyretics, and antibiotics. The most important thing was frostbite cream. 12 tubes of this thing dropped. Each tube was 100 g large capacity, which was the most dropped thing among the green fruit companions. However, if it was really frostbite in the wild, these things couldn't be applied to too many places. 3 mushrooms, and mineral water. 3 boxes in total. 36 bottles in total. Each bottle is 1 liter. Now that there is no backpack, it is convenient to take it anytime and anywhere. Tu Mingming hesitated for a while between transporting it back in batches, selling it, or giving it to friends, and then decided to split the mineral water and ask her friends if it is convenient to receive it. While sorting out the companion weeds, Tu Mingming loudly asked her teammates, "Is it convenient for you to receive mineral water? I have some unexpected gains here." Wenbai had just finished killing the snowflake fish, and he was so tired that he lay motionless on the snow. Hearing Tu Mingming's voice, Wenbai blinked, sat up suddenly, wiped off the snow on the windshield, and began to cut the fish meat. While replying to Tu Mingming, "Keep the water source for yourself first, and we will ask you for it when we need it." Wenbai was afraid that Tu Mingming would be stupid and send all the supplies away. Then, he would be hungry and embarrassed. What should he do? Little girls must be thin-skinned. Song Shun didn't say anything, just groaned twice. It was heard that he might have hit a critical point, and it was inconvenient to reply to them. Wu Jing replied loudly at the top of his voice, "Not for the time being. Damn. It's killing me. Go to hell." I don't know what she played this afternoon, but it must have been quite difficult. Right? Tu Mingming's snow bears have been killed, but these 2 people haven't been killed yet. That thing is probably quite big. Tu Mingming quickly explained that there was a lot of water here, and it was not easy to take it to the snow house. She stored some in the safe house, and there was still a box left, which she wanted to share with her friends. After hearing what she said, Wenbai nodded and said, "Okay, send it to me first, and I'll give it to them later. They probably can't handle it now. Even if they give it, they won't be able to receive it. If it's buried in the snow, it will be wasted." Tu Mingming thought so too, and hurriedly sent the remaining box of water to Wenbai. This is the only big item given by the companion, and the others are relatively small, especially the medicines, which are all in boxes or plates, which can be stuffed into the backpack. The companions given by wild grass and vegetables are mostly ready-made instant food, dry bread, sausages, steaks, chicken fillets, and the like. The largest portion of pickled pepper chicken feet was 500 g, but it was very solid, with only a few small pickled peppers as decoration, and the rest were chicken feet, with very little water, just a little bit to keep the chicken feet moist. Tu Mingming packed up her things and carefully searched under the tree again, and found that there was nothing missing. So she went back. This afternoon's consumption was too great, and Tu Mingming was exhausted. She finally half crawled and half walked back to the snow house. After returning, She rested for half a day, and then recovered a little strength. She first ate a dry bread, gave 2 steaks, turned the all-purpose kitchenware into a kettle, heated the mineral water, and took out the box of milk tea that fell from the wild grass companion. There were a total of 12 milk teas, all with vanilla flavor. At this moment, a pack of fragrant and warm milk tea was the best soothing agent for Tu Mingming in the ice and snow. While drinking, Tu Mingming made a cup for Wenbai and sent it over. Thanks to myself for my crazy internal role in the mine. I saved so many points. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to send things to my teammates so generously now. There are 2 sets of water cups in Tu Mingming's safe house. A total of 16. At that time, it was because there was a safe house. And the cups in the mall were so beautiful and very cheap. So I bought them. 2 sets of cups. One is ceramic and the other is glass. Both are high temperature resistant. So it's no problem to put a cup of milk tea. Wenbai is now still picking fish. This fish is bigger than the one Wu Jing killed before. Moreover, snowflakes are falling at this time. And the snow falls on the fish meat, which accelerates the freezing of the fish meat. And the work of picking meat becomes more and more difficult. Looking at the milk tea set by Tu Mingming, Wenbai was stunned. Mingming, where did you get the milk tea? Tu Mingming actually hesitated whether to tell others about the companionship. Wenbai had told her before that some cards don't need to be known to others, even to the most trusted people. So, Tu Mingming hesitated for a while, and then said vaguely, "Lucky." She didn't tell the truth. Wenbai just asked out of curiosity, and now he understood that Tu Mingming was not convenient to say, so he didn't ask any more questions. It is really comfortable to drink a cup of milk tea in the snow. Moreover, the milk tea is still hot. In such an environment, it is steaming hot, and the feeling is very refreshing. Wu Jing had just killed the creatures this afternoon, and the whole person was not feeling well. When she heard about milk tea, Wu Jing's eyes lit up instantly. Milk tea. Hearing her talk, Tu Mingming quickly sent her a cup. After receiving the milk tea, Wu Jing was so excited that she almost cried. Wu! Too tired. Too tired. Damn. I almost died of exhaustion. I met a snow bull. More than 2,000 pounds. More exaggerated than snowflake fish. And the fighting power is fucking strong. Every 10 minutes, I will be forced to turn into a bull. And I can only run but not fight. Damn. I really... Okay. The following is the familiar Chinese quintessence. I am quite used to it after hearing it so many times. Song Shun was still panting heavily, and occasionally swearing. Judging from the noise, he probably hadn't finished fighting yet. Wu Jing had just finished killing, and the cow hide and horns were already in his hands. The only thing left was this piece of beef with just the right amount of fat and lean. These are all high-quality proteins, Wu Jing thought. Even if she had to crawl, she had to get these things back. They were having a full cow banquet tonight, and no one could stop them. However, if she could drink a cup of milk tea before working, she felt that she would be happier. Chapter 134. Wenbai and Wu Jing drank milk tea quickly. In the icy and snowy environment, drinking a cup of steaming hot milk tea seemed to make them say goodbye to all the dangers and despair. Although, it was only temporary. Wu Jing enjoyed it for 2 minutes, then quickly drank the milk tea and started to cut the meat. For such a big snow cow, it would probably take dark to finish cutting the meat. Right? Wu Jing did not dare to be idle at all, and started to move quickly. She thought that she didn't need to let go of the cow bones, and she would make soup directly later. It's so cold. It's suitable to drink some hot broth. When Wu Jing was deboning the fish skillfully, Song Shun finally finished beating it. He yelled, and then lay on the ground motionless. Wenbai was worried. He had already deboned the fish, and had already picked out the fish bones with a pickaxe. He also sent a few to Tu Mingming and Wu Jing. When he heard Song Shun's movement, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong? What do you need?" Song Shun yelled twice, "Damn it. I've never killed something so hard to kill. Snow turtle. Fucking snow turtle. Just listen to the name, and you will know how hard it is to kill. It took me 2 hours to break its shell. Although the turtle shell given at the end is indeed an excellent mechanical material. However, the fight for several hours was also particularly sad." Song Shun roared and explained to everyone how difficult it was to kill the snow turtle. The problem is, there is nothing else that can be reused except the turtle shell and turtle eggs. Turtle meat? The system said it was fishy and unpalatable. Song Shun gave up decisively, and lay down without picking any meat. After complaining to his teammates, Song Shun got up swiftly and prepared to go back to the snow house. While he was struggling to crawl, he panted and said to his teammates, "We can't do this now. We haven't moved for 2 days. How can we get out of the snowfield? Isn't this different from climbing over the garbage mountain? If it's the garbage mountain, they can move the mountain in the same place. But, to get out of the snowfield, could it be that they dug all the snow? The question is, where to dig?" Tu Mingming and the others are also thinking about this. She is even planning to use the extra time in the safe house every day to move forward tomorrow. Even if the direction is wrong, at least we have moved. There is really no progress if we stay here every day. Wenbai also thought about it. But Wu Jing didn't think so much. She was waiting to copy the answer. At this time, he heard Song Shun's cry. And Wu Jing thought for a while and asked, "How about we start tomorrow?" Wenbai thought it was okay. "I will summarize the animals we encountered in the past 2 days in the evening, so that we can have some advantages when we move forward." With Wenbai, everyone is always at ease. Tu Mingming looked at her current coordinates and joked with everyone, "We should be in the same map now. Maybe we can run into each other." This is possible. But looking at their coordinates, the distance between them is not too close. Want to meet by chance? It's not that easy. Besides, starting tomorrow, they will move again, and it's unknown where their coordinates will move to. Wu Jing was the last one to return to the snow house. But it's not accurate to say that. She returned to the safe house last, because by the time she had finished cutting the meat of the snow cow, it was already 1900 hours in the evening, and there was still time left in the safe house today. This thing is the same as the durability of the pickaxe. It refreshes at midnight every day. It is a waste if it is not used, and it does not accumulate at all. So, when Wu Jing saw that the time was up, thinking that there was nothing in the snow house, he simply summoned the safe house on the spot and went in. After entering the house, Wu Jing did not take a luxurious bath, but first moved snow from outside, and after returning to melt it, he poured it into the bathtub in the bathroom and prepared to wipe it briefly later. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable not to wash after killing the cow. But washing means wasting the safe house. In the snowy plains, the safe house is their last guarantee, and they can't mess around with it at will. So, use the snow water first. Wu Jing was glad that they had Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming brought a few pots and buckets of different sizes today and gave them some, which made their daily life more convenient. At least they could still boil water for bathing. Wu Jing didn't even dare to use the stove that came with the safe house, because the gas was also consumed by the safe house in the end. So, she is still using the heating box she took out before. Woohoo! It's so hard to boil water. Compared to their difficulties, Tu Mingming's situation is much better. The universal kitchenware comes with its own fuel, and she doesn't need to add charcoal or something to burn it. As long as it is turned on, it can burn directly. It's not in vain that Tu Mingming ran many marathons before, and then got this item, which made her survival in the snowfield easier. At this time, the sky darkened, and the snowfield officially entered the night. The night time of the game has not arrived yet, but most of the players have already entered the safe house. The remaining time is not wasted. Instead of staying in the snowfield to take risks, it is better to hide in the safe house to reduce consumption and find a way to survive today. Many people have been asking for food and water in the communication hall, although the safe house can also boil water. But they don't want to use up the safe house yet. Tu Mingming and the others now have food and water. She didn't think about how to sell it, and asked Wenbai after thinking about it. After a long thought, Wenbai finally spoke, "If you still have energy, you can sell some. The more players survive, the more hope we have. Although I'm not sure if the points are still useful. However, if one more person can survive, at least there will be more hope. At this time, don't worry about whether they are enemies or friends. As long as they are all Blue Star people, the smaller the base of surviving players is, the more it will test their psychological defenses." After hearing Wenbai's okay, Tu Mingming discussed it with the other party again. Finally, they decided to sell water and food. The food was simple barbecue, and the type of meat was random. A piece of barbecue was about 200 G, and the selling price was 38 points. With attributes, yes, with warm attributes, a cup of water was 500 milliliters, and you need to bring your own cup. No cups are provided. 18 points. This naturally has no attributes. Tu Mingming did not promote it, and directly put it on the trading hall. Of course, the purchase is limited, and she doesn't have that much energy to bother. The 4-person team grilled and ate, and then sold some of the excess. Tu Mingming was lucky that she caught a snow bear today. Wu Jing caught a snow ox, and Wenbai caught a snowflake fish. So they had more meat. Song Shun could only eat for free today, but he felt that he was thick-skinned and didn't care about these. Among the snow ox, snow bear and snowflake fish, the snowflake fish tasted the best and was the most tender. The taste of the snow ox was second, with a slightly chewy feeling. The taste of snow bear meat is second, but it is not bad. It's just that the meat is not so tender, but it is also very delicious. Tu Mingming decided to sell snow bear meat. The points from the sale can be shared in the team, although it can't be used for the time being. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. She thinks she is a responsible person, so she clearly marked what kind of meat it is, how it tastes, and what attributes it has. In fact, you can directly see what attributes are attached. After Tu Mingming's ability has been upgraded, she can decide this attribute by herself. So, today I bring you the warm attribute. Friday, woohoo! Boss, I love you. Woohoo! Zuyelu, I want to give birth to a child for you. Boss, I can give birth. Let me give birth. This mouthful of water saved my life. Although it is still snow water, and the taste is not good, it is much better than eating snow directly. Woohoo! It is hot. Hot! SCCS, so, what do you use to collect water? Ah! I saw the number of trading halls was decreasing, and I was anxiously running around in the house, going to jump into the sea on Friday. I am glad that I pursued a little quality when brushing my teeth before, and bought a food-grade, high-temperature resistant water cup. Don't worry about it now. The cup for brushing teeth is good. When they found that there was food and water in the trading hall, many players were already excited. Some people even panicked and shouted that they wanted to give birth to a child for Tu Mingming. This is still good. There are also a few people who directly shouted that they have good hardware conditions, can make Tu Mingming comfortable, and are willing to be Tu Mingming's dog, just for a bite of meat. Tu Mingming was so scared that she dared not look any further. When Bai and Wu Jing were so angry that they cursed and reported at the same time. Tu Mingming did not roast a lot of meat, but she did her best. After all, she also needed to consider the food for their team. Tu Mingming and her teammates' refrigerators were full, and the rest could actually be stored in the snow. However, considering the survival of the players, Tu Mingming later added another 100 portions of barbecue. By the end of the roasting, Tu Mingming was numb. She thought that she didn't want to eat barbecue in the next few days. Compared to barbecue, water is relatively easy to get, but you need to keep digging snow outside the safe house to keep boiling water. Tu Mingming didn't refill water and food until 21 o'clock in the evening. Many people didn't wait any longer when they saw that there was no more. In fact, most people have eaten, and some have even stocked up. Those who are still watching now naturally want to stock up. There is no food or water in the ice and snow. It's rare that they don't stock up. Are they waiting for the occasional kindness of the big guys to sell food again? In the communication hall, people were already praising each other in various ways. Tu Mingming didn't dare to look at them anymore. At the beginning, some people were still saying lewd words, but after being reported by Wenbai and Wu Jing, the system should have reminded them. So, there were fewer such words afterwards. Even so, Tu Mingming didn't dare to look at them anymore. When the time came, she simply packed up and went to bed. She still needed to rest up enough, and tomorrow she would try to get out of the original place, leave the original coordinates, and explore the unknown road ahead. Chapter 135. At midnight, the pickaxe durability and safe house time are reset. Tu Mingming got up before 8 o'clock the next morning. She moved around briefly and looked out the window through the glass. It was still white. Current temperature, minus 21 degrees. Compared to the previous 2 days, this is not cold. After a simple wash, Tu Mingming took out the universal kitchen utensils and started to prepare breakfast. The hot broth, with some delicious fruits and a little mushroom decoration, will make this breakfast more hearty. It's not that Tu Mingming wants to drink something so greasy early in the morning, but in such a cold place, the energy required is not small. If they don't have a good breakfast, it will affect their actions this morning. Meat soup with meat pie, and the dry bread that Tu Mingming got yesterday. Although the bread tastes average, It is still good in terms of satiety. After the things are ready, they sent a portion to their friends, because they are going to explore forward today. The food today. The meat soup is to increase the warmth, and the meat pie is cut into small pieces and baked. Each piece has different properties. However, they all tend to have two attributes, speed and temperature. After sending them to her teammates, Tu Mingming finally enjoyed her breakfast. After breakfast, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, and the game time began. Game broadcast. Current number of surviving players, 2626. Tu Mingming. Although we know that the number of survivors must be greatly discounted, but it is still very shocking to shrink so much. They were stable at the garbage mountain for a while, and there were not many casualties. As a result, in such a short time since arriving in the snowfield, hundreds of people were killed. Low temperature, or extreme cold weather. It was too cruel for them. Of course, if it was just normal extreme cold weather, it would not be a big loss on the first day of entering the snowfield. However, after the backpack lost contact, it was really cruel for the survival of the players. Game broadcast. After the game repair. Although the lost signal could not be repaired, it won 5 minutes of backpack opening time every day for the players. Players who completed the task will get the time to open the backpack at 12 noon every day. Note, daily tasks are different. Please refer to the task notification of the day for details. As soon as this message came out, the communication hall was lively again. A lot of things can be done in 5 minutes, and a lot of meat can be taken out. There is always a way out. It's rare that the system has conscience for once, and the players don't know whether to cry or laugh. Song Shun was naturally cursing, but he had a lot of things in his backpack. If he could open it for 5 minutes, it would be a good thing for them. System reminder, open backpack task today, complete 30 snowfield expeditions. Everyone. What does this mean? Tu Mingming discussed with her teammates for a while, and found that it seemed to mean killing monsters. No way. The one we killed in the morning and afternoon. 30 times a day? What can people do? Wu Jing thought it was unlikely. Song Shun also thought it was unrealistic. That monster was so difficult to kill. Killing it 30 times for 5 minutes of backpack opening time? Believe it or not, they were killed 30 times? Moreover, one time was fatal. 30 times? All kinds of debuffs alone were enough for them to deal with. When Bai thought about it, and agreed with his friends, I don't think we really need to kill 30 times. Let's see how things go. Tu Mingming didn't know what to say, and finally could only say come on. Everyone had already decided yesterday to move forward today. So, the temporary safe house they built before was no longer useful. But fortunately their safe house still had time, so they could use it today and try to move forward. Everyone discussed it for a while, and then officially set off. Don't worry about what the others are doing. They are ready to move forward. Tu Mingming discussed with her teammates, and they simply set a goal. Try to meet teammates in the shortest time. It is normal to have deviations in the process, but everyone should move towards the goal as much as possible. Carrying too much weight will affect Tu Mingming's speed, so she left the necessary food and put the rest in the safe house, with a backpack to help her hold down the weight. She felt that she could hold down the wind when walking on the snow. Tu Mingming always felt that people with a thin body would be in danger of being blown away at any time in this snowy field. Fortunately, I have eaten a lot recently and gained some weight. Tu Mingming muttered softly, while touching her face protected by a mask. The wind in the snowy field was still cold and howling. Because she had a goal, Tu Mingming's steps became more determined. Half an hour later, Tu Mingming looked back and found that she didn't seem to be too far away from the snow house, which made her take a breath, cheer herself up, and continue to move forward. Well, I can't move forward, because the roadblock has appeared. The one blocking Tu Mingming today is the snow rabbit. The opponent's ears are taller than Tu Mingming, and the sharp teeth look cruel and scary and white. The debuff of the snow rabbit is red eyes. The so-called red eyes, of course, are not just red eyes, but also affect the field of vision. The red eyes debuff lasts for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, Tu Mingming's field of vision will become bloody red, and things will be blurry. Fortunately, there is only one every 5 minutes, which is a good news for Tu Mingming. With the experience summarized by Wen Bai, Tu Mingming is not struggling to deal with the snow rabbit now. However, the harsh conditions of the snowfield increased the risk of Tu Mingming's battle. After 40 minutes, the snow rabbit was finally knocked down by Tu Mingming. in order to ensure the integrity of the opponent's fur as much as possible. Tu Mingming did not inflict fatal injuries on the snow rabbit. Most of the bleeding was done from the corners, which consumed the opponent's physical energy and calories, causing most of the blood in the opponent's body to flow out, and eventually lost too much blood and fell there in a daze. Then, Tu Mingming made a timely move. The rabbit's skin was automatically peeled off by the system, and the teeth were actually made of mechanical materials. It can be seen that it has a strong metallic feel. The rabbit meat is tender and firm, and the protein content is extremely high, which is a good energy supplement food. So, take it away. Take it all away. Rabbit head. Slurp. Looking at the spicy rabbit head recipe reminded by the system, Tu Mingming couldn't help sip. It looks delicious, although she doesn't have so many seasonings for the time being. However, as long as she completes the task, she can open her backpack at noon. Tu Mingming has a lot of peppers and other things in her backpack. It's just that the rabbit's head is a bit big, and it will be difficult for the universal kitchenware to use it. Tu Mingming swallowed her saliva while completing the final harvest of the rabbit. She didn't even let go of the skeleton and collected it all. She didn't foolishly carry these things directly, but only kept a small part and threw the rest back to the safe house. Exploration, 1/30. Seeing this reminder from the system, Tu Mingming's heart sank. Killing this monster is really an adventure. But, killing it 30 times. It takes at least 40 to 50 minutes to kill one monster. 30 times. She needs to kill it non-stop for a whole day. And she may not be able to kill it all. Tu Mingming was lucky, so she finished killing it first today. The other 3 teammates were still panting, and you could tell from the sound that they were still killing. She didn't say much to avoid affecting their performance. After a simple packing, Tu Mingming rubbed her dirty gloves in the snow and continued on her way. Soon, the cold wind swept the snow and buried the area again. The strong smell of blood also slowly dissipated in the windless air. Tu Mingming identified the direction and continued on. In recent days, she has been killing monsters intensively, and coupled with the continuous practice before, Tu Mingming's physical strength is still pretty good. Although she was very tired after killing the snow rabbit, she could continue on without resting. After walking for a while, she felt that the strong smell of blood was no longer on her body. Tu Mingming was relieved and simply cleaned up a place to take a rest. As a result, as soon as she dug the snow, she saw a pair of round, dark eyes. At the moment when everyone looked at her, Tu Mingming felt that her heartbeat almost stopped. She tried hard to control herself not to scream and not to beat too much to avoid wasting her energy. At the same time, Tu Mingming quickly pulled out the snow fish bone and stabbed it towards the eye in front. Whoosh! Puff! The 2 fish bones stabbed forward in various ways. During the process, a slight resistance could be felt. Listening to the movement, it was known that some eyes had escaped. Some eyes had been stabbed, and then turned into a pool of smelly black, melting into the pure white snow. Tu Dazhuang, who was originally not in high spirits, saw Tu Mingming move, and it was a small thing like an eyeball that he had to deal with. So he rarely waved his sharp claws. Exploration, 2/30. Tu Mingming moved quickly and stabbed 6 eyeballs in a row. After realizing that this was also a count for the adventure, Tu Mingming no longer hesitated, retracted the fishbone and continued to stab forward, stabbing wherever the black eyeball moved. The black eyeball did not belong to any other creature. It was just a simple black eyeball. Yes, the black eyeball, as big as a football, was hanging in the air, blinking, and the black eyeball would move, which was creepy and disgusting to look at. Tu Mingming endured the discomfort and waved the fishbone wildly. When it was uncertain whether the backpack could be opened, the durability of the pickaxe was still very precious. Therefore, if she encounters a monster that is not so powerful, she needs to use other weapons. Fish bones are very useful. Puff! Puff! One after another, the sound of the sharp weapon piercing the soft eyeballs rang in her ears. Along with it, there was also a system reminder. Exploration, 27/30. There are many eyeballs, and before they are all pierced, Tu Mingming's mission is completed. After piercing all of them, there is no trace of white snow in this area, and it is all creepy black. Because the temperature dropped, the black liquid did not flow for too long and solidified in place. When Tu Mingming found that there were no eyeballs moving around, she breathed a sigh of relief, supported the fish bone with one hand, gasped and adjusted her breathing, and reached out with the other hand to pick up the backpack where the eyeballs fell. Chapter 136. Obtained item, delicious small bread *1. Obtained companion reward, Yangji Ganlu warm *1. Obtained item, beef pie *2. Obtained companion reward, cold-proof cloak *1. When counting the rewards at the end, Tu Mingming found that there were a total of 44 eyeballs. There were many rewards. Plus there were companions. So Tu Mingming's backpack was directly filled. In order to make it easier to travel, she summoned the safe house again, put away the things in the shortest time, and then took them back. Although there is a little more time in the safe house, it still needs to be used sparingly. After picking up the spoils, Tu Mingming's breathing has not yet adjusted. But she tried to adjust it, looked at the sky again, and then continued to move forward. At the same time, the system notification also rang in time. Congratulations on completing today's adventure task and obtaining the backpack opening function 5 minutes. Please open the backpack on time at 12 noon. Don't miss the time. Can open the backpack. Tu Mingming is already thinking about what to take out. First of all, we must take the supplies, especially some durable items. Secondly, we must take out the cold-proof clothes and put them in the safe house. It is better to carry another set on your back just in case. Because there are universal kitchen utensils, we can leave the things in the kitchen for the time being. However, the things I planted before are probably ready to be harvested. But unfortunately there is no messenger now, so I can't send them back to reality. Otherwise, they have dug up a lot of good things in the snowfield. But there is no rush. Among the rewards that had attracted attention before, there were courier fragments. If they saved up some, they should be able to make a breakthrough. If they opened their backpacks every day, it meant they still had a chance. After planning everything in her mind, Tu Mingming continued to move forward. No one spoke, and the only sound on the voice channel was everyone's heavy breathing. For the next 2 hours, it was calm. Tu Mingming walked hard on the snowfield against the cold wind and the flying snow. The good news was that she walked a long distance. But because there was no specific measurement method, she was not sure how far she had walked. The bad news is that her physical strength is almost exhausted, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. Tu Mingming hesitated between building a temporary snow house and summoning a safe house. The extra time she has in the safe house now is because she comes out of the safe house at 8 o'clock in the morning. The safe house is used for 12 hours a day, from 9 o'clock in the evening to 8 o'clock in the morning, which saves an hour. During this hour, she also needs to be ready to deal with various items and loot that may drop. Now there are only 50 minutes left, and Tu Mingming doesn't want to waste it. However, it takes a lot of time to build a snow house. Just when Tu Mingming was struggling, she found a row of trees. A row of trees that looked very sturdy on the snowfield. A row of 7 trees together trapped the snow in front and behind, making that area look lower. Tu Mingming just wanted to find a place to rest temporarily. After about 20 minutes, she ate something and recovered her strength and left. The location of that row of trees seems good? Tu Mingming hesitated for a moment, then strode forward. Every step in the snow was very difficult. Tu Dazhuang twice got stuck in the snow and almost couldn't get out, but was dragged out by Tu Mingming. After stumbling all the way, she finally reached the leeward side of the row of trees. In this area, a lot of snow was blown away by the wind. But because it was carried away by the wind, the snow was not very regular. After a simple cleanup, Tu Mingming put the leather jacket made by Song Shun under the ground, then sat there and drank the warm Yangji Ganlu first. In the snowy world, a cup of warm milk tea is a wonderful feeling. Tu Mingming never knew that milk tea could be so delicious. It tastes so good. After drinking a cup of milk tea, Tu Mingming felt that her physical strength had recovered a lot. After that, she ate a piece of luncheon meat and a delicious bun. The luncheon meat is only 200 g. The saltiness is just right, and the taste is good. The delicious bun is only 150 g. But compared to the dry bun, it is really soft and delicious. And the feeling of fullness is not bad. Tu Dazhuang was still eating steaks. The previously grilled steaks were put into the lunch box. The backpack was not warm, so the steaks were a bit hard. Fortunately, Tu Dazhuang was not picky about food, and his teeth were sharp, so it was very easy to bite. After eating, Tu Mingming rested for about 10 minutes. After getting up, she did not waste anything and swept everything under the tree. After packing up everything, Tu Mingming continued on her way. At 11:50 noon, The voice of teammates finally came from the voice channel. Are you all okay? Wenbai was worried. So he asked everyone about their situation. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he asked again, have you completed your exploration mission? If you haven't completed it, please tell us what you need first, and we will try our best to get some for you. Song Shun spent the whole morning beating the green peacock with a human face. The good news is that the peacock face this time is finally not his father. The bad news is that it is Wenbai. Song Shun wanted to cover his eyes and fight. But if he really covered his eyes, he couldn't adapt to the darkness. Finally, he finished the fight helplessly and sadly. Now he was so tired that he collapsed there, and didn't move for a long time. With the winter clothes, he was not afraid of frostbite. However, he was very tired and exhausted, and he couldn't move at all. He had been lying there for more than half an hour. When he heard Wenbai asking about the expedition mission, Song Shun felt guilty, and didn't dare to speak. Wu Jing panted and said loudly, I have finished mine. Damn. I killed dumplings for a whole morning. The more I killed, the hungrier I became. I was so annoyed. None of the things dropped were edible. I will send you winter clothes later. There are more than 40 monsters. And 15 sets of winter clothes dropped. Haha. Is this considered a good luck? Wu Jing didn't know if she was lucky or not. After listening to this, Tu Mingming compared her rewards of either meat or bread this morning and felt a little envious. Sister Jing's luck has turned for the better. Wu Jing was happy when she heard this. Wenbai briefly explained the situation on his side. I killed sea cucumbers this morning, and most of the drops were seafood. Song Shun saw that everyone was talking, and hurriedly responded, I also finished it. And killed a green peacock with a human face. The last few words were said by him with gritted teeth. Wu Jing laughed after hearing this, but she was very considerate and didn't ask who the face belonged to. She was afraid that if she asked if it was Uncle Song's, she would continue to laugh uncontrollably. Although it was not live broadcast, it would not be good if it was spread out. Haha. I can't control it. What should I do? Wu Jing covered his mouth and laughed quietly. Song Shun heard the noise and broke down directly. Wu Jing. Don't go too far. Wu Jing, I didn't. While everyone was playing around, the 10-minute time was up. It was time to open the backpack. And there was only 5 minutes. So no one would waste time doing other things at this time. When the time was up, Tu Mingming opened the backpack neatly, and took out the universal tool for repairing the pickaxe first. Don't waste the garbage truck. It can also be used for transportation. The things in the previous plan were taken out one by one quickly. At the same time, the things planted on the black soil were neatly collected. And other things were planted by the way. 5 minutes is not a long time. Tu Mingming stuck to the time limit and completed all her needs. She also harvested the black soil and planted it again. There were a lot of things piled everywhere. Tu Mingming simply counted them. Some of them were necessary, but not necessary to carry with her at all times. So she threw them into the safe house. There were some items that were still useful, so she put them on the garbage truck. The garbage truck was very durable. Tu Mingming tried to drive it on the snowy field. A loud roar of tung 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 rang out, scaring Tu Mingming. System reminder, due to the scene, the garbage truck's attributes have changed. Today's garbage truck is an energy-consuming vehicle. If you want to start it, please pay attention to refuel it in time. Note, oil can be green marbles, snow crystals, crystal ore and other items. Tu Mingming? I originally thought I had a perpetual motion machine to travel. In the end, it didn't work. Green marbles were already a thing of the previous scene. And crystal ore was a thing of the scene before that. So, burn these things? According to this calculation, the snowfield crystal should be the currency of this scene? Or is it an item? Not sure. I'll see if there are any monsters in the afternoon. But I'm not sure if there are any monsters. Between walking and walking, Tu Mingming decisively chose the latter. Let's talk about it when there is no oil. The snowfield restricted Tu Dazhuang's mobility. His teeth were still sharp, but his movements became slower and slower. Tu Mingming tried to lock Tu Dazhuang in the safe house, but he was unhappy and prepared to destroy the house. Tu Mingming had no choice but to let it out again. Now that the backpack was finally opened successfully, Tu Mingming took out a set of pet winter clothes and put them on Tu Dazhuang. Tu Dazhuang didn't like it too much, but he didn't struggle much. He put on a deer face and let Tu Mingming do it unhappily. Maybe the winter clothes made Tu Dazhuang feel warm. The big dog turned around happily for a few times, and then rushed forward happily. Tu Mingming drove the roaring garbage truck and almost didn't catch up. There was no place to rest at noon, and Tu Mingming didn't dare to waste any more time. At 12:30, she drove the garbage truck forward. The sound of the thumping was so loud that the teammates could hear it. Wen Bai and the others were quite curious and asked what was going on here. When they heard Tu Mingming say it was a garbage truck, everyone was silent. Wu Jing said a few times after hearing this, "Why didn't I think of it? We still have a car. I forgot." Tu Mingming was only thinking about what was in her mind at the time and didn't remind her friends. But there might be a chance tomorrow. So everyone was not in a hurry for the time being. After driving for 2 hours, the garbage truck went a very long distance. Then, there was no oil. Tu Mingming. Chapter 137. The garbage truck ran out of gas. So Tu Mingming got off and prepared to throw it into the safe house first. She should be thankful that her safe house had been upgraded. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate such a large garbage truck. As soon as she got off the garbage truck, she saw a group of dumplings rushing over. The dumplings were about the size of a football. Like the eyes in the morning, they circled around Tu Mingming and occasionally sprayed some stuffing out. Tu Mingming. She took out the fish bone and rushed directly. Maybe it was because the shape of the dumplings looked more delicious. And with the winter clothes, Tu Dazhuang also regained his energy. So he rushed forward too. Compared to the previous time, when Tu Mingming was fighting, Tu Dazhuang was more often lying in the snow lazily watching the fun. At this time, he was like a snow dog, rushing forward madly. The group of dumplings was dispersed by him. Tu Mingming took the opportunity to start stabbing with fish bones. The dumplings are more agile than the eyes. Tu Mingming stabbed 2 fish bones, but didn't hit a single dumpling. Tu Dazhuang had successfully bitten one. After biting it to death, the dumpling disappeared and turned into a small bag that fell on the snow. Tu Dazhuang? Not real dumplings? Can't eat? Tu Dazhuang lost interest instantly, like a salted fish without dreams, and lay back on the snow. Tu Mingming. It doesn't have to be so realistic. You should at least help your mom. Tu Mingming was helpless. Dazhuang. Bite them. Dazhuang glanced at her dimly, and Tu Mingming saw helplessness on a dog's face. Then, it stood up again reluctantly. Tu Mingming and Tu Dazhuang teamed up and took half an hour to kill 62 dumplings. Later, Tu Mingming felt that she dared not close her eyes. Once she closed her eyes, the dumplings would circle around her head, making her dizzy. Fortunately, they were finally killed. Tu Mingming panted and went to pick up the bag again. Obtained item, delicious egg tart *1. Obtained companion reward, snowfield crystal *1. Obtained item, spice grilled sausage *1. Get companion reward, snow crystal *1. Of the 62 dumplings, half dropped food, and they were all ready to eat. The other half dropped cold weather clothing and safe house materials. The companion rewards are more complicated, with snow crystal accounting for the majority, and the rest including safe house materials, messenger fragments, etc. The most conspicuous reward is called Silver Treasure Chest Fragment. Silver Treasure Chest Fragment. After collecting all of them, you will have a silver treasure chest. Tu Mingming only opened a treasure chest once in a large scale when she was in the mine, and she never encountered it again. Seeing it now, it was quite surprising. However, it was just a fragment, and 20 pieces were needed to assemble a treasure chest. 62 dumplings. Only 1 fragment dropped. This probability. Tu Mingming didn't have much confidence in it. She still looked at the snow crystal, refueled the garbage truck, and continued to set off. While it was still early, before Xue Yuan entered the safe house at night, she drove a distance. The garbage truck has an energy supply port. Tu Mingming threw 12 snow crystals into it, and then reminded, the oil is full. Tu Mingming quickly got back into the car. Some things could not be put down, so she did not summon a safe house for the time being, but put them on the garbage truck. Tu Dazhuang cat was at her feet, following her, sitting in the garbage truck with a loud noise, and continued to move forward. The garbage truck, which had just been refueled, was full of power and very exciting to drive. Tu Mingming drove for more than 2 hours, and then stopped again. At this time, a group of buns surrounded her. Yes, the buns that were eaten. It was about the same size as the dumplings we made before, but it looked like a bun. The steamed buns were white and plump, and looked cute. Unfortunately, when they beat Tu Mingming, they showed no mercy. When Tu Mingming used fish bones to stab them, one of them didn't control the angle well, and was beaten by 2 buns. Her arm hurt for a long time before she recovered. There were only 31 buns. This number was weird. However, after Tu Mingming finished beating them, she counted them and found that there was no remnant. So she picked up the buns. More than 30 buns dropped 11 snow crystals. A lot of other things were also dropped, which finally made Tu Mingming feel a little relieved. If the things on the snowfield kept dropping like this, then it wouldn't have much impact on whether the backpack was open or not. Let it be lost. Compared with yesterday, the news in the trading hall and the communication hall were almost overwhelming. Today, these 2 halls were unexpectedly quiet. There were only 1 or 2 sighing messages occasionally. The most recent message in the communication hall was 3 hours ago, and no one spoke after that. After Tu Mingming cleaned up, she drove for a while before stopping. She saw a patch of big trees. Not many in number. About a dozen. There were things under the trees, and Tu Mingming was not going to waste them. After cleaning up this patch, Tu Mingming set off again. When it got dark, Tu Mingming could no longer drive the garbage truck. Driving was still quite dangerous due to limited vision. She summoned the safe house, cleaned up the living room, and put the garbage truck in. Then, they took back the safe house and continued walking. They didn't encounter any other monsters along the way. They had a good harvest that day, and Tu Mingming was very satisfied. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the nighttime of the game was over. Tu Mingming sat in the safe house, boiled the snow water outside, took a simple bath, and then sat there and started to grill meat steaks for Tu Dazhuang. The meat that the other party had bitten before had been eaten long ago, and now he was eating bare meat. It's not that Tu Mingming was stingy and refused to give him fresh meat. Snow rabbit meat. Tu Dazhuang disdained it. Maybe he thought it was not chewy. On this day, he finally had time to breathe, and Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. When Bai was recording the monsters everyone encountered and their characteristics, as well as the special items dropped in the snowfield. They still need messengers. Snowfield crystals. They have not found any use for it yet. However, Tu Mingming's garbage truck needs it, so everyone is going to save it. After the backpack can be opened for 5 minutes today, everyone has a lot more money. However, Tu Mingming still prepared a steaming hot dinner for everyone. 2 stir-fried vegetables, a braised pork, and a bowl of tofu soup. The hearty dinner dispelled the fatigue of the day. At this time, everyone in the voice channel was relatively stable, and Wu Jing also talked about the interesting story of killing a small octopus today. At the end, Wu Jing felt a little regretful. It's a pity that we can't eat that thing. Otherwise we can eat octopus balls tonight. It would have been better if she didn't say it, because this made Tu Mingming think of the octopus balls she had eaten before. Don't say. Slurp. I'm a little greedy. When Bai was sorting out the information, but he couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Don't be greedy. I have some here. I'll send it to Mingming right away. When Bai killed a lot of seafood today, when he killed sea cucumbers. Among them, there were more than 30 octopuses, but they were all small octopuses. However, if you want to make meatballs, you don't have to be so picky. When Wu Jing heard that it was edible, he immediately became energetic. Oh, please Mingming. You've worked hard. Mingming. Tu Mingming didn't feel tired. After a hearty dinner, the fatigue of the day was slowly eliminated. Tu Mingming was in good spirits at the moment. Moreover, she also wanted to practice her special ability. So, Tu Mingming smiled and said it was okay. She just wanted to practice. After receiving the small octopus sent by Wenbai, Tu Mingming packed it up neatly, and then made octopus balls. Fortunately, she could open her backpack today, and she took out some flour and other things and put them in the safe house. Now she has it when she wants to use it. Otherwise, it will affect her performance. Wenbai sorted out the information and sent a copy to each of his teammates. When the balls were ready, everyone ate the delicious and steaming balls while looking at the information in their hands. The monsters in the snowfield. They are all kinds of strange, even more exaggerated than those at the bottom of the mine. However, they are still easy to kill. Wu Jing read to the end and muttered quietly. However, we didn't encounter the so-called creatures in the afternoon, which is a bit unexpected. Wenbai also felt strange, but there was no data to refer to for the time being, so everyone could only observe first. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Everyone packed up and went to bed. We had to set off again yesterday. The coordinates between Tu Mingming and Wenbai are slowly getting closer, but the actual distance is still far. So, everyone needs to work harder in the next 3 days, because the system opens tasks every day and opens 5 minutes of backpack time. The survival rate of players has increased significantly, because the backpack lost contact before. Hundreds of people were lost overnight. In the past 3 days, it has been very stable, and there has been no loss of personnel. It is still about 2,000 now. In 3 days, Tu Mingming and Wenbai have deviated to varying degrees. However, no one insisted on meeting up. Tu Mingming took out the universal locator from her backpack. The locator has a pointer that always points north. No matter how you get lost, you don't need to be afraid. It will point you to the north. Tu Mingming is ready to go all the way north. The system did not say how they should get out of the snowfield, but Tu Mingming thought, if we keep going in one direction, there should be no problem. Right? She discussed this issue with her teammates, and everyone thought it was okay. So they let Tu Mingming do it first. With the limited time opening of the backpack and the increase in monsters on the snowfield, everyone's survival was finally guaranteed. Although the number of creatures per day decreased from 2 to 1. However, it was just a loss of some fresh meat and materials. The other monsters could barely make up for some of their losses. The system arranged it this way, and they had no way to change it, so they could only adapt. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the journey north, Tu Mingming was about to set off when she saw someone in the communication hall sending messages frantically. Going to jump into the sea on Friday. There are two creatures on the snowfield this afternoon. Everyone, pay attention. It's terrible. Chapter 138. Friday went to jump into the sea. This ID was not unfamiliar in the communication hall. At this time, what he said did not seem to be false. Tu Mingming had just finished her rest and was ready to drive the garbage truck forward. After seeing this message, she tightened her grip on the steering wheel of the garbage truck, but did not give up her plan to move forward in the afternoon. 2 is 2. I haven't hit 2 for several days. Now I hit 2. It's okay. What else can I do? Just stay where you are? Tu Mingming is ready for the battle. And Wenbai is also reminding everyone in the voice channel to be extra careful. If it really doesn't work, it's better to go slower than to joke with your body. The good news is that they can open their backpacks for 5 minutes every day, which finally makes their supplies no longer tight. Even if the winter clothes on their bodies are broken, they still have spare ones to replace. This also makes it convenient for them to fight wholeheartedly, without having to think about the winter clothes, and then divide their minds to retain their strength. Song Shun had been killing steamed buns and dumplings for the whole morning, and now he was completely numb. After hearing what Wenbai said, he couldn't help but mutter, how can the system be like this? It keeps asking me to kill green peacocks with human faces, and keeps asking me to kill steamed buns and dumplings. Oh! Yesterday I killed sea cucumbers and sea intestines alternately, and I didn't know how to change the pattern. Damn. Now I feel sick just thinking about sea intestines. Wu Jing laughed at the side, but stopped laughing. Damn. Bear. It's alive. Wenbai reminded worriedly, be careful. The only response he got was the whistling wind and Wu Jing's scolding. The other party had already started fighting, and obviously had no time to respond. Wenbai didn't ask any more questions, fearing to disturb the other party. The tense fighting atmosphere affected Tu Mingming and the others, and everyone prepared for the battle without any prior agreement. These days, perhaps because of the winter clothes, Tu Dazhuang's vitality has returned. However, he was not very interested in killing small snow creatures such as steamed buns and dumplings. If it was a sea cucumber, eyeball or something like that, Tu Dazhuang would be extremely excited. Tu Mingming didn't understand and was too lazy to think about it. At this moment, they encountered a snowflake fish. A big fish weighing several hundred kilograms could throw Tu Mingming several meters away with just a flick of its tail. If it flew up and fell down, it would probably be crushed directly. Tu Mingming clenched the fish bone in her hand, called Tu Dazhuang and rushed forward. If she didn't rush, the debuff would be very troublesome. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative. Hold the fish bone and kill the snowflake fish. How to say it? It feels like eating oysters. The shell that protects me finally becomes my bowl. This is a different kind of horror movie. Tu Mingming is very fast. and the snowflake fish is not fast due to the influence of the environment. However, its tail swings very loudly, and with a large amplitude. Every time it rolls up a piece of flying snow and scrapes it on Tu Mingming. It is like a heavy hammer hitting her. Tu Mingming needs to dodge in various ways. Otherwise she will be in pain for several days if she is hit hard. The main attack of the snowflake fish is to swing snow with its tail. At other times, it just arches in various ways, arching left and right. The movement range is not large, and the speed is very slow. However, its head and tail can do their own things. The head can arch to the left, and the tail can swing to the right at the same time, bringing up a piece of snowflakes and hitting people. Tu Dazhuang was almost hit, but he dodged in time, and was hit directly into the snow by the falling snow. Ah! Tu Dazhuang screamed suddenly, and Tu Mingming was startled. She walked hard in the snow, paying attention not to be hit by the snowflake fish's tail, and rushed to Tu Dazhuang. Mommy is here to save you. Dazhuang, don't bury her dog. It's a pity to raise it with great difficulty and kill it at this time. Tu Dazhuang already had the experience of being buried in the snow, so he quickly fluttered out. Seeing Tu Dazhuang's claws exposed, Tu Mingming pulled it out of the snow with difficulty. At the same time, he pulled Tu Dazhuang to dodge, and the space he made was instantly blocked by the big head of the snowflake fish. The opponent's tail swung up at the same time, bringing a piece of snow flying. Tu Mingming took advantage of the situation and rolled over, while raising the fish bone spur and hitting the belly of the snowflake fish. Roar! The snowflake fish was hurt, and roared, and the snow nearby flew up with it. The flying snow fell on Tu Mingming's windproof mask, and the snowflake fish's ice blue blood also fell on it. It was not hot, but icy cold. I felt like I would be frozen into ice chips the moment I fell. The snowflake fish was stimulated by the pain and moved more violently. Tu Mingming was also faster. She needed to finish the battle as soon as possible. She said on Friday that there were 2 creatures when she jumped into the sea. What if one was not finished and the second one was refreshed? It was scary to think about it. Tu Dazhuang was buried once, and he also got angry, howling and rushing forward. The sharp teeth bit the belly of the snowflake fish again and again. Belly and belly. After Tu Dazhuang found that the belly fat layer of the snowflake fish was thick and easy to bite, he focused on biting this piece, and occasionally swallowed a few bites. Soon, the belly of the snowflake fish was bitten by Tu Dazhuang, and it was bloody and blue. It looked quite romantic in the flying snow. It would be better if the tail of the snowflake fish was not stimulated and swung more vigorously. Tu Mingming did not lose her composure and cooperated with Tu Dazhuang at a very fast speed. She no longer attacked the belly of the snowflake fish, but attacked the big fish head that was arched over. Fish cheek meat is said to be very tender, so this piece of meat should be easy to pierce when it is alive. Right? Thinking of this, Tu Mingming rolled around in a panic, just to pierce that piece of meat. 1, 2, 3 times. Roar! Roar! Listening to the roars of the snowflake fish, Tu Mingming guessed that the other party must be in extreme pain. Moreover, she heard the weakness of the snowflake fish from the roars that slowed down. It's almost there. It's almost there. Dazhuang, come on! Tu Mingming roared again, and then stabbed the other side of the snowflake fish's face. The left side of the face had been stabbed to pieces. A pity for a good piece of meat. However, in front of ending the battle as soon as possible, there was nothing to regret. 1 man and 1 dog cooperated, and after more than an hour, the battle was finally over. The ice blue blood of the snowflake fish flowed everywhere, with a sweet and icy smell of snowflakes. Don't say, this snow doesn't stink. It smells good. Obtained snowflake fish eye *2. Snowflake fish eye, mechanical material. The snowflake fish only gave 2 things, and the skin was not removed. Come to think of it, the fish skin is quite delicious. Moreover, it is very easy to prick, and its thorns can pierce through it. Therefore, it is impossible to use it as various materials, and it has no value as a reward item. System reminder: the meat of the snowflake fish is fresh and tender, and players can try to remove the meat to taste it. Tu Mingming is not short of food now, but there is no reason to waste it. She prepared to adjust her breathing and cut the fish meat. As a result, before she could catch her breath, she heard a wolf howl. Tu Mingming held the fish bone tightly, looked up, and met the blue eyes of the snow wolf. Those eyes, were as blue and clean as the sky. But they were not as pure, beautiful and romantic as the sky, but instead revealed a fierce murderous intent. Snow wolves are ferocious, with extremely sharp teeth and claws. Their claws and teeth can easily tear humans in half. Thinking about the information summarized by Wenbai, Tu Mingming put away the fish bone and replaced it with a pickaxe, while reminding Tu Dazhuang, be careful. Strong enemy. Tu Mingming didn't know whether this thing had the effect of suppressing Tu Dazhuang's species. Looking at Tu Dazhuang's leisurely swinging tail, it should not be. Tu Mingming was not sure, and she was not willing to put all her hopes on a dog. It's better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. What if Tu Dazhuang ran away in the middle of the time? Could she stay in the snow and wait to die? So, let's fight. Tu Mingming adjusted her breathing twice, not caring about her physical fatigue, and charged directly. When facing a wild beast, you have to be more ferocious than it. Otherwise, it will think you are at the bottom of the food chain and can be bullied at any time. Tu Mingming's charge did make the snow wolf hesitate for a moment. In its opinion, a small body like Tu Mingming should not be so brave. However, it is impossible to retreat. Charging is also its system setting. So, charge. One man, one wolf, and one dog, all charged towards the middle. In this battle, Tu Mingming did not hold back at all. She really couldn't hold back. If she did, she would be torn in half by the wolf. The fighting power of the snow wolf is far superior to that of the snowflake fish. The movements of the snowflake fish, when put on the snow wolf, are like slow-motion playback. The snow wolf is fast, has sharp teeth, and its claws are also particularly sharp. Tu Mingming's winter clothes have been torn into countless holes, and the skin on that piece has also been cut. During the process, Tu Dazhuang led the charge while Tu Mingming endured the pain and quickly changed into a set of winter clothes. She had to change, because the low temperature would make Tu Mingming's body numb. So, she had to change into a set before she could continue fighting. After changing, the winter clothes could not escape the fate of being scratched. However, compared with before, Tu Mingming already had a lot of experience. Her own winter clothes did not escape, and the snow wolf did not get more benefits. Tu Mingming's pickaxe swung at the snow wolf's claws, the snow wolf's face, the snow wolf's buttocks, and even the snow wolf's abdomen. The sharp end of the pickaxe cut a long gash in the snow wolf's abdomen, and bright red blood flowed all over the ground. The cold made the blood coagulate, but the battle caused the snow wolf's wound to tear open and coagulate again and again. Excessive blood loss made the snow wolf's movements not as agile as before. It was ready to escape. Chapter 139. As soon as Tu Mingming saw the snow wolf's backward movement, she knew it wanted to run away. The snow wolf was already at the end of its strength. If it escaped at this time, wouldn't all the previous efforts be in vain? So, it was impossible to let it escape. Tu Mingming shouted Tu Dazhuang, and Tu Dazhuang immediately rushed over and blocked the snow wolf's retreat route. She also rushed forward with a pickaxe. The man and the dog cooperated very well. The snow wolf's forepaws were injured. Every step he took was like walking on the edge of a knife, and it hurt so much. After failing to escape, Tu Mingming and Tu Dazhuang teamed up to knock down the snow wolf. Wolf fangs and wolf skin became rewards and went into Tu Mingming's backpack. As for wolf meat, the fishy meat was unpalatable, so Tu Mingming was too lazy to look at it. But she still wanted the snowflake fish. Tu Mingming panted heavily, and she knew from the panting of her teammates in the voice channel that everyone was still fighting. She didn't bother them much, and after a while, she went to pick the snowflake fish. Halfway through picking, she heard Wenbai ask everyone in a deep voice, "How are you? Did you encounter Tu? Is everything going well?" Tu Mingming was afraid of disturbing her teammates, so she didn't say anything. Hearing Wenbai's voice, she quickly responded, "I killed two. A snowflake fish and a snow wolf. They were easy to kill. I'm already cutting the snowflake meat. We'll fry it tonight." After talking about frying the fish, Tu Mingming swallowed her saliva and quickly said, "Let's make some fish ball soup." Wu Jing had just finished fighting, and she spit out a mouthful of blood before saying, "Damn, there was a cut on my face, and it almost hit my eyes." After she finished speaking, she smiled bitterly. "I was unlucky. I encountered two bears. Everyone, this luck is not just bad. 2,000 gene of bears. Killed one after another. This is not killing monsters. This is life-threatening. No wonder even Wu Jing, who is so strong in combat, was injured. Tu Mingming also had injuries on her body, and she planned to deal with them after she finished cutting the snowflake fish. There were bruises on her back and thighs, and the snowflake fish's tail beat up the bruises when it fell on her body. But fortunately, after such a long time of playing games, Tu Mingming's endurance has improved, so she doesn't scream in pain when she is a little wound. Hearing Wu Jing say that she encountered 2 bears, Wenbai took a breath and said, "Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere besides your face? Is it serious? Do you have any medicine?" Wu Jing was treating her wounds at this time. The wound on her face was actually light. There was a very long cut on her arm, and the bone was visible. At this time, she was able to speak calmly, and did not say anything about the pain. It can be seen that her ability to endure is stronger than Tu Mingming. In fact, for her, getting injured in reality is a common thing. So, it's just a cut. Well, 4, and a small one on the other arm, and 2 on the right leg. But fortunately, it doesn't affect walking too much. The speed will be slower, but you can still walk. Wu Jing responded while treating the wound on his hand. "It's okay. There are medicines, and they are being treated. Don't worry." Wenbai was lucky. He encountered 2 mutant giant rabbits, and after he finished cutting the meat, he asked about the situation of his teammates. Wenbai didn't have any obvious wounds on his body, but his back was hit by one of the mutant rabbits, and it was probably bruised by now. He couldn't reach it, and couldn't even apply the medicine oil, so he could only bear the pain temporarily, knowing that Wu Jing could handle it. Wenbai asked Tu Mingming about it. Tu Mingming didn't hide it, and talked about her injuries. "It's not serious. It's not bleeding. I'm wearing thick clothes." After the first loss, when changing winter clothes, Tu Mingming deliberately changed into a thick set. Therefore, the subsequent injuries were much shallower. Song Shun didn't say anything, and Wenbai was still worried about him. After a long time, Song Shun gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck. It hurts me to death." After he finished speaking, he took another breath. "Damn. I encountered a new species. Snow thorns. They are huge, and the thorns are so hard that 2 of them pierced my legs and almost penetrated my bones. I was just biting a towel to pull out the thorns." Song Shun was afraid that he would scream in pain and affect his heroic image in front of his teammates, and he didn't want to make his teammates worry. Everyone was injured to varying degrees. Wenbai pursed his lips and suggested that everyone take a rest first. If it really didn't work, they should call a safe house and treat the wounds before coming out. The situation is urgent now, and we can't save that hour. Tu Mingming's wound is not serious, so we are not going to use the safe house for the time being. Song Shun did have a lot of wounds on his body, so he thought about it and didn't save it. He directly summoned the safe house, returned to a warm place, stripped himself clean, and started to treat his wounds. Then, it's his turn to live broadcast. Fuck? When he heard the live broadcast notification, Song Shun was gritting his teeth to treat the serious wound on his leg. His first reaction was, the system deliberately targeting him? However, other things are not important at the moment. The important thing is that he is not wearing any clothes. Song Shun was in a hurry to find clothes, but fortunately the system reminded him in time that the places involving the player's privacy would be mosaicked. After hearing this reminder, Song Shun was no longer anxious. This movement caused the wound to bleed again. He frowned in pain. He didn't know that in his live broadcast at this time, other places in the safe house were normal. But when it came to his part, it turned into a mosaic. Everyone, the people in the monitoring department, already knew that they were on their way. And they also saw in the previous live broadcast that they would face 2 snowborn spirits in the afternoon. Snowborn spirits are not easy to deal with, and everyone is actually quite worried about their own country members. Seeing Song Shun turn into a mosaic, everyone was not very reassured. Is this too much injury involving blood, so it is directly turned into a mosaic? Is it too much? How serious is the injury? But he can return to the safe house, so it should be okay, right? I am more worried about AIE now. When Lu AIE was mentioned, everyone's faces darkened. In the live broadcast that just ended, Lu AIE encountered 2 snow thorns. The combat power of snow thorns is even more terrible than that of snow bears. They are unstoppable, and it is almost impossible to find their weaknesses. If you want to attack their weaknesses, you need to wait for the opportunity. Therefore, More often, players passively accept attacks. Lu Yi was originally a civilian staff member. Although she did not fall behind in daily training, she encountered 2 snow thorns in succession. Before she finished beating one, the other one appeared. This was still a great pressure for her. When the live broadcast ended, she had not finished beating, but her body was already covered with scars. One of her legs was directly pierced, which seriously affected her combat effectiveness. The live broadcast was interrupted at this time, and it was uncertain what would happen next. Everyone's heart was hanging, and netizens couldn't help but pray for blessings. Wow! Although I am not familiar with Lu Yi, I still hope she is doing well. There are not many of us left. Help! My calf was pierced directly. I dare not think about it. If it were me, how painful would it be? If it were me, I would probably die on the spot, and there would be no follow-up. The little sister is so strong. Wow! Even if she was pierced, she is still fighting. Damn snowthorns. Ah! Come at me if you have the guts. Pray. Pray. I hope the little sister has good luck. At this time, even netizens from other countries dare not speak nonsense. If they gloat over others' misfortunes at this time, they will be happy to get a large group of online trolls to confront them in various ways. Song Shun didn't know that he had turned into a mosaic at this time. He was taking a breath while treating the wound. He couldn't help it, so he bit the towel. When Bai was not reassured and asked a few more questions, Song Shun bit the towel and couldn't answer, so he could only whimper a few times. Tu Mingming finished picking the snowflake fish and treated the wound again. She also took some medicine for fear of inflammation of the wound. After taking it, Tu Mingming was worried about her teammates, so she asked others if they needed medicine. Tu Mingming had killed various snow monsters in the past few days, and many medicines dropped. For external injuries, various antibiotics, cold medicines, and antipyretics were dropped. Song Shun had just finished treating his own wounds and was bandaging them. Halfway through the bandage, he found that there were too many wounds, and the gauze was not enough. He asked for help in a hoarse voice. Send some gauze. Thank you, Sheila. Tu Mingming said no, and then sent a large bag of gauze to Song Shun. This thing is dropped by monsters. It drops by pound. When Song Shun saw the large bag of gauze, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god. This will wrap me into a mummy. Right? Wu Jing laughed while holding back the pain. But it stretched the wound and made him grit his teeth in pain again. Everyone treated the wound and left the safe house. 1 hour of time. It's better to use it sparingly. Otherwise, it will take up their safe house time for the night game. They don't want to know what the snowfield looks like at night. So, the time in the safe house should be controlled well. Tu Mingming didn't use the safe house. She hid in a place with low snow, ate something to restore her strength, and then took 2 dazhuang and drove the garbage truck back on the road. With the garbage truck as a means of transportation, Tu Mingming was injured, but her speed was not slow. Song Shun was seriously injured, but he couldn't drive the previous mining truck. Finally, Wu Jing and Wenbai compared and found that Wu Jing was more seriously injured, so she let her drive first. It was already past 1600 hours in the afternoon, and there was still some time before the night time of the game. However, it was getting dark in the snowfield. The visibility on the snowfield was not very good at this moment. Tu Mingming hesitated between moving forward and setting up camp on the spot, and decided to drive a little further until the gas ran out. The garbage truck was working very loudly on the snowfield, and it drove for about 10 kilometers. Tu Mingming stopped on her own initiative. She looked at the large dent in the snow in front of her, and then smelled a bloody smell in the air. She tightened her hand holding the steering wheel of the garbage truck and said uncertainly, I think I hit someone. Chapter 140. Because of injuries, the other 3 people traveled much slower in the afternoon. However, the voice channel was always open, and everyone would say a few words sometimes, which was another kind of encouragement to teammates. After hearing Tu Mingming's words, everyone was stunned. When Bai was the first to react, who is it? What's the situation? If it's not right, let's just run and don't worry about it. It's not that Wenbai doesn't have extra sympathy, but in the harsh snowfield, they have used up all their strength to survive, and they don't have extra thoughts to care about others. Moreover, Tu Mingming is just a little girl with a simple mind. If she runs into a bad guy, it will be even more difficult to survive. Tu Mingming is not sure about the situation. She doesn't want her teammates to worry, so she whispers, I can't see clearly. But there is blood everywhere. I guess the situation is not good. I'll go and take a look first. Tu Mingming is not really adventurous. However, she remembers that there are still people from their country A in the game. She has picked up Wu Jing before. Who else should she run into now? Even if it's not. At this time, picking up one more person is a good thing for them. Right? The larger the base of surviving players is, the more it is a disguised encouragement for them. Of course, let's forget about those people from R and K countries. She would close her eyes and pretend that she didn't see anything clearly when she passed by. After hearing the situation described by Tu Mingming, when Bai frowned, be careful. If the situation is not right, let Tu Dajwan go first. And you run directly. Don't fall into the trap. When Bai was very afraid that this was a trap set by others, either for the snow creatures or for the passers-by. However, the snowfield is so big that the four of them haven't touched each other yet. Will they touch other people? Everyone is unsure and listens to Tu Mingming's movements nervously. After getting off the garbage truck, Tu Mingming's movements slowed down a lot. The heavy snow made it very difficult to walk without the garbage truck leading the way. At this time, it was almost dark, and the wind in the snowfield was stronger. It was painful enough to blow on the face without the frost and snow, even with a layer of winter clothes between them. Tu Mingming was hit and gasped. She didn't take the risk to go forward directly, but asked Tu Dajwang to take a look first. Tu Dajwang was quite obedient and ran over happily. Of course, the process was not particularly smooth. From time to time, he would fall into the snow and then climb out with difficulty. The scene was inexplicably funny, which made Tu Mingming's mood slow down a bit. Tu Dajwang went back and forth for a few minutes. The dog couldn't talk, so he could only turn around and wag his tail, which seemed to mean that the situation ahead was not good. Tu Mingming guessed that it was talking about a person. Right? The smell of blood drifted over with the cold wind, and the smell became stronger and stronger. If this was human blood, then the injury must be very serious. Right? Tu Mingming pursed her lips uncertainly, and then decided to take the risk to go forward to see the situation. She got on the garbage truck and started to drive again. Tu Mingming thought that something was wrong, so she just accelerated. In order to make it easier to run away later, she deliberately took a look at her special fuel tank. Very good. Half a tank of fuel. No need to worry about running out of fuel halfway and not being able to run anymore. After everything was ready, Tu Mingming drove the garbage truck forward, listening to the familiar rumbling sound in the voice channel. When Bai and the others guessed that Tu Mingming had probably asked Tu Dajwang to explore the road and was now ready to go forward to check the situation, everyone was quite nervous, and no one dared to speak, listening to the situation in the voice channel with their ears erect. The garbage truck led the way, and the speed was much faster. When they drove to a bloody place, Tu Mingming saw the pink and white fish bodies of two snowflake fish lying there. And a person who looked relatively clean. At least the other person's winter clothing looked relatively clean, with only a little blood stain. This situation, it's not right. Seeing this unreasonable scene, Tu Mingming became more alert. She hesitated for a while before getting off the garbage truck, while holding the pickaxe tightly in her hand. If the situation was not right, she would just swing the pickaxe and run away. The person was very clean, with almost no blood stains, but he was lying motionless. Deliberate fishing? Tu Mingming was not sure. It was just that they had passed by, and if they didn't take a look, looking back, they might feel guilty. So, let's take a risk and take a look. Tu Mingming held the pickaxe tightly and moved forward slowly. This area had experienced a fight before, and the snow had been flattened. However, because of the wind and frost blowing back and forth, a thin layer of snow soon formed on the ground. The blood and cruelty were slowly suppressed by the new snow, leaving only a shallow layer of traces. At this moment, Tu Mingming had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. The blood of snowflake fish is ice blue, which she knew clearly after fighting. This person encountered two snowflake fish. According to normal logic, there should be no bright red blood in this area. However, the reality is that there is really red blood here, and there is a large pool on the left and a large area on the right. It is obvious that the battle is very tragic. Tu Mingming suppressed the doubts in her heart and walked over step by step. When she was about 1 meter away from the opponent, Tu Mingming stopped and asked loudly, "Are you okay?" No response. The other party was motionless, as if he had left. Tu Mingming tightened her grip on the pickaxe. She didn't dare to take the risk of moving forward. So she could only swing the pickaxe and touch the other party. Before she could even ask, she saw a large bloodstain on the inside of the light blue winter suit that she had touched. Yes, the bloodstain was inside the winter suit. Did the other party change into another winter suit after the battle? Tu Mingming wasn't sure. She touched the other person again, but there was still no reaction. Tu Mingming honestly told her teammates about the situation. At the same time, she raised her hand and took a short video to let her teammates help judge the situation. This person. Is he pretending or is he real? Save him or not? If it was Tu Mingming, she thought, she should save him. But it would be just a casual rescue. If the other person can't survive, she won't care. After all, she doesn't recognize that face. Tu Mingming saved Wu Jing before because she knew him and knew he was a hero. She felt that in that situation, anyone from country A would save him. The situation at this time was different. Tu Mingming used a pickaxe to simply push away the snow on the other person's windshield, revealing a face that was not too real. It should be a girl. Tu Mingming was not very sure. The teammates soon saw the short video, and Wu Jing was the first to react. It's love. It's love. Wenbai also recognized the person through the blurry mask. Song Shun was not particularly familiar with the other person, but he remembered this face. However, there was still some snow on the mask at this time. Although the other person was not wearing a mask, his face was stained with blood, so it was not clear. If you can't see clearly, you dare not say anything. Song Shun thought about it and didn't dare to say anything. Wu Jing was surprised and happy. Mingming. Save her. Save her. I won't be wrong. It's AIE. She is Lu AIE. Wu Jing was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and tears couldn't be controlled and flowed down. Wenbai first comforted the other party briefly, and then told Tu Mingming about Lu Ai's situation. A colleague in the security department. His ability is a wild survival illustration. The other party has a strong ability to identify various plants and animals in the wild. The expansion ability of this ability is also very useful, especially for various data analysis of mutant plants and animals. The other party is a civilian staff member, but he often goes out. After all, various data are not available to her just sitting there. Most of the time, I still followed him out to the field. And then I personally recorded and brought back the data, and then analyzed and used it. Wenbai explained very quickly, and Tu Mingming had already taken 2 steps forward and patted him. Captain 1. There is no reaction. Tu Mingming was not sure what the other party was like. He should not have hypothermia, but he had a lot of injuries. For fear of mistaking someone, Tu Mingming took another step forward, took off the other party's mask, revealing the other party's complete face, wiped off the blood, and took a video. This time, everyone saw clearly and confirmed Lu Ai's identity, knowing that it was one of their own people, and that he was very powerful. The situation was not good at this time, and Tu Mingming could no longer save the safe house. She summoned the safe house swiftly and dragged Lu Ai back into the house. At the same time, she did not forget to drag the meat of the 2 snowflake fish into the garbage truck for temporary storage. Don't be buried by the snow. The garbage truck is high, so you are not afraid of being buried for the time being. She needs to save people first, and then think about other things. After Tu Mingming rescued the person, she took off her winter clothes first, and then took off the other person's. The opponent's winter clothes should have been changed later, because after taking them off, you will find that the opponent has a lot of internal injuries, and some places are still bleeding. The winter clothes isolate the cold very well, so the blood from Lu Ai's wounds has not stopped. Tu Mingming was a little panicked, but not confused. Wenbai directly opened the video and gave guidance. Wu Jing also wanted to give guidance, but she was too excited. She tried to calm down several times, but she couldn't control her trembling voice. In the end, she just watched and didn't say anything. Take off her clothes first. Check the wounds. See if there are any fatal injuries. Clean the wounds first. Are there enough medicines? After cleaning the wounds, remember to give her antibiotics. Otherwise, so many wounds will be too easy to get infected. For large wounds, it is best to suture them. Mingming, can you suture? If you really can't, you operate and I will command. I have tools here. Wenbai dropped a set of simple surgical equipment when he killed monsters. He was afraid that Tu Mingming would not dare to do it, so he encouraged her in a gentle voice. Mingming, Don't be afraid. If many wounds are not sutured, the blood will continue to flow, and it will not be easy to recover. I will guide you remotely. Don't be afraid. If you really can't do it, it doesn't matter. Don't force yourself. Chapter 141. Tu Mingming has never done suturing work. When she rescued Wu Jing before, she only helped her clean the wound and applied medicine. Lu Aiyi's condition is now much more serious than Wu Jing's. There are 2 very long wounds on the other party's legs, and they are still bleeding. Even though Tu Mingming sprinkled medicine powder, they are still bleeding. These 2 wounds are very deep. If they are not sutured, it is estimated that they will recover very slowly. There is a time limit for the use of the safe house every day, and you can't come in at any time. Lu Aiyi's situation. If she is not treated in time, she may be infected at any time. She had injuries on her arms, back, and waist. Considering the privacy of girls, Wenbai hung up the video call when she saw Tu Mingming taking off Lu Aiyi's clothes, and switched to voice, listening to Tu Mingming describing the injuries on Lu Aiyi's body. Tu Mingming was not sure whether Lu Aiyi was live streaming, but saving people was the most important thing at this time. And Wenbai said that there should be mosaics. So she simply took off all of Lu Aiyi's clothes. He carefully checked the wounds on his body. The wounds on his back and legs were the most fatal. They were still bleeding when he moved, so they must be treated first. After hearing Tu Mingming's description, Wenbai suggested suturing them directly. Otherwise, the recovery would be very slow. However, he would not force Tu Mingming. If the little girl felt that it was not okay, she could recover slowly. It was okay to save people. He could not force Tu Mingming to save Lu Aiyi and leave her with a psychological trauma. She is still a child. Tu Mingming has never done it before, so she is unsure. But listening to Wenbai's command, Wu Jing's choking voice, and looking at Lu Aiyi who is unconscious and bleeding, Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and said, I will sew it. Saving lives is the most important thing. And there is Wenbai's guidance. Song Shun wanted to help. He is a nanny in real life, although it can't be said that he can nurse all over the world. However, once his superpowers are activated, Lu Aiyi's skin injuries will recover in minutes. Unfortunately, it's not possible. In the game now, probably only Tu Mingming's ability can be used. Song Shun couldn't help, and the injury on his leg was still very serious. He was resting in the safe house. Wu Jing was very anxious, but she didn't speak to urge Tu Mingming. She tried her best to control her emotions. In the safe house, she searched for her medicines, sorted them, and thought quickly, what else can be used? When Wu Jing heard Tu Mingming say that she sewed, she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. However, I finally let go of a lot. Suturing means that the wound is more likely to recover. Although Tu Mingming has never done it, there is no better choice at the moment. And there is also Wenbai to guide. Wenbai's guidance, of course, can't continue voice calls. Video calls will be clearer. And you can also respond to temporary emergencies at any time. Therefore, Tu Mingming simply cleaned the wound on Lu Aiyi's body, and then put on a vest and shorts for him. The wound on the opponent's back was at the lower back, so a shorter vest could still be worn. After putting on her clothes, Tu Mingming restarted the video. She carefully described the 3 serious wounds of Lu Aiyi, and Wenbai had already sent the tools. The conditions were limited, and they also needed to consider the time issue of the safe house. Therefore, Wenbai directed Tu Mingming to perform a simple disinfection treatment first. A completely sterile operating room is impossible, and hygiene and safety can only be guaranteed as much as possible. Tu Mingming converted the smaller second bedroom into a temporary operating room. After disinfection, she took the tools and the medicine port and walked to Lu Aiyi. Her hands were steady, but her voice was trembling. Captain 1. I'm ready. Having never done it before, she had no idea. However, Tu Mingming controlled her hands and tried not to shake as much as possible. Wenbai didn't want Tu Mingming to have too much pressure, so he tried to comfort her as much as possible, and his voice was gentle most of the time. For professional doctors, wound suturing is just a basic skill, although it cannot be said that anyone can do it. It is indeed not difficult. For Tu Mingming, this was a challenge in an unknown field. Her hands were very steady, which surprised Wenbai. He was generous with his praise, which gave Tu Mingming more confidence. The wound on the lower back was almost bone deep, so they treated this area first. Although Wenbai was not a doctor in real life, he knew a lot about these things. how to sew, what each layer was, how to insert the needle, how to tie the knot. All were explained in detail. Tu Mingming practiced knotting for a while before she started to sew. After she really got the hang of it, her hands were still very steady, and she tied knots very quickly. The originally torn, bloody wound gradually became less bloody and cruel under Tu Mingming's suturing. The long wound took a long time to sew. Tu Mingming tried her best to control her emotions. She had no assistant, and no one to help her wipe the sweat. So, she had to control herself, and not let her sweat drip onto Luo Yi. Tu Mingming was afraid that Tu Dazhuang would lose hair. So she locked him in her master bedroom. She sewed every stitch very carefully. After the wound on the waist was sewn, it was necessary to apply medicine. After sewing the wound on the back of the waist, there was also the wound on the leg. It was Tu Mingming's first time, and the sewing was not very good. But at least it was sewn well. And with Wenbai's guidance, the process was not wrong. The wound on the leg looked scary, but it was actually okay. And it was not particularly troublesome to sew. However, this kind of thing requires a high level of mental tension and a very steady hand. Therefore, it was also a test for Tu Mingming. It took Tu Mingming nearly 3 hours to suture the 3 large wounds. She didn't think about what to do tomorrow if her safe house was overtime. She only focused on everything in front of her. Carefully suture, apply medicine, and then bandage. She handled each part very carefully and carefully. Even if the sutures were not good looking, she was not frustrated. After the 3 large wounds were sutured, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mingming, relax. Don't be nervous. For the remaining small wounds, if they are not serious, you don't need to suture them. If the wounds are longer, it is easier to suture them. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. Let's continue. There is another one on the arm. Wenbai's voice was very steady from beginning to end, without any impatience. Such a voice gave Tu Mingming infinite courage and supported her to complete the first surgery in her life. It took almost 4 hours to treat the wound. After such a wound is treated, it is actually necessary to hang antibiotics intravenously to reduce inflammation. Otherwise, fever caused by wound infection is the most common. Moreover, there are a series of other possible complications. These may cost Luo Yi her life at any time. Therefore, suturing is just the beginning, and the follow-up work is the most troublesome. However, Wenbai and the others can't help at this time, because the distance is too far. According to the coordinates, even if they don't sleep at night and travel all night, they can't get there and can't help. Tu Mingming's safe house time has exceeded today. Wu Jing sent the mining car in advance. After the safe house time was up, Tu Mingming moved Luo Yi onto the mining car as gently as possible. The mining car was not warm, but Wu Jing had done it to protect the car and prevent accidents. So, she bought coal-proof cloth for the mining car. The space in the car was quite large, especially in the back compartment, which could easily accommodate 3 or 4 adults at the same time. Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and tried not to stretch Luo Yi's wound as much as possible to get her into the car, tightened the coal-proof cloth, and finally got a place to rest temporarily. With the coal-proof cloth, they didn't need to wear coal-proof clothes, but the conditions were a bit simple. Tu Mingming didn't have any antibiotic drips to give Luo Yi, and even if she had any, she wouldn't know how to do it. Acupuncture. She really couldn't do it. But maybe she could do it at a critical moment? But without medicine, everything was in vain. So, Tu Mingming could only sprinkle antibiotic powder on the other person's wound, and then rinse the powder for the other person to drink. During the suture, Luo Yi was conscious. After all, it was a direct suture without anesthesia. However, the other person didn't cry out in pain. At most he frowned. But he didn't wake up. Wenbai analyzed that it might be because of excessive bleeding. So she was too weak. If she was conscious, she could take the medicine. Tu Mingming prepared the medicine, explained her identity, and then fed it to the other party. Fearing that the other party was not physically fit, Tu Mingming also cooked red dates and longan porridge. And after it cooled, she also fed the other party a bowl. Next, it depends on AIE's will to survive and physical fitness. Wenbai watched Tu Mingming finish all this, and simply said one sentence, and let her rest. Mingming, you take a rest for a while. After the high-intensity suture, Tu Mingming's physical energy was basically exhausted. However, she still held on, cooked another bowl of porridge, ate 2 meat patties hastily, drank some hot water, and then laid down next to Luo Yi. Too tired. Tu Mingming felt that she could fall asleep if she lay down now. Her arms were sore, and she had no strength in her body. However, Lu Aiyi's condition was unclear, so Tu Mingming couldn't sleep yet. She had to conduct follow-up observations. Once the other party had a fever, she would need to find a way to give Lu Aiyi medicine. Wenbai felt sorry for Tu Mingming, but he couldn't help her directly. He said softly, "Mingming, take a nap. Don't worry. We are watching. We will call you if there is any problem." Tu Mingming wanted to sleep, but she couldn't tell whether Lu Aiyi had a fever through the video. What if the other party woke up and didn't know the situation and accidentally stretched the wound? Tu Mingming was really tired, but she was afraid that Lu Aiyi would have an emergency. She shook her head gently. "No. I will watch first. If there is any problem, I can find it in time." Wenbai was a little helpless. He thought about it and took a step back. "Then Mingming will sleep for an hour. We will call you when the time comes. An hour should not delay too many things." Tu Mingming was really tired. After hearing this, she didn't hesitate and nodded. "Okay, Captain 1. I'll sleep." Chapter 142. Lu Aiyi's bleeding has stopped and her wound has been sutured. Follow-up care is very important. The team was on video, and no one was in the mood to rest. They silently watched Lu Aiyi, who was still sleeping on the other side of the video. No one spoke, for fear of disturbing Tu Mingming's rest. Tu Mingming was very tired and slept very deeply. However, she didn't sleep for an hour. After about 50 minutes, she suddenly woke up and sat up, which scared Wu Jing, who was staring at the video. She subconsciously looked at the time, and then found that it was not yet the time she set the alarm for. She subconsciously wanted Tu Mingming to sleep a little longer. But before she could say anything, she saw Tu Mingming quickly get up and touch Lu Aiyi's forehead. No fever. Not sure if her hand was accurate. Tu Mingming took out the thermometer again. Tu Mingming took the thermometer to take Lu Aiyi's temperature. 36.5 degrees. Normal temperature. No fever. This made Tu Mingming breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that she was tense. Wenbai persuaded her gently, "Mingming, don't be nervous. It's okay. There are so many of us watching." It was already the nighttime of the game. No one knew what it would be like in the snowy night without a safe shelter. Tu Mingming couldn't sleep peacefully, and Wenbai and the others were not very reassured. The mining car lost its original shelter function in the snowy field and became a means of transportation. Tu Mingming struggled to get up and took out the sleeping bag she had stored. She first carefully put it on Lu Aiyi. She put the large sleeping bag on the other party, which was originally reserved for Tu Mingming to sleep with Tu Dazhuang in her arms in case of unexpected situations. Now it's just right for the other party to use. After putting the sleeping bag on Lu Aiyi, Tu Mingming broke out in a sweat, with a cold-proof cloth covering her. It wasn't cold in the mining car. Tu Mingming sweated easily when she moved around a little more. She didn't care about that much, and quickly put herself and Tu Dazhuang into the sleeping bag. The sleeping bag was a little small, and Tu Dazhuang was not very comfortable. Tu Mingming didn't want anything to happen, so she kept comforting her, "Be good. Hold on. It will be dawn soon." After dark, until Tu Mingming woke up from a nap, nothing happened. However, she didn't want to take risks. Just at this moment, she heard the sound of something scratching iron outside the mining car. The sound was sharp and had a bit of a fishy smell. Tu Mingming felt her scalp tightening with the sharp sound. Not only was there something unusual on Tu Mingming's side, but there were also movements from the other three people, especially when he was doing two things at the same time. He was also observing Wenbai outside, and soon saw that something was scratching the wall of his safe house. After a certain period of time, the safe house will remind you that the defense value has decreased. Wenbai didn't want Tu Mingming to be too nervous, so he didn't say too much. Just comforted her, "It's okay. There are sleeping bags. There will be no danger. Don't worry. Everyone is here." In fact, such comfort is really just comfort, because the three of them are in the safe house. Only Tu Mingming is in the simple mining car. There is no real empathy. Everything is just emotional comfort. Tu Mingming's mood is fine, and she didn't collapse. There was another person around her who needed to be taken care of, so she had to keep herself steady. And she had a sleeping bag, so nothing would happen. If it really didn't work, she would just fight. With this in mind, Tu Mingming talked to her friends while listening to the noise outside and paying attention to Lu Aiyi's situation. When the cold-proof cloth was bitten and the snowborn creature broke in. Tu Mingming was not surprised. She had a sleeping bag and cold-proof clothes on her body, so she wouldn't be cold. Tu Mingming only needed to face the most primitive and bloody side of the snowborn creature. As long as you can bear it, everything will be fine. The video clearly shows the situation on Tu Mingming's side. Everyone spoke softly, fearing that they would disturb the creatures on her side. Everyone held their breath and paid attention to the situation over there. In fact, they knew in their hearts that even if something really happened, they could not help. The distance was too far. They still had to get closer together. 2 snow leopards broke into the mining truck. If you see them in the video or in the picture, they should be elegant and noble. However, if it appears as a hunter, with a pair of eyes emitting bloody blue light, then it may not be so good looking. After seeing many mutant animals in the mine, Tu Mingming feels that she is now well accepted. She is not afraid, but just thinks, this eye is so beautiful. I wonder how much it will sell if it becomes a gem. As for Luo Yi, it is not easy to touch her for the time being, and it is not clear how she is doing. I hope she doesn't have a fever. Otherwise, this situation, it's really hard to say. She watched the 2 snow leopards circling around them, round and round. About half an hour later, they finally left. Tu Mingming didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, about half an hour later, they came again. Tu Mingming. She tensed up and looked at the current time. 23:54. 6 minutes left. She can open the safe house tomorrow. This time is really hard to bear. Tu Mingming almost counted silently in her mind. 6 minutes passed quickly. It was 12 o'clock midnight. The pickaxe was durable, and the safe house time was reset. Tu Mingming summoned the safe house swiftly to the location next to the 2 cars, passing the 2 snow leopards that had not left yet. They had not left yet, so it was difficult for Tu Mingming to move Luo Yi. She waited for about 10 minutes, and they left again. The second stay was shorter than the previous one. After Tu Mingming was sure that the footsteps had gone far away, and she could no longer smell the creepy smell of the animals, she quickly climbed out of the sleeping bag and dragged Luo Yi's sleeping bag into the safe house. When Tu Dazhuang saw his mother's action, he rushed over to help. He controlled his sharp teeth and tried not to tear the sleeping bag as much as possible. He helped Tu Mingming to move Luo Yi back to the safe house, not wanting to move too much and stretch Luo Yi's wound. After returning to the safe house, Tu Mingming took off the sleeping bag and put the person on the floor of the living room. The temperature in the house was very comfortable. Constant temperature is a property of the safe house, and it does not need to consume the defense of the safe house. So, covering yourself with a thin blanket will make you feel comfortable. After finishing all this, Tu Mingming took a break, recovered her strength a little, and went back to the kitchen. When Bai and the others wanted to persuade Tu Mingming to take a rest, but Luo Yi's situation, it was really dangerous. Even if they persuaded her, Tu Mingming would not rest. If she didn't sleep, they didn't dare to sleep, for fear that something unexpected would happen and the little girl would collapse again. They stayed with her, even if they only provided emotional value. At least they could give some guidance at critical moments. Tu Mingming went into the kitchen and used the multi-purpose cooker to cook porridge for Luo Yi. Red date and longan porridge. Tu Mingming was glad that she had these 2 in stock. Otherwise she would have had either red bean porridge or mung bean porridge. After all this trouble, Tu Mingming was tired. After cooking the porridge, she put it on the multi-purpose pan and simmered it at low temperature. Then Tu Mingming started to clean up the fish and beef. She fried a steak for herself and made a portion of fish fillet porridge. It doesn't seem to go well together. After finishing, Tu Mingming felt that it was a bit out of place. However, it was enough to eat. It was so late, and she still had to see a patient, so physical strength was the most important thing. Tu Mingming quickly put the porridge on and ate the steak. The beef on the snowfield was very fresh and tender. After being marinated with black pepper, it was fried in a pan, and there was no peculiar smell. After being tired for most of the day, eating the fresh and delicious steak and drinking the tender fish fillet porridge, Tu Mingming squinted her eyes and sighed with satisfaction. The other 3 people watched a food show in the middle of the night. No one disturbed Tu Mingming. When she was hungry, she found something to eat. The 3 of them didn't cook, and they all ate the various fast foods they had stored before. There was no other way. In addition to Wen Bai, Song Shun and Wu Jing were injured. Song Shun's leg injury was quite serious, but he had strong endurance. so people couldn't see anything. In fact, he was limping when he walked now. I don't know what to do about tomorrow's progress. Wu Jing's injury was not bad, but it was also very painful. He took antibiotics in time, and didn't have a fever for the time being. Tomorrow's progress. I don't know what to do either. The three of them silently ate their dry bread or tasteless chicken patties. Seeing Tu Mingming squinting her eyes, and drinking the tender and fresh fish fillet porridge, Song Shun couldn't help but swallowed his saliva several times. And the sound was quite loud. Tu Mingming was thinking about something, so she didn't notice the reactions of her teammates. Hearing the saliva at this moment, she smiled embarrassedly. There is still a lot of porridge. I'll send you some. It will be more comfortable to eat something hot in cold weather. Tu Mingming started to work while talking. When Bai saw her and persuaded her gently, no. We have something to eat. You eat first. Tu Mingming waved her hand while cleaning up. It's okay. She moved quickly, sent the porridge out, then sat down and drank the remaining half bowl. Because Tu Mingming still had to watch over Luo Yi and observe the follow-up of the other party. So, the buff of fish porridge is refreshing. The other three people were originally a little sluggish. After all, they had been traveling all day today, and the afternoon battle consumed too much of their energy. At this moment, after drinking the warm fish fillet porridge, the three of them instantly became energetic. The eyelids that were a little bit about to fight were now erected again, when Bai had persuaded the two to rest before, and Song Shun and Wu Jing both agreed. As a result, they swallowed a mouthful of porridge. Okay, no need to sleep. At this moment, the eyes were particularly clear, and it felt brighter than the night in the snowy field. After finishing the meal, Tu Mingming touched Luo Yi's forehead again. After touching it, she was not sure, so she touched her own forehead again. After comparing the comparison, she was still not sure, so Tu Mingming used the thermometer again. 5 or 6 minutes later, Tu Mingming looked at the temperature above and showed a worried look. 37.5 degrees. Chapter 143. Tu Mingming was not sure whether Luo Yi had a low fever or was starting to have a fever, and the temperature was rising. She frowned anxiously and prepared to measure the temperature every 10 minutes or so. If she had a fever, she had to use antipyretics, antibiotics, and physical cooling. When Tu Mingming mentioned the temperature, the other three people's expressions also became tense. Wound infection is most likely to cause fever. Luo Yi had so many wounds on her body. Wu Jing kept comforting himself and everyone else. It will be fine. It will be fine. When Bai also adjusted his mood in time. Yes. It's just a fever. Not necessarily an infection. Song Shun wanted to say something, but was afraid that he would make everyone worry if he spoke too quickly. So he went to eat dry bread again. If he didn't eat something, he was afraid that he would lose control and talk nonsense. Tu Mingming didn't dare to sleep at all in Luo Yi's situation. But she didn't want everyone to accompany her, so she wanted to persuade others to go to bed. Wu Jing was somewhat helpless about this. No. I drank the fish porridge, and now I am energetic enough to kill 2 more bears. Song Shun swallowed the dry bread in his mouth and replied, yes. Yes. I can't sleep at all if I close my eyes. My mind is full of things. When Bai didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he didn't want to sleep. Besides, he was worried about letting him sleep. Tu Mingming is just a little girl without much experience. If there is no one around her, she will be nervous, panic, and even cry. Therefore, when Bai had to stay with Tu Mingming even if he had to prop up his eyelids with a branch, especially at this time, Luo Yi's condition was unclear, so it was even more impossible for them to sleep. When Tu Mingming saw that persuasion was ineffective, she didn't say anything more. Every 10 minutes, she took Luo Yi's temperature. More than an hour later, it was almost 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Luo Yi's temperature soared directly to 38.5 degrees. Tu Mingming gave her antipyretics and antibiotics, and also used physical cooling. After about 2 hours of tossing and turning, the other party's temperature finally dropped. As a result, an hour later, it rose again. After more than 2 hours, it dropped again. At this time, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and the game time for a new day had arrived. Tu Mingming hesitated for a moment, and did not toss Luo Yi, who had just recovered from the fever, and did not leave the safe house for the time being. There was still an hour left today, so we could delay the time a little. System broadcast. Number of surviving players in today's game, 1888. The unexpected situation yesterday afternoon was indeed too sudden. So many players were not prepared. Or the living environment was too harsh. For many players, the test was too great, and they could not cope with it. Therefore, the number of casualties yesterday directly created a new high in recent days. The number of surviving players also dropped directly below 2,000. This number is a tragic and helpless comparison with the 100,000 players who just entered the game. There are no special activities today. Tu Mingming watched Lu Aiyi's temperature drop and started to cook porridge again. The porridge she cooked last night was too long and had become sticky and not very tasty. So, in the second half of the night, the hungry Tu Mingming drank it. At this time, the new porridge was warmed up in the pan. Seeing that Lu Aiyi's body temperature was temporarily under control, Tu Mingming went to steam dumplings again. The dumpling filling was ready. The unused stuffing was in the refrigerator. She took it out of the freezer last night and put it in the refrigerator to slow down. There are still some ice chips on it now. Let it rest for a while, and then it can be used. Tu Mingming quickly kneaded the dough. Let it rise for a while, and then wrapped it up. Without rising the dough in advance, it is impossible to steam the dumplings. But steamed dumplings are also good. Tu Mingming's movements are very quick, thinking that what she needs most today is probably physical strength. So, today's steamed dumplings will increase physical strength. As soon as the dumplings were steamed, Tu Mingming heard the movement in the living room. Wu Jing's voice came as less excited as possible. Mingming. Mingming. Go and see. AIE seems to have woken up. They could only see a corner of the living room from Tu Mingming's perspective, and were not sure of the situation. So, Tu Mingming had to go over to see what was going on. Tu Mingming went over quickly. Lu Aiyi had just woken up. Her face was still pale, and her thin lips were colorless. When she opened her eyes, she was a little confused. After she came to her senses, her body subconsciously tensed up. And then she heard Tu Mingming's anxious voice. Don't get excited. If you stretch the wound again, you'll have wasted a whole night. She had a fever for almost half the night. And although Tu Mingming forced Lu Aiyi to drink porridge in the middle, she still consumed too much energy. At this moment, she couldn't move even if she wanted to. After hearing Tu Mingming's voice, Lu Aiyi turned her head subconsciously, and what she saw was a curious and concerned face. The little girl looked young and unfamiliar. Lu Aiyi's throat was dry and uncomfortable. She wanted to speak, but before she could speak, she coughed. Tu Mingming saw it, and hurriedly poured her a glass of warm water and fed her to drink. Lu Aiyi wanted to say something, but her throat was too uncomfortable. She finally drank the water first. When her throat was no longer so uncomfortable, she turned her head and looked at Tu Mingming. Excuse me. Who are you? Lu Aiyi didn't know how to ask. She hesitated for a moment, and was beaten by Tu Mingming. My name is Tu Mingming, and I'm from country A. After saying that, Tu Mingming pointed to the direction above her head for fear that Lu Aiyi wouldn't believe it. Can you see it? I'm video chatting with my teammates. And there are Sister Wu Jing, Brother Wenbai, and Brother Song Shun. Hearing the familiar names, Lu Aiyi turned her head to look. As a result, she saw nothing. Does the system have privacy protection? Seeing her bewildered face, Tu Mingming guessed that the other party should not be able to see it. She quickly invited Lu Aiyi to her team and started the video call. Although Lu Aiyi still had doubts in her heart, she still agreed to the invitation. After the video was turned on, before she spoke, she heard Wu Jing's excited voice. Aiyi. Very good. The familiar voice of Wu Jing. The familiar voice lowered Lu Aiyi's defense and made her body slowly relax. She didn't have the strength to get up. She had just tilted her head and used a straw to drink water. At this time, Lu Aiyi moved her head and opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. But Wu Jing obviously knew her doubts. So before she could ask more, he spoke out. Mingming saved you. And we are lucky. Mingming also saved me before. You had a fever intermittently last night, but you didn't scare us to death. By the way, Captain Wenbai is here too. Do you know him? And Das Han. That's Song Shun. Wu Aiyi. You scared me yesterday. Wu Jing had been holding back her emotions, and she was not a fragile person. But facing her friend who was injured and dying, how could she control herself? So, she couldn't control herself at this moment. Her voice was choking. But she didn't cry much. She shed a few tears, which she wiped away neatly. Lu Aiyi listened to Wu Jing's description and the thrilling scenes of last night. and her eyes were a little wet. She was in a hurry to get going yesterday, so she didn't eat much for lunch. She was not lucky in the afternoon, and encountered such a difficult snowborn creature. She gritted her teeth and killed both snowborn creatures. She didn't even have time to do anything else. She just forced herself to change her winter clothes that were damaged beyond recognition, and took a few more pills. Lu Yi was even unconscious, and didn't know what medicine she was given. She just took a handful based on her survival instinct, and then fainted. She thought at the time, life and death are up to fate. That was all she could do. In the end, the god of fate was kind to her. She was saved. This surprised Lu Yi. She listened to Wu Jing's words, looked at Tu Mingming who turned to get porridge from the kitchen, and said hoarsely, "I'm so lucky." In the situation yesterday, even if she changed into a cold-brew soup before she fell into a coma, she would not freeze to death in the snow. However, she lost too much blood, and if she was not treated in time, she might die at any time. Hearing her say this, Wu Jing kept nodding. Of course, we are all people blessed by God. When she was on the verge of life and death, she was saved by Tu Mingming. Now it's Lu Yi. How to describe this feeling? It seems that she did good deeds in her previous life, and was especially loved by God in this life. Even if this love does not come directly to them. At least, not dying at the critical moment is also a kind of happiness. Right? The two familiar people talked, and did not forget when Bai and others. Lu Yi looked at the dark circles under their eyes, and combined with Wu Jing's explanation, she guessed that everyone had not slept all night. She was very sorry about this, and was about to say something. But Tu Mingming came over. Drink porridge first. Otherwise it will be difficult to recover without physical strength. While Tu Mingming was talking, she gently helped her up, and moved the large cushions behind her for her to lean on. It was at this time that Lu Yi reacted vaguely. What time is it? After asking, she checked her system time. 8:20 in the morning. A new day has begun. Normally, they should leave the safe house to save some time to deal with emergencies. However, she is still lying in the warm safe house, waiting for someone to feed her sweet red date porridge. Lu Yi was in a trance for a moment, then raised her hand and pulled Tu Mingming. Let's go out first and summon my safe house. I still have a lot of time. The time is reset at 12 o'clock midnight. Lu Yi has not used it today. There are a full 12 hours. There is indeed plenty of time. Tu Mingming did not refuse. She found some winter clothes and asked the two to change into them first, then called back the safe house. Lu Yi summoned her safe house almost seamlessly. Tu Mingming's safe house is an intermediate one with a large space. Lu Yi's is an elementary one, with a small space. The bedroom and the living room are connected, and the bed is in a corner not far away. Moreover, the layout is not as warm as Tu Mingming's. If Tu Mingming's is a carefully decorated warm nest, then Lu Yi's is really just a safe house for shelter. Chapter 144. Lu Yi has obviously gotten used to this kind of environment, but now she is not able to move easily. Tu Mingming wants to put her on the bed, but it is a bit difficult to do, for fear that the wound that was stitched up with great difficulty will be stretched again. Lu Yi is not in a hurry. She gently waved her hand. It's okay. Just lie down here. It's not cold. She would not be hypocritical about these things in the real world, and she would not care about them in the game. It's okay to be alive. She thought she was dead yesterday. However, he still held out hope for his life force. So he changed into a cold-brew soup before he lost consciousness, to ensure that he was not frozen to death. Now thinking about it, it was not bad. It was not bad. Tu Mingming prepared breakfast, and everyone ate steamed dumplings and porridge. If they felt it was not enough, they could add a piece of instant meat pie or something. Lu Yi was injured, so he had to be careful about what he ate, and he couldn't eat many things. When Bai and the others set off again after eating, and everyone was interested in moving closer to Tu Mingming's coordinates, regardless of whether this is the exit or not. After finding teammates, everyone has the courage and strength to support each other and leave here. So, go to Tu Mingming. Lu Yi couldn't move for the time being. She felt that she had become a burden and was a little embarrassed. However, she didn't say hypocritically, Mingming, you go first. Don't worry about me. I will continue to move forward after I have a good rest. After dinner, Tu Mingming carefully helped Lu Yi check the wound, gave her medicine, and then walked out of the safe house, ready to go out to see the situation. After a night of snowfall, the bloodstains from yesterday are now gone. Today's situation may be the same as before. They need to fight some monsters, and may also need to face 1 or 2 creatures. However, today they have a safe house, and the safe time is guaranteed. Of course, out of 12 hours, 3 hours need to be reserved to ensure the game time at night. There are still 9 hours left, and they need to make good use of them. The first thing is to let Luo Yi recover from his injuries. Otherwise, it's not easy to take a sick person out. After observing for a while, Tu Mingming said hello to Luo Yi in the video and prepared to go to explore the way. I'll take a look at the situation nearby first, and then talk about it. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me so that I can come back in time. I won't go far. Luo Yi can't move much now. The high fever has made her lose too much physical strength. So now that her physical strength has not recovered, she doesn't want to toss. Tu Mingming said to visit. She nodded, okay. Be safe. After walking a distance, Tu Mingming encountered eyeballs. She had encountered this thing before. Now it was not difficult to kill it again. Tu Mingming did not even use a pickaxe. She used a fish bone instead, and stabbed 2 eyeballs at once. After the eyeballs were pierced, thick black juice burst out, which looked unfriendly, especially compared with the pure white snow. The black and white were clear, and the thick black juice was slowly flowing, which gave off a weird meaning. Tu Mingming didn't look at it anymore. After piercing her eyeballs, she went to see the rewards. Such monsters drop companions. She will get 1 more reward than others. Get Snow Crystal *3. Get Companion. Silver Treasure Chest Fragment *1. Tu Mingming? The last time I got a silver treasure chest fragment was the last time. She hasn't gotten this thing for several days. She killed a lot of monsters, but didn't see any treasure chest fragments. Looking at it now, it feels like a lifetime ago. This thing really exists? It's just that the drop rate is really sad. Tu Mingming picked it up neatly, and 1 fragment fell from 8 eyeballs. However, Tu Mingming was satisfied. In the past few days, hundreds of monsters didn't drop anything. This fragment made Tu Mingming full of motivation. Even though she hardly slept that night, she was still very motivated. She continued to stab the eyeballs. Tu Dazhuang was not sensitive to eyeballs, so he didn't use his mouth, but used his claws to scratch them. 1 claw for each one. After dirtying his claws, Tu Dazhuang rubbed them on the snow with a look of disgust. 1 man and 1 dog killed 70 eyeballs. In the end, they got 3 treasure chest fragments. Compared with the previous drop rate, this drop rate was already good, and Tu Mingming was very satisfied. Although eyeballs are easy to kill. After all this tossing and turning in the snow, Tu Mingming was so tired that she was panting. Luo Yi was worried about her, so she asked if she wanted to come back and rest. Tu Mingming thought about it, and she was worried about Luo Yi, fearing that she would have a fever again. So she went back, after staying in the safe house for a while, until the coldness on her body dissipated. Tu Mingming went to take Luo Yi's temperature and gave her water. After a round of tossing and turning, knowing that Luo Yi was fine, Tu Mingming took Tu Dazhuang out of the safe house again. The monsters in the snowfield are not what you want. It will be there. So, Tu Mingming went out for a long time. Even dug a lot of mushrooms, but still didn't encounter the second batch of monsters. She was not in a hurry, so she just walked around and dug up a lot of wild grass. After digging, she sent it to Wenbai. The other party sent the prepared poison to them in time. After seeing it, Wenbai explained in a low voice, the toxicity is not strong, and the effect on the creatures in the snowfield is equivalent to no effect. But it is not bad for small monsters. Wenbai had tried this before, and now it was just a reminder. Luo Yi was very familiar with the plants in the wild. Even the plants on Andromeda were not familiar to them. But the knowledge and skill she had learned from her supernatural powers over the years were still there. When Luo Yi heard them talking about poisonous plants, she interrupted and said, I have some poisonous ones that I dug out from under a snowy field, but I don't know how to refine them. She usually only collects and organizes data and analyzes the characteristics of these plants. Luo Yi was not responsible for the subsequent production. She focused on studying plants and did not expand on it. I had some regrets before, thinking that I should have learned more skills. Who knows when I can use them? Luo Yi thought that if she could return to reality alive, she would learn to make medicine. Even if it was not easy to start from scratch, she still had to learn. At this time, the matter of poisonous weeds in the wild was mentioned, and everyone discussed it for a while, because the backpack can only be open for 5 minutes at 12 noon. So, Luo Yi couldn't take out the weeds for the time being. However, Luo Yi provided a piece of information. That is, there may be resources under the snowfield. It's a pity that they had been paying attention to the position under the tree before, and didn't notice the snow they stepped on. In this regard, Luo Yi also reminded the friends, it is not everywhere. It depends on the situation. It is not easy to find according to the analysis of soil conditions. If it is everywhere, they would have found it long ago. After all, when fighting monsters or snow creatures, the snow is often swept away to reveal a large area of ground under the snow. Everyone is not particularly familiar with the soil, and they don't insist on having wild grass. They are more focused on today's monsters. The second batch of monsters appeared at 10 a.m. At the same time, Tu Mingming took the turn to live broadcast again. The second batch of monsters were blue light octopuses. Each octopus was not particularly large, about the size of 2 fists of an adult man, but they were very flexible. They could also fly. Obviously, their living environment should be in the water, and the water is their place. However, on the snowy plains, they were still as comfortable as fish in water, and they were very fast, flying around, but the blue light on their bodies betrayed their location. It was the first time for Tu Mingming to kill such a small thing. When she saw it, she was a little curious. I have never killed this before. Thinking about it again, it seems that her teammates have never killed it before either. Because if they have killed it before, when Bai will write a summary, and then send them a small essay to remind them of the characteristics of various small monsters, so that they can deal with it more easily. Wu Jing also spoke up in time. Oh my god! What is this? Is it a sea cucumber? It's a bit ugly. It's also glowing red. When she said this, Tu Mingming was stunned. Are they all new monsters? Soon, the news from Wen Bai and Song Shun confirmed Tu Mingming's guess. They are all new monsters, and they all emit various lights. Of course, each of them is single, but if they are combined, they are colorful and very interesting. It is a pity that Luo Yi cannot participate in it. She is trying to sit up now to see if she can move a little. She still has a lot of time in her safe house, but she is not rich enough to stay here all day. Therefore, Luo Yi had to try to move around and try to get out of the safe house before the last minute, and try not to drag Tu Mingming down. Although Tu Mingming has a garbage truck, she can let Luo Yi drive it, or drive it with others. However, if possible, Luo Yi hopes that she can fight side by side with her teammates. The blue light octopus is not easy to kill. The dodge speed is too fast. Tu Mingming stabbed out the fish bone thorns twice in a row, but didn't hit any of them. This made Tu Mingming's eyes widen. A little surprised, the monsters are a bit difficult to kill. After hearing this, Wu Jing laughed sarcastically, ha! After that, fearing that Tu Mingming would misunderstand, Wu Jing quickly explained, Mingming, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself. Damn. I almost let this rotten sea cucumber hang me to death. So, this is more than just difficult to kill. This fucking can even kill back. After hearing the situation from Wu Jing, Tu Mingming immediately became alert. Then, she saw 2 dojwang being slapped by 2 small octopuses. One on the left and one on the right. Yes, an octopus slapped 2 dojwang's cute little deer face with 1 claw. Tu Mingming? How can I bear this? If you have any problems, come to me. Don't touch my little dog's face. Tu Mingming was furious on the spot and rushed forward with the fish bone. No matter if you are easy to kill or not, she will kill them all. Chapter 145. Tu Mingming gnashed her teeth and charged forward with the bone spur, looking unexpectedly cute. This made the people watching the live broadcast feel much more relaxed. Everyone even had the heart to joke for a while. Mingming looks much better. A harsh environment can still hone people. In fact, if possible, I would like them to be ordinary people in peace and not have to work so hard. This is more than just hard work. Everyone was actually feeling quite heavy. When we woke up this morning, the number of surviving players dropped below the 2,000 that had been very stable. When I watched the live broadcast yesterday, there were still many players from Country A who were injured. Now those people haven't had their turn yet. They weren't sure. Was it because they didn't have their turn? Or, the people were gone, so there was no way to live broadcast? Everyone felt heavy in their hearts. and didn't know what to say, so they could only watch. At this time, Tu Mingming was already holding the bone spur and started to stab it. The blue little octopus was indeed agile. But Tu Mingming was not slow either. In addition, after Tu Dazhuang was slapped, he started to swing his claws in anger. The power of Tu Dazhuang's claws is a mystery. The snow creature has a tough skin, and Tu Dazhuang can make the opponent bleed directly with one claw. So, these little octopuses, unless Tu Dazhuang can't reach them, he will slap them all. Looking at Tu Dazhuang's angry look, Tu Mingming knew that this made the cute dog angry. Tu Mingming panted and shouted loudly, "Come on, Dazhuang. Slap them. Don't let them go. They didn't hold back when they slapped you before. Dazhuang. Yes. 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 Slap them left. Right. Slap them away." Tu Mingming rushed to stab the octopus while fanning the flames of Tu Dazhuang. Tu Dazhuang heard it. Why did he let him slap? His tail wagged more happily, and his movements became more agile. This is not what he wanted to slap. This is what his mother told him to slap. So, damn little blue light. Crawl for your dog, Grandpa. It was a bit difficult to fight the 64 blue light little octopuses at the beginning. But after Tu Dazhuang turned on the rampage mode, everything seemed to go smoothly. Of course, it was mainly because Tu Mingming started to command and cooperate with Tu Dazhuang in the later period. It is hard to say how the combat effectiveness of the two people will be after they separate. Anyway, the efficiency is average. But once the two people cooperate and follow Tu Mingming's command, the combat effectiveness will go up. Tu Dazhuang charged at the small octopus at high speed, knocking it down from midair. Tu Mingming stabbed the small octopus with the fishbone thorn she had prepared, piercing it through, leaving its icy blue blood to flow all over the ground. And its body was frozen on the snow. One after another, 64 bodies lay together, and the scene looked quite spectacular, with some even overlapping. For Tu Mingming, there were not only the bodies of the small octopus, but also the fallen packages. She did not kill one, but picked one up. Instead, he waited until all 64 were killed before he went forward to pick them up. She was very fast, and Tu Dazhuang knew that he didn't need his help at this step. He only needed to help his mother defend and guard the surroundings. The man and the dog worked well together. This scene made the people watching the live broadcast feel relieved. Dazhuang is a good dog. Indeed. Although he eats a lot, he also does a lot of work. It's worth raising him. This is a treasure. Others don't have it yet. The netizens were so cute that they started talking nonsense. I want to be a cute dog. No. I want to be Dazhuang's mother. Woohoo. Dazhuang is too handsome. Woohoo. My ideal type is becoming less and less human. Dazhuang is so good. He eats a lot, grows strong, has high combat power, feels safe, and is loyal. Woohoo! I want to raise him. Just think about it. In reality, he might mutate and swallow you up. Front row. Please take back your ghost story. Thank you. People who have raised dogs and were almost swallowed by them still have psychological trauma. Everyone was discussing, mainly when Tu Mingming was picking up the bags. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed, and it didn't seem tense. So everyone was also interested in discussing other things. At this time, Tu Mingming had already picked up more than 60 bags. Most of them were instant food. And of course, there were also safe house repair materials. In addition, there were various medicines, which accounted for a smaller proportion. Even smaller was silver treasure chest fragments. 64 packages. Only 2 were dropped. And they were companion rewards. This drop rate was expected. And Tu Mingming was already very satisfied. After picking up the things, Tu Mingming chose a place and sat for a while. After recovering her strength, she simply packed up and walked back. At this time, the people in the monitoring department and the netizens watching the live broadcast noticed. Safe house? Why is Mingming's safe house outside? Yes. Don't they restrict its use? Mingming won't forget it. Right? It shouldn't be the case. She forgot such a fatal thing? This is not the Mingming I know. Tu Mingming couldn't see the barrage, so she didn't know what was going on outside. After she packed up, she took Tu Dazhuang back. She was worried about Lu Ayi's situation. So after she went back, she asked loudly, "Sister Ayi, how are you?" This call of Sister Ayi directly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in the monitoring department looked over at once. Everyone was nervous and excited, but they controlled themselves not to talk too much, for fear that they would have a misconception and heard it wrong. As Tu Mingming's camera moved forward, they saw Lu Ai. It's really Ai? Ai was saved? Is this the second time Ming Ming has saved someone? She also saved Wu Jing before. Ming Ming is great. Everyone was discussing in a low voice. Their voices were trembling. Lu Ai was lying on her stomach at the moment, and her back was hurting. She wanted to feel more comfortable, so she changed from lying to lying, trying not to touch her wound as much as possible. She also knew that she was holding back, so she was resting honestly and didn't dare to move. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and saw Tu Mingming, and Lu Ai smiled. Ming Ming is back. Tu Mingming sighed and stood at the door for a while. She felt that she was not so cold anymore, so she walked in and asked Lu Ai how she felt and whether her wound still hurt. Tu Mingming not only asked, but also washed her hands, checked, and took Lu Ai's temperature. Lu Ai had obviously recovered. Her face, which was pale yesterday, looked better now. She did not have a fever again, and her vitality was amazing. The wound was still wrapped, so it was not clear. Tu Mingming carefully changed her medicine and quickly cooked a bowl of noodles for Lu Ai, for fear that it would not be nutritious. Tu Mingming cut a piece of instant meat pie and put it together to make the noodles more flavorful. While cooking the noodles, Tu Mingming urged her mind to see if her ability could produce a better buff. What she wanted was recovery. However, this kind of thing cannot be seen or explained, and it is not certain whether it is possible. When the noodles were cooked, Tu Mingming took a look at its buff. Healing plus 12. Lasts 60 minutes. The buff is just a few simple words, and there is no clear instruction. Tu Mingming couldn't understand what these words meant for a moment. However, since it was moved by her own thoughts, it should be a supernatural power, right? After cooking, Tu Mingming served a big bowl to Lu Ai. Lu Ai drank porridge in the morning. To be honest, she had almost digested it, and her body needed nutrition to recover. So, she didn't refuse Tu Mingming's kindness, and ate the noodles quickly and drank all the soup. She didn't notice it before eating, but after eating, she felt a warm current in her body. She wanted to ask something, but considering that Tu Mingming was live streaming, she swallowed her words silently. Tu Mingming also ate a small bowl. Tu Dazhuang came over to smell it, only smelling a faint smell of meat. He then silently retracted his head, sat on his hind legs, and watched Tu Mingming eat. What does that look say? It seems to be saying, Mom, you have a hard life, eating vegetarian every day. Tu Mingming, it's not completely vegetarian. There is still some meat. Otherwise, the body can't keep up, and there is no energy to fight monsters. After eating, Tu Mingming said hello and went out again. It was already past 11 in the morning. After killing more than 60 small octopuses, picking up bags, and coming back to cook noodles, it took more than an hour. Tu Mingming took a short break while eating noodles, and then went out to explore. After Tu Mingming left, Lu Ai raised her hand to type to Wu Jing. Among the people in the team, she was most familiar with Wu Jing. She originally wanted to ask Wen Bai, who was more calm, but the relationship between them was average, so Lu Ai didn't feel embarrassed. Wu Jing was not surprised by Lu Ai's question. She quickly and simply explained the superpowers that Tu Mingming awakened in the game. Lu Ai was very surprised after hearing it. Can you awaken superpowers in the game? Aren't their superpowers all sealed? How come they are different? The game? Is it double standards? Lu Ai was so surprised that she couldn't close her eyes for a long time. She didn't look carefully before eating. At this moment, she found that there was a buff reminder on her right side. Healing. These two simple words seemed to match the heat flow in her body. The heat flow in her body was a proof that her body was recovering. This made Lu Ai a little excited. Maybe she wouldn't have to hold back for too long? With this uncertainty in mind, Lu Ai looked at the wound on her arm whenever she had nothing to do. The wound was not serious. About 10 centimeters. And it didn't look serious because it was not deep. This place was only smeared with medicine and bandaged with gauze. Lu Ai could open it with her other hand to see. And the bleeding of the wound has stopped long ago. Now it depends on the degree of recovery of the wound. Because of her special ability, she has amazing observation ability. Therefore, she could also notice the slight changes in the wound. When Lu Ai frequently looked at the wound, Tu Mingming had already encountered the third batch of monsters in the morning. or at noon. Chapter 146. Little Red Ghost. This is the name of the new round of monsters. It looks like a ghost. And it is not very big. Probably as long as Tu Mingming's arm. When it floats, it looks like an irregular rag. The place where the black eyes should be is now glowing red. And it looks weird and eye-catching when placed on the snowy field. They floated in the air together. And they also formed a formation, which was a bit scary. Tu Dazhuang was startled. And after he reacted, he spat directly. Tu Mingming? Dazhuang. You are a dog. You are acting more and more like a human. Tu Dazhuang didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. He just turned his head and looked at Tu Mingming with his cute little deer face. His expression seemed to be saying, Mom, do you want to deal with them? Of course I will. Tu Mingming picked up the fish bone and tried it out first. At this time, Tu Mingming's live broadcast had ended. The people watching the live broadcast were quite regretful. They also wanted to pay attention to Lu Aiyi's situation through Tu Mingming's live broadcast. Lu Aiyi was not in the next round of live broadcast. But everyone was less anxious. The person was still alive, although seriously injured, but in good condition. Everyone felt relieved. Tu Mingming first tested the little ghosts. After a few rounds, 6 were killed. Tu Mingming lost a set of winter clothes. Although the little ghosts have no weapons and seem to have no teeth, their rags seem to be very powerful. As long as they are touched, the winter clothes will be torn open. Tu Mingming. Cold-proof clothing is still very expensive. What they are spending now is all their savings. She should be thankful that she saved a lot in the beginning. And later, she also sold things to earn a lot of points. Otherwise, with this speed of harm, it would be gone sooner or later. After a round of probing and losing a piece of cold-proof clothing, Tu Mingming roughly knew the fighting power of the little ghost. It is not good to dodge, as long as the hand does not shake. One stab is accurate, but the attack power is very strong. Once it is touched, except for weapons like pickaxes, other weapons cannot withstand it. Tu Mingming stabbed 6 little ghosts to death, scrapped a winter suit, and lost 2 fish bones. The fish bones were corroded and broke in the middle, and could no longer be used. Tu Mingming pulled out a pickaxe from the backpack behind her. She still had fish bones, but they were obviously not suitable here. With the pickaxe in hand, Tu Mingming felt a lot more secure. She was very fast, and since the little ghosts had low defense, she would speed up and be more decisive. After the fight, we can go back to eat. It's time for lunch. When the backpack was just opened, Tu Mingming took out a lot of goodies, and now they are all piled on the snow. After 2 rounds of fighting in the morning, the snow has been flattened. Even if the wind and snow cover it again, it won't be covered so quickly. But she has to be fast. Otherwise, she will be buried and she will have to dig. Besides, it's still uncertain whether there will be any living creatures in the afternoon. Tu Mingming picked up the pickaxe and started to work. She didn't show any mercy. Tu Dazhuang understood it at a glance. Just do it. There is no need for one person and one dog to cooperate. Just do their own thing. This thing has low defense. It is more useful to attack directly than to cooperate. Of course, dodging is very important. After losing a set of winter clothes, Tu Mingming was much more careful. An hour later, all 101 little ghosts were knocked down. There were gray-white bodies of little ghosts on the ground, as well as red eyes, and a lot of packages. Tu Mingming picked up the package happily, not caring about the gray-white blood of the little ghosts lying there. Not dirty. Not dirty. Good things are not dirty. 6 treasure chest fragments were given in this wave. Looking at this number, Tu Mingming's breathing became tighter. In addition, a lot of medicines, safe house materials, and the like were given. After fighting 3 waves of monsters in the morning, some things could no longer be put. Tu Mingming piled some on the garbage truck and some on the mining truck. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. She took the rest back to Lu Aiyi's safe house. The healing effect was very good, but it only lasted for an hour. However, the effect was amazing. The wound on Lu Aiyi's arm has scabbed over. Yes, the wound that was bloody last night has scabbed over this morning. The miracle doctor is here, and everyone has to shout, "Miracle!" However, after the healing effect ended, the recovery speed slowed down significantly. Lu Aiyi was not sure whether Tu Mingming was still live streaming, so she did not mention it. Tu Mingming came back and checked Lu Aiyi's wound as usual. Seeing that the wound on her arm had healed very well, She was also surprised this. Lu Yi already knew that she was not live streaming. And she didn't hide anything. She generously admitted, Mingming's noodles are cooked very well. The effect is amazing. Tu Mingming was also surprised by this effect. You know, that number is not high. Only 12. But it is so amazing. Tu Mingming was amazed. But it didn't last too long. After fighting for a whole morning, although she had some supplies in the middle, she was already hungry. So, after checking the situation on Lu Yi's side, she turned around and went into the kitchen quickly. It was freezing outside. And although she had winter clothes and a safe house, she was not cold. But there was a kind of cold that was visual and psychological. So, Tu Mingming prepared to cook some hot soup for lunch. Yesterday's snowflake fish and the previous snow beef were actually very good materials for making meatballs. After hesitating for a while, Tu Mingming chose beef. The fish meat was a bit fishy. And Tu Mingming was afraid that it would affect the healing of Lu Yi's wound. She was very fast, and had all-purpose kitchen utensils to help her. So, she used a meat grinder and a food processor. The handmade beef balls were made very quickly. And they were chewy and smooth. And paired with the white radish that Tu Mingming took out of her backpack at noon. Shredded radish beef ball soup. It was delicious just thinking about it. Just a beef ball soup was far from enough for a team of people and a dog to eat. So, Tu Mingming asked for another portion of shredded pork and cucumber. And another portion of celery and dried tofu. The vegetables were all collected from the backpack. Tu Mingming skillfully stir-fried the vegetables. And the portions were large. After finishing, she took out the lunch boxes that she had prepared in advance, and gave each of her teammates a portion, and sent them over. When Bai received it first, and he advised Tu Mingming, no need to prepare specially. We have something to eat. Mingming, you still have to save some points. Wu Jing smelled the fragrant beef ball soup and responded, that's right. That's right. Song Shun rolled his eyes after hearing this. If you stop drooling, I can still trust you. Wu Jing, looking for trouble? Let's have a fight. The team started bickering. Lu Yi couldn't help laughing. Today's lunch was made by Tu Mingming using her special powers. No matter soup, vegetables or rice, they all have healing effects. All the teammates are injured and need this. Tu Mingming didn't think of it before. But now that she has thought of it, she will naturally work hard. Moreover, after the verification in the morning, Tu Mingming also knew that although the healing value was a little low, the effect was indeed amazing. The highest value of the food at noon today was 13. And the lowest was only 9. But it can be stacked. Everyone was surprised at the buff that Tu Mingming had created. When Bai even asked Tu Mingming about her progress and insights, thinking about helping her summarize some experience. Because of the injury, everyone's progress in the morning was not fast. And when Bai was the fastest, however, he didn't advance too far. After lunch, everyone took a short break and set off again. In the afternoon, everyone should be careful. We don't know what the situation is. If it doesn't work, just avoid the battle. When Bai was worried about the situation they might have to face in the afternoon. So before leaving, he carefully warned his friends. Lu Yi can now walk with crutches. The time in the safe house was very tight. And she and Tu Mingming could not stay here forever. So, after lunch, neither of them rested in the safe house, but went to sleep in the mining car covered with cold-proof cloth. Although the healing effect was amazing, Lu Yi's injuries were too severe. So, in the afternoon, the two still couldn't walk too far. Tu Mingming could drive a garbage truck to carry her. But, it's too bumpy. Tu Mingming gave up after trying it once. The repeated bumps are not conducive to the healing of Lu Yi's wounds. So, it's better to stay here and fight monsters in the afternoon. The good news is that there are no snowborn creatures this afternoon. Not even one. The bad news is that the monsters come in waves every half an hour. Yes, they come in waves every half an hour. And the number of each wave is not small. If the efficiency is slower, the next wave may come before the current wave is finished. All kinds of seamless connections. Even though Tu Mingming was calm enough, she was still in a mess. If it weren't for Tu Dazhuang's help, Tu Mingming felt that she would quit sooner or later. The monsters in the afternoon included dumplings, steamed buns, conchs, all kinds of them. There were also the little ghosts that we had fought in the morning. Tu Mingming got a headache when she saw these monsters. It's terrible, she sighed. Wu Jing cursed and agreed, it's really terrible. Damn. I have killed 3 waves of little ghosts. What kind of luck is this? Although Wu Jing was yelling, she didn't lose any winter clothes, which can be said to be strong in combat. Even though she had injuries on her legs, and it hurt so much when she swung her weapon at the place where her arm was hit. However, this did not affect her fighting. In the face of survival, these injuries are trivial. However, we can't keep releasing little ghosts to her just because she is not afraid of danger. Right? Can't we change a kind of little monster? Her life is also a life. Wu Jing gritted her teeth, looked at the new batch of little ghosts, and directly rushed the national quintessence. Tu Mingming knew as soon as she heard it that this was another unkind little monster. She silently sympathized with Wu Jing and secretly rejoiced. The little ghosts were over in one wave. And now she started killing dumplings again. This little monster makes people feel hungry. But it is still easy to kill. Chapter 147. Lu Ayi is still sitting on the mining car. She has meat steaks, buns, and other convenient foods prepared by Tu Mingming. The added status is the same. Healing. However, the value is relatively low. But the effect is still amazing. And it lasts for an hour each time. Lu Ayi is slowly recovering from her wounds in this slow but effective healing. The wounds on her arms have all scabbed. The wounds on her legs and lower back are too serious. But they should also be healing. And the feeling is not too obvious. Some minor injuries on the body have recovered very well under the effect of healing. Moreover, when the healing takes effect, some heat will flow out of the body. Warm and comfortable. Especially in the environment of ice and snow. Such heat flow really makes people feel safe. Lu Ayi sat in the mining car and watched Tu Mingming fight monsters. Her leg injury was serious, and she couldn't walk well. So she couldn't help Tu Mingming at this time. However, she occasionally gave some experience. Those are all good experiences for dealing with emergencies. After all, when Lu Ayi was collecting information in the wild before, she relied on this ability to avoid danger again and survive. Tu Mingming likes to hear such experience summaries. The experience gained from fighting on the line between life and death is very useful. After killing dumplings, she killed steamed buns, glutinous rice balls, and wontons. This afternoon, Tu Mingming directly fought with food. The result is, she was hungry. Very hungry. Especially after the monsters have more tricks. Looking at those tempting steamed buns, meat patties, grilled shrimps. Yes, there are grilled shrimps. Even the shrimps are burnt red. And they look delicious. The game is really eye-opening. Tu Mingming kept swallowing her saliva when she was playing. Tu Dazhuang was very aggressive. And Tu Mingming was afraid that he couldn't stand it. So she fed him a steak in the middle. Tu Dazhuang ate happily and knocked off 2 meat patties. There were a lot of drops this afternoon. And Tu Mingming's backpack could no longer hold them. She threw it on the garbage truck and the mining truck. Lu Ayi had a good harvest this afternoon. Although she couldn't move to fight monsters. The result of healing for an afternoon was that her legs could now walk. However, she still felt pain, which would make her tired for a long time. However, Lu Ayi's recovery state could help drive a car. If 2 cars cannot be driven at the same time, one of them needs to be thrown into the safe house. If the backpack cannot be opened all day, the safe house is the storage place for these vehicles. Being able to drive means that even if Lu Ayi is injured, she can still move forward. This made Tu Mingming smile. It's not dark yet. We can still drive for a while. The car has its own lights. But it just consumes electricity. So, even if we have to drive at night, it's no problem. Lu Ayi naturally agreed. It's still safe before the night time of the game. Moreover, there are no snow creatures today. Most likely there are none. So it becomes relatively easier for them to survive. The two discussed it, told their teammates, and then drove away. After the thump 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 sound, the place where they had fought before slowly disappeared from their sight. Driving faster, they moved forward along Wenbai's coordinates. Wenbai was already approaching them, getting closer and closer. Tu Mingming thought they could also try to get closer to Wenbai. Lu Ayi had a strong sense of direction, which was better than Tu Mingming's positioning device. With her leading her, Tu Mingming felt much more relaxed. The two of them walked forward for about 2 more hours. And as it was approaching 9 o'clock in the evening, it was time for night. So they stopped. They first entered Tu Mingming's safe house. After entering, Lu Ayi sat on the sofa to rest. And Tu Mingming went to cook. After fighting monsters all afternoon, she was already hungry. Now she wants to eat everything. All kinds of carbohydrates. And meat. She wants them all. So, the ribs are roasted and the pig's trotters are braised. But it will take time for these things to be flavored. So they probably won't be eaten today. However, braised pork is available. And lion's head can also be made. Tu Mingming moved quickly. No matter how it tasted, being able to make it was an improvement. Moreover, the most important thing was healing. 3 people in the team were injured. And Wu Jing and Song Shun both needed this buff. This was a very sumptuous dinner. Even though everyone was not gathered together, they still raised their glasses through the camera in the video. Wow! Mingming. It's so sumptuous. I like this braised pork. Damn. I fought ghosts for an afternoon. And now my eyes are blurred. And I still feel that I can see that ghost thing. Wu Jing first commented on the dishes tonight, and complained about the monsters. Song Shun followed suit and said yes. Yes. Wenbai first expressed his gratitude to Tu Mingming, and then asked about Luo Yi's injury. He did not comment on the food too much, but said it was delicious. The one who eats the food is always grateful. And the little girl will not be happy to listen to the fatherly teachings after a long time. Wenbai thought, she is still a child. And it is normal for her to have emotions. He should do more and talk less as much as possible. Otherwise, the child will rebel, which would be bad. Tu Mingming has no sense that she is still a child. She ate a delicious dinner, especially the braised spare ribs, which is the most delicious one she has cooked recently. Luo Yi's injuries have recovered very well. Although she still avoids seafood, she has tried to eat meat. As for the light diet? No. 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 In such a harsh environment, if she doesn't eat more meat to replenish her physical strength, she may always be a drag. Therefore, Luo Yi ate as much as possible without overeating herself. After eating, she entered the healing effect again. This healing process was very comfortable. Luo Yi slowly fell into sleep in this warm and moist environment. When Bai was summarizing the characteristics of today's monsters, everyone exchanged information with each other and then summarized it, so that they would not be too panicked when they encountered it again. Tu Mingming waited until Bai sent her the summary, then read it carefully several times, and wrote down as much as possible before going to bed. Tu Dazhuang ate spare ribs, steaks, and braised pork in the evening. He fell asleep happily while enjoying the delicious food. This night was relatively calm. The next day, the wind on the snowy field seemed to be stronger, and the whistling sound could be heard through the solid walls of the safe house. Tu Mingming even felt that the wind on the snowy field was hitting the safe house, making a clacking sound. The game made a daily report, compared with the tragedy of the day before yesterday. Yesterday was still okay. Not many players were lost, but there were still more than a dozen. Tu Mingming got up early, took out the dough and stuffing that she had kneaded last night, and then steamed small buns for everyone. Then she cooked porridge and made soy milk. Although the variety was not rich, it still gave everyone room for choice. After the whole team finished breakfast, they packed up and prepared to set off again. The wind on the snowfield was stronger today, and it was indeed not their illusion. As soon as Tu Mingming left the safe house, she was directly hit in the face by the flying snow blown up by the cold wind. A layer of snow fell on her windshield, and it froze instantly, making her vision burnt black. The sunglasses effectively resisted the discomfort brought by the snowfield. The windshield also protected their faces well. But, once the snow was slapped, nothing could be seen. Tu Mingming raised her hand to scrape off the snow, and then climbed onto the garbage truck. When Tu Dazhuang saw his mother go up, he also jumped up. Luo Yi was able to walk today, and his legs were almost pain-free. However, her physical strength has not really recovered, even though she ate 9 buns as big as the fists of adult men in the morning. The blood from the injury and the physical strength lost by the fever did not recover so quickly. Luo Yi did not force it. She came out of the safe house by herself, holding her stomach that was a little uncomfortable, and then climbed onto the excavator. 2 people, 1 dog, and 2 vehicles quickly started to move. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 2 encountered the first creature. Wu Jing spoke before them. Damn. Snow thorns. This thing is not easy to fight, and no one likes it when the spikes are erected. High defense, fierce attack. Wu Jing was injured because of it, so he doesn't want to encounter it again. Tu Mingming looked at the snow rabbit and snow cow in front of her, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yesterday, Luo Yi was with her, but the monsters were spawned as single player. Today's snow spirit, suddenly became a double player. The game won't let them find loopholes. Even if they were allowed to drill before. The bug will be fixed soon. Sister Ayi, can you fight? Tu Mingming quickly picked up the pickaxe and prepared to go. The slower, the longer the debuff will last, and the more disadvantageous it will be for them. So, if possible, let's do it first. However, Tu Mingming is worried about Lu Ayi. If she is asked to deal with two creatures by herself, then she needs to think of a way to see if she can use the existing conditions to drag one and fight the other. Snow rabbits are relatively easy to fight, so she can kill this one first. However, before the fight officially starts, Tu Mingming needs to ask Lu Ayi for her opinion. The opponent is also a member of the team, and even if he is still injured, he will not be easily underestimated. So, she has to ask. Lu Ayi moved back and forth. The injury on her leg is not bad. It has recovered well and can be moved, but the injury on her waist is bone deep. Therefore, her movement range cannot be too large. Otherwise, it is afraid that the injury will be aggravated and the recovery will be slower. At this moment, her buff is still healing. Every day when she is awake, she eats all the time and tries to recover herself. Now when Tu Mingming asked, Lu Ayi felt it for a while, then shook her head. The condition is not good. If I fight hard, I will probably get hurt more. But I can hold one back. And Mingming has to work hard. Chapter 148. Lu Ayi was surprised by Tu Mingming's respect for her teammate. But she did not show off. I can do it. I don't need help. She told the truth, explained her situation clearly, and told Tu Mingming how long she could delay, so that Tu Mingming could deal with one of them as quickly as possible. And then the two of them would work together to kill the other one. However, my injury is not good. I guess I can only provide support at most. And I still have to rely on you. Mingming, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ayi was a little embarrassed to say these words. After all, this was not the teammate she used to work with. So she couldn't be truly frank. However, now she had no choice. And Mingming was still her savior. So Lu Ayi felt that she should be as frank and adaptable as possible. After listening to Lu Ayi's words, Tu Mingming knew what she was doing. Then Sister Ayi, you hold the snow bull first. Thank you for your hard work. I will do the snow rabbit. I will do it as soon as possible. Dazhuang, come on. After Tu Mingming knew what she was doing, she called to Dazhuang. And the man and the dog charged directly. Tu Mingming has killed snow rabbits many times since she came to the snowy plains. Now, killing them again is quite easy. Tu Dazhuang thought about the braised pork buns he had this morning, and his little deer face was excited. Is it a snow rabbit that he saw? No. It's meat. How could Tu Mingming not understand her own dog? So watching Tu Dazhuang charging, Tu Mingming smiled and said, Dazhuang, this is spicy rabbit head. Spicy fried rabbit cubes? It's delicious. Tu Dazhuang. Slurp. Mom, if you say that, I can get on it. Tu Dazhuang rushed fiercely. And Tu Mingming also wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. The man and the dog worked together. And after half an hour, the snow rabbit fell to the ground directly. Tu Mingming didn't even have time to clean up the meat, and shouted loudly, Sister Ayi, let's start the fight. Lu Ayi still had a little more physical strength at this time, and it was still easy to just hold a snow bull. After hearing Tu Mingming's voice, Lu Ayi replied loudly, come on. Mingming, I'll support you. You focus on the lower abdomen of the snow bull. That is its weakness. Cut a few more cuts, and it will be obedient. That being said, Tu Mingming also knew the weakness of the snow bull. But the opponent's sharp horns were shining coldly. If it rushed over, if it could not be avoided, not to mention an adult, even the huge snow rabbit before would be easily pierced. Tu Mingming did not dare to be careless, but responded to Lu Ayi in time, don't worry. Sister Ayi, I will try my best to pierce its belly. While speaking, Tu Mingming rolled over and avoided the sharp horns of the snow bull in time. As a result, Tu Mingming fell into the snow next to her. The snow was frozen and very hard. Tu Mingming did not fall in, but fell with a bang, and her whole body was sore. However, she reacted quickly, rolled up and climbed up, and then made a new charge. Lu Ayi held the snow bull on the other side, and Tu Mingming got the opportunity to rush over, and then slid, because the snow was frozen. Most of the places were very solid. So, with a slide, Tu Mingming successfully slid to the lower abdomen of the snow bull. Tu Mingming passed through the cow's legs, then raised the sharp end of the pickaxe and scratched it hard. A rustling sound was heard. That was the somewhat creepy sound made when metal hits a hard object. The belly of the snow cow is a weak point, but it is not easy to scratch. Tu Mingming only scratched a layer shallowly, and there was no blood. If it was so easy to scratch, the snow cow would not last 10 minutes. Tu Mingming was not disappointed. She quickly adjusted herself and confronted the snow cow head-on. This time, it was Lu Ayi who charged. Her waist couldn't bear such a charge, but it was okay after 1 or 2 times. Lu Ayi's arm had recovered, but her strength was still not enough compared to normal. However, there was a trace of Tu Mingming's previous scratch, so Lu Ayi was sharp-eyed and scratched again along almost the same position. This time, the snow bull's belly finally saw blood. It was ice blue with an indescribable fishy smell. The weak part of the snow bull was hit hard, and it raised its front hoof violently, almost sending Lu Ayi to see the grandmother. It was Tu Dazhuang who rushed over at the critical moment and kicked the snow bull's eyes with one claw. This angered the snow bull and also disrupted its rhythm, buying Lu Ayi time. Lu Ayi escaped death, holding her aching lower back, and shouted with a slightly distorted voice, "Dazhuang, good job." While shouting, she felt envious. How could Mingming have a dog? How come Mingming has a dog? What good luck. Lu Ayi held her waist to relax for a while, and then went up again. Tu Mingming had killed a snow rabbit, and her physical strength was consumed. Lu Ayi wanted to share some of the burden with the other party, and did not want to be a complete useless person. She was already recovering, but her waist still hurt a little. It was just a little painful. Not particularly painful. Lu Ayi gritted her teeth and found a slight hissing sound. The sound was lost in the howling cold wind in the snowfield, and Tu Mingming did not hear it at all. She was still trying to slide into the snow bull's lower abdomen and hit it a few more times. However, after being hit twice, the snow bull began to grow a brain. It would not rush around recklessly when it attacked again. It deliberately avoided its belly and dealt with the 2 annoying humans in front of it. There was also a dog. Damn, that's a dog, right? The snow bull thought angrily. Why are you, a dog, joining in the fun? Unfortunately, Tu Dazhuang didn't understand its bull language, and charged again, kicking it in the eye. The snow bull made a sharp but deep sound, moo, moo. It was obviously a mutant, but the sound it made was similar to that of a normal old yellow cow, except that it was a little more sharp. The snow bull was in pain, and its defense suddenly became flawed. Tu Mingming saw the opportunity and rushed over fiercely. The snow bull was hit hard again. Its stomach was cut open, and even its internal organs flowed out. Ice blue blood flowed everywhere. The blood flowed and froze soon, which added a lot of difficulties to Tu Mingming and the others. Although the ice was thin, it was slippery. Tu Mingming almost slipped twice. Fortunately, she managed to control herself in the end, and she was lucky enough to rush into the snow bull's lower abdomen and hit it again. As the snow bull was seriously injured, its attacks and resistance became weaker and weaker. 50 minutes later, the snow bull fell heavily to the ground, making an unbearable roar, moo. Tu Mingming watched the other party die, and then stepped forward to clean up. The snow bull horns and cowhide were all materials, and the system directly rewarded them, so she didn't need to go and get them herself. However, she had to cut the snow beef herself. She also wanted to drink beef bone soup, so she got to work. Lu Ayi's lower back hurt so much after all this hard work that she relied on her tenacity to persevere. Now that the battle was over, she fell straight down on the frozen snow, and her teeth were gnashing in pain. Tu Mingming was shocked when she saw it. Lu Ayi waved her hand. It's okay, Mingming. I'm tired. Take a break. Hearing her say that it was okay, Tu Mingming felt relieved. She took a cleaver and started to cleave the meat. The meat of the snow rabbit had already frozen solid, so it made no difference whether to cleave it now or later. So, Tu Mingming cleaved the snow cow first. She didn't have the skills to slaughter before. Now in the game, she has become more and more proficient. She can cleave the meat from different parts very well, and then store them. The snow cow is very big, and has a lot of meat. Tu Mingming also wants to stew the beef bones, so she needs a lot of space. Safe houses or mining carts are both great storage spaces. Lu Ayi rested for about 5 minutes. then stood up to help with her old waist. Tu Mingming asked worriedly, Sister Joy, are you okay? Lu Yi grinned, not bad. Not bad. Just that my waist can't take it. But I can hold on. Let's go together. Faster. Lu Yi came up to help. After asking Tu Mingming's opinion, she knew that the snow rabbit could be processed directly, as long as the internal organs and meat were separated. Lu Yi is a man of action. After listening to Tu Mingming's arrangement, she stepped forward and chopped it fiercely. Yes, she used a boning knife to chop it. After several efforts, she cut the snow rabbit in half, cleaned up the internal organs, and started chopping. The bang 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 sound was a bit creepy at first, but thinking about it was a delicacy. It seemed quite delicious. The two of them worked for nearly an hour, and finally cleaned up everything. The two people were exhausted. After putting the things away, they collapsed behind the mining car and did not move. Lu Yi was because of back pain, and Tu Mingming was simply tired. The other three teammates were also paying attention to the situation of the two. They had already dealt with their own snowborn creatures. Although Wu Jing encountered a snow thorn, it was still easy for her to deal with a snowborn creature. So, after more than 40 minutes, she was already tidying herself up. The meat of the snow thorn is not delicious, so Wu Jing does not need to remove the meat. She tidied herself up and found a place sheltered from the wind to rest. From time to time, Wu Jing cared about the progress of Tu Mingming and Lu Yi. Knowing that the two were just tired, Wu Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. It was so exciting in the morning. For the players, it was a big test. Because of this incident, there were a lot of messages in the communication hall. In the past 2 days, everyone was in a low mood. Today, it was rare to have a heated discussion. After watching the excitement for a while, Tu Mingming switched to the trading hall. Most of the purchase messages there were for safe house materials. Although the backpack can be opened, everyone's inventory is limited. Every minute and every second that the safe house is on the snowfield, it may be consumed. Therefore, the materials for the safe house are very necessary, because the safe house needs to be repaired. Tu Mingming now has a lot of safe house materials, but she does not plan to sell them, because her and her teammates' safe houses also need to be repaired. The situation is unclear now, and there are not many extra materials. Tu Mingming does not want to sell the inventory for the time being. Chapter 149. Everyone took a short break and then continued on their way. Maybe it was because he had used a big move right at the beginning. So, the journey for the next 2 hours was very smooth. Because of the healing food, Lu Yi's injury recovered very well, and even her waist didn't hurt that much. In the previous battle, she was more of a supporter, so although her waist was a little strained, it didn't tear the wound. 2 hours later, Tu Mingming and Lu Yi encountered the first batch of monsters. A batch of dumplings. Each one is round and cute, with 2 eyes on one side and a nose and mouth on the other side. Alien dumplings. Tu Mingming has gotten used to seeing them. I killed so many yesterday, and now I look at them again, and I feel that after watching them for a long time, they are pleasing to the eye. Although Lu Yi hasn't killed monsters for 2 days, his wounds are slowly recovering and his physical strength is recovering well. So he also picked up a pickaxe and went up. After the two people stacked up, the monsters doubled directly. The number of monsters killed by Tu Mingming yesterday was about 60 or 70 when there were many. Of course, the weaker ones may be around 70 or 80. Today, because there were 2 people together, the monsters doubled. Tu Mingming counted, and they killed 190 dumplings. Later, Tu Mingming felt that she was almost traumatized by dumplings. The two of them killed for 50 minutes, and they were exhausted after the fight. However, Tu Mingming and Lu Yi didn't care about resting and went to pick up the bag first. Tu Mingming's bag was accompanied by a companion, but she didn't know how to tell her friends. So, in the end, they could only pick up the items in silence. After picking up the items, they talked to each other about what they had picked up. Tu Mingming found that Lu Yi's face was even darker than Wu Jing's. Tu Mingming's drops, not counting the companion rewards, included food, medicine, clothes, and safe house materials. Most of the packages dropped by Lu Yi were dry noodles and jam. Occasionally there would be some winter clothes and cotton slippers. Safe house materials? Medicine? None. When Lu Yi heard that Tu Mingming had medicine, he almost broke his defense. Okay, I have a dark face. The two people were mumbling. Wu Jing was listening over there and laughed. "Aie, you are more shameless than me. But this is normal. Compared with Ming Ming, everyone is the shameless one." For lunch, no one wanted to eat dry bread. So, Tu Ming Ming took out steaks, instant meat patties and the like. The finished product produced by the system tasted good. The two people sat in the mining truck with their backs to the wind. After eating, they took a short rest and set off again. One drove a garbage truck and the other drove a mining truck. The afternoon's journey was full of small monsters. The two of them were quite efficient. And because they cooperated more and more, they became more and more tacit. In the next 3 days, Tu Ming Ming and Lu Ai got closer and closer to Wenbai. After the initial two creatures hit the players hard together, the same situation did not occur again in the following time. Therefore, the number of surviving players every day has fewer variables. Now it basically maintains around 1,600. 4 days later, Tu Ming Ming and Lu Ai finally reunited with Wenbai. At the end of the field of vision, there was a vast expanse of white. Tu Ming Ming looked at the familiar Wenbai, walking in the snow with difficulty, approaching them step by step. At this moment, Tu Ming Ming's eyes suddenly felt a little sore. She tried to control herself and didn't let her tears fall. Tu Ming Ming was afraid that her tears would freeze on her face. So she took a few deep breaths and finally controlled her emotions. Lu Ai was also very excited. She jumped up and waved at Wenbai. "Captain 1. Captain 1. Here." After the two of them got excited, they drove their cars forward. They had cars and were faster, so they naturally had to pick up Wenbai at this time. Wenbai also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing two particularly large cars. Finally, he met his teammates. Although only two of them, Wenbai also increased his speed. However, the snow was too thick above the knees, and it was very difficult to walk. Wenbai needed to take tools to clear the snow in front of him before he could move forward. Otherwise, it would be easy to get stuck in the snow. The two sides soon met. There was space for both the garbage truck and the mining truck. Wenbai could sit in either one. Wenbai didn't hesitate and got on Tu Ming Ming's garbage truck directly. Lu Ai nodded after seeing it. Okay, Captain 1. Please take care of Ming Ming more." After 4 days of healing and care, Lu Ai's injuries have all healed. Not only that, his physical strength has also recovered well. Tu Ming Ming's food has made all his teammates strong. Song Shun also exaggeratedly used the healing attribute to complete 2 days of suicide missions. That night, the 3 teammates and Tu Dazhuang happily ate hot pot. They finally came across it, and the safe house can be fully utilized. So, they have enough time to sit in the safe house to eat and take a short rest. At this time, they are eating hot pot in Tu Ming Ming's safe house. Today's newly killed snow rabbit, snow cow, snowflake fish, the meat of various creatures, except for those that cannot be eaten, is tender and delicious. Especially the meat of snow rabbit. Put it in the pot. Count the time to bring it up. Dip it in the sauce. And then put it in your mouth. Fresh and tender. Smooth and delicious. Tu Ming Ming squinted her eyes and chewed with enjoyment. Lu Ai ate snow beef, which was fresh and chewy. After Lu Ai swallowed it, she stretched out her hand holding chopsticks. "Ming Ming, this is good?" Wenbai lowered his head and ate it. The types of meals Tu Ming Ming made every day were not fixed. Of course, they were mostly for buff and taking care of teammates. Therefore, they rarely eat hot pot. At this time, Wenbai just wanted to enjoy it. However, considering that Tu Ming Ming was the one who prepared the food, Wenbai quickly looked up and said, "Ming Ming, you have worked hard." Tu Ming Ming shook her head indifferently. Everyone has contributed. Tu Ming Ming prepared the sauce and universal kitchen utensils. Wenbai and Lu Ai cut all kinds of meat. The other 2 teammates couldn't eat it. At this time, they were facing the steaming hot pot in the video and eating their dry bread. Tu Ming Ming prepared barbecue and other things for them. However, it was not as delicious as eating with teammates. Song Shun drooled as he watched. "Woo! I also want to eat hot pot. It's such a cold day and such heavy snow. It's a pity not to eat hot pot." Wu Jing felt that she was okay, although she was greedy, who made her very close to Tu Ming Ming and the others at the beginning. And then she deviated. Although she corrected her direction of advance, she still failed to rush to Tu Ming Ming first. So, if I can't enjoy it, I can blame myself for my poor sense of direction. The teammates enjoyed the delicious hot pot together. Of course 2 of them ate it online. But I was still very satisfied. After dinner, everyone briefly summarized today's information and went to bed. Outside, the wind and snow are still blowing. In the house, it is warm like spring. Tu Mingming was tired all day and fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. At 8 a.m. the next day, the system reported as usual. Today's number of players alive is only a few less than yesterday. This made Tu Mingming and the others breathe a sigh of relief. After everyone packed up, they set off again. The 3 of them discussed and decided that today the 3 of them would drive the mining truck. 1 person driving and 2 people sitting. The other garbage truck was sent to Song Shun, who was the farthest away from them, so that they could speed up. The decision was made by the teammates through a video call. No one had any objections. After the decision was made, Tu Mingming sent the garbage truck to Song Shun. Although Wu Jing didn't have a car, she was not angry. She was much closer to Tu Mingming than Song Shun, and it would be a waste to give her a car. After the teammates made their decision, they packed up and set off directly. Today's snowfield is still cold. The temperature once dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero. Everyone wore cold-proof clothing, faced the howling north wind, and the snow that hit their faces, and moved forward with difficulty. Today's wind seems to be particularly strong. Lu Yi drove the mining truck first, and drove for a long time. Then, the mining truck ran out of oil. Tu Mingming has a lot of snowfield crystals, so refueling is not a problem. After refueling, Wenbai took over the driving. Half an hour later, they encountered 3 snow bulls. Tu Mingming, the other 2. So, is this the result of the team members' reunion? The 3 looked at each other and then went up. At this time, do they need to discuss countermeasures? No. Just do it. They are not unprepared for this situation, because Lu Yi and Tu Mingming had encountered the same situation before. So, last night, after they had dinner, they had already discussed how they would deal with this situation if it happened. Wenbai and Lu Yi played as the main force, while Tu Mingming supported. Supporting is not just about pulling like Lu Yi did before, but really participating in the game. Therefore, Tu Mingming was under a lot of pressure. Wenbai gave voice commands in the team, while Tu Mingming and Lu Yi listened to the commands and took the initiative to raise questions when there were any. Wu Jing and Song Shun listened to the cooperation of their teammates and the commands of Wenbai, and they were envious. After wiping off the snow that rolled up the windshield, Wu Jing thought silently, at the latest tomorrow, she must meet up with her teammates. She also wanted to fight alongside her teammates. Song Shun didn't have so many thoughts. At this moment, he was playing around. What he encountered today was a snow rabbit. Song Shun felt that he couldn't play around with it since he had such good luck. So, he drove the garbage truck and hit everything. The snow rabbit was fast? Song Shun said. How could I not be faster than you at my driving speed? Impossible. So, go. 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 Song Shun drove the garbage truck, drifting and playing around. However, his driving skills were still good, and he was very aggressive. Therefore, the snow rabbit's leg was quickly broken by him. The snow rabbit with a broken leg had its fighting power reduced to the bottom. Song Shun did not hesitate and rushed to the bottom. Song Shun, who thought he had performed particularly well today, lost control while driving the garbage truck and became a middle school student. Song, the chosen one, the Emperor of Heaven. Shun, go! For the final victory. Chapter 150. Tu Mingming was amused by him, and was almost bitten by the monster. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and was in a supporting position, so it did not affect the team's combat situation. Tu Mingming felt a little embarrassed about her mistakes. However, neither Wenbai nor Lu Yi said anything. They were absolutely tolerant of her. This made Tu Mingming even more embarrassed. Therefore, in the following time, she tried her best to block out external factors that had nothing to do with the fight, and actively worked hard to deal with the creatures in front of her. Lu Yi's wounds had healed, and with Wenbai, their fighting power was still amazing. So, it wasn't particularly difficult for them to kill the 3 creatures. Not long after Wu Jing and Song Shun finished killing, they finished theirs. However, they were really tired. After the end, Tu Mingming automatically went to pick the meat and clean up the battlefield. Fortunately, the creatures didn't drop their packages, so they didn't need to go around to pick up the spoils. Wenbai rested for a while and then went forward to help. The snow cows were too big. If Tu Mingming relied on herself, it would probably take until late to clean them up. So, when Bai came forward to help after resting, Lu Ai drank a sip of warm water and also came forward. The three of them worked together for nearly 2 hours before they finished cleaning up the 3 snow cows. There was a lot of meat and a big skeleton. Fortunately, the pot of the universal kitchenware can control the size. So, the small beef bone soup. Get it? After Song Shun finished his work, he looked at the coordinates. Hee. I should be there the day after tomorrow at the latest. I have a cheat. Song Shun, driving the garbage truck forward, was mysteriously confident in himself. Wu Jing had a feeling that he was setting a flag. However, Wu Jing believed in some metaphysics. Even if he knew, he would not speak nonsense to avoid it coming true. After everyone had a good rest, they continued to move forward. During the rest time, Tu Mingming also marinated the meat and fried some beef patties. The corresponding buffs include warmth and healing. Healing is used to sell. Although the number of players surviving now is not bad, there are still many who are struggling on the line between life and death. Tu Mingming wanted to see more players survive. So, after discussing with Wen Bai and the others, they would sell some food with healing buff every day when they had spare energy. Most of them were meat patties that made people feel full. A small part of the time, they would sell some soups. After all, in the icy and snowy environment, drinking some soup can at least warm your heart. 2 days later, the distance between Song Shun and Tu Mingming and the others was getting farther and farther. After knowing the result, Wu Jing laughed without hesitation. Song Shun was speechless and helpless. After a long time, he sighed. 30 years later, things have changed. Wu Jing couldn't stand it and started laughing before she finished listening. Help me. Please stop talking. I still want to live. Song Shun snorted coldly, and then wondered, why is it getting farther and farther? I walked according to the coordinates. There is something wrong with the coordinates. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Wu Jing laughed and laughed until she couldn't laugh anymore. Because according to the original plan, she should meet up with her teammates in 2 or 3 days. As a result, she also deviated from the course. She couldn't help but mutter, I doubt that there is something on the snowfield that can affect our direction. Wen Bai hesitated for several times, and finally said nothing. Lu Ai also wanted to say something, but was afraid of undermining the confidence of her friends. After everyone was silent for a while, Wen Bai spoke, keep going. What else can they do except continue? Wu Jing and Song Shun really had no other choice. After everyone sighed, they encouraged each other and continued to move forward. In the afternoon, ice and snow fell on the snowfield. It hurt so much when they hit me. The same place was hit 3 times in a row, and it would probably have purple bruises. Wen Bai, a man, was beaten so hard that he gritted his teeth, let alone others. So, he quickly suggested that everyone go back to the safe house first. The safe house for 3 people was used in turn, which gave them the opportunity to enter the safe house in a day. Compared with them, the other 2 were not so lucky. However, because of the different location, they were still okay for the time being. Although the cold wind would blow up the snow and hit people, it was not that painful at least. Before the 3 people entered the safe house, they killed the last wave of monsters. There were a total of 120 monsters. The 3 people killed them with gritted teeth, picked up the bags while jogging, and returned to Lu Ai's safe house. After returning, they slowly looked at the things they picked up. There were a lot of things dropped in more than 100 bags, but most of them were small items. Even if Tu Mingming was lucky, there were more than 30 dry breads, more than 60 black pepper sausages of average taste, and the rest were medicines. Compared to the other 2, Tu Mingming's harvest was relatively good. Wen Bai split the dry bread and mineral water in half. Lu Ai was better. At least she got some safe house materials. Half of Tu Mingming's companion rewards were safe house materials, and the other half were other miscellaneous items. Among them, the thing that made Tu Mingming the happiest was one thing: silver treasure chest fragments. She only needed the last piece to piece together a silver treasure chest. After finding this fragment, Tu Mingming jumped up happily. The last piece. The last piece. Seeing her so happy, Wen Bai thought about what Tu Mingming said before, and also became excited. Is it a treasure chest? Tu Mingming nodded quickly. Yes. The last one. We can put it together. Lu Ayi was also excited after hearing this. Treasure chest. How long has it been since they last saw a treasure chest after leaving the mine? 3 people were excited, and the other 2 were still fighting monsters outside. So they couldn't participate in this topic for the time being. When Bai and the others didn't urge her. But Tu Mingming still wanted to put the treasure chest together as quickly as possible, and then open it to see. Tu Mingming washed her hands first, and then carefully tidied herself up. These preparations may not be useful, but at least psychologically, they are a kind of comfort. After getting ready, Tu Mingming put the treasure chest together and then opened it. Obtained item: Snowfield Escape Guide card *1. Tu Mingming? After hearing this prompt, Tu Mingming was stunned for a moment. After seeing it, Wen Bai asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" After being surprised, Tu Mingming chose to tell the truth and took a short video of the things and sent it to the team. Snowfield Escape Guide card. After using it, you will know where the exit of the snowfield is. Friends, the thing they need most is here. They have been wandering in the snowfield for many days, and have no idea how to get out of the snowfield. They can only wander in the snowfield relying on their previous experience. Now there is a guide. Do they have a chance to determine the direction and get out of the snowfield? Everyone was very excited, and even their breathing became much lighter. Tu Mingming was naturally excited. She took a deep breath and asked her friends in a trembling voice. I opened it. Everyone was silent for a while. It was not that they didn't want to talk or didn't know what to do, but they didn't react at all. Soon, when Bai came back to his senses, open it, so that we can know how to get out earlier. Tu Mingming raised her trembling hand and poked at the card. Snowfield Escape Guide card has been used. Snowfield Escape Guide card tip: go all the way north. After the card was used, only 4 words were left. All the way north. North is their exit. Tu Mingming excitedly shared this news with her friends. Wen Bai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Now they have a direction, although they often deviate on the snowy plains. But it's okay. At least the goal is clear. After hearing this result, Song Shun kept scratching his head. Where is the north? They now only have a coordinate reminder. If you want to know where the north is, you can only rely on experience. Look at the direction where the sun rises and sets. And look at the stars at night. There are no stars in the snowy night. At least, there were no stars before they returned to the safe house. If you want to look at the stars to guide the way, there are none. You can only look at the sunrise and sunset. If you want to go all the way north, there are many difficulties. It doesn't mean that they can reach the destination if they know it. Along the way, let's not talk about the possibility of deviation. Just say how to know where the north is. Song Shun didn't have the skills to tell the direction, so he muttered worriedly, what can I do? I can't tell the direction very well. Otherwise, how could it deviate? According to the coordinates, they will meet in 2 days. As a result, they are getting farther and farther away. Wen Bai and his team also deviated slightly, but compared to Song Shun, they only deviated 1 step to the side at most. Song Shun deviated so much that he turned around and took another step to the side. Wu Jing's sense of direction is okay, but after so many days of wandering on the snow, she has no idea what to do. Wen Bai has a strong sense of direction, but the 2 teammates can't determine where the north is. What should they do? There is another question. That is, should we tell other players in the game about the tip of heading north? Wen Bai plans to discuss this question with his teammates later. Should we live alone or together? No one is sure whether there are players from their country A among the surviving players. Moreover, we are all from the blue planet. Compared with people from alien planets, they are naturally their people. It is better to have more people alive, no matter whether they are good or bad. At least they are the living force of this planet. However, this matter is not something that can be decided by oneself. It is still necessary to discuss it with friends, and it mainly depends on Tu Mingming's opinion. And there is no free lunch in the world. They tell it for free, but others may not believe it. Maybe they can use this to make a deal, although it is not certain whether the points will be useful in the end. However, for them, at least it is useful. Garbage truck delivery and the like all require points. Tu Mingming also needs points to send things to everyone on a daily basis. Tu Mingming did not think as much as Wen Bai. At this time, she was rummaging in her backpack. I have a universal locator. It has a function that I always thought was useless before. That is, north-south pointing. Chapter 151. Tu Mingming's words directly blew up the team channel. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, all kinds of voices came from the team. What? North-south direction? Fuck. What's going on? This is a divine weapon. Sheila, you just took it out. Ah. I'm not blaming you. Sheila, I'm just too excited. There's actually such a thing. Everyone was talking at the same time, and their voices were a little high. Tu Mingming was embarrassed. She had used this locator when she first entered the snowfield. After that, she just used it and didn't pay much attention to it. If it wasn't for the instructions to the north in the treasure chest, Tu Mingming wouldn't have thought of this thing, because they didn't even know where the exit was. What was the point of knowing the direction? Their current goal was to reunite with their teammates as quickly as possible. So, the direction was not important. The coordinates were important. After the teammates calmed down, Tu Mingming embarrassedly expressed her thoughts. After listening to this, the teammates were silent for a while. Finally, Wenbai smiled helplessly. It is true that without the instructions to go north, knowing the direction is useless. What they need to follow is the coordinates, and the direction is at most a guide for them. Not wanting Tu Mingming to have too much pressure, Wenbai quickly said, but with the instructions to go north. This thing is of great significance to us. Mingming, you have made a great contribution. Tu Mingming was embarrassed by what he said. Wu Jing also praised Lu Ayi quickly. Lu Ayi didn't talk much, but she also tried to praise him a few times. Some of what Song Shun said before didn't really go through his mind. Now he realized it, and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't want Tu Mingming to think too much. So he said quickly, Xiao Le, don't be angry. You know me. I talk like this. My mouth is faster than my brain. The mouth flies in front, and the brain chases behind. And sometimes it can't catch up. Tu Mingming didn't get angry, and quickly waved her hand, and said it was okay. With the instructions to go north, it seems easier for them to get out of the snowfield. Of course, it is probably still difficult to actually do it. However, at least there is a direction and a goal, which is a kind of progress and encouragement for them. Next, they need to consider an idea that Wenbai proposed later. That is, should we tell other people in the game? Although everyone has different nationalities. But, they are all Blue Star people. Even if there are scum and bastards on this planet. But the planet belongs to everyone. Even if they don't cherish it. More people on this planet still cherish it. Moreover, among the surviving players, there are probably players from their country A. If they are left alone, maybe they have a chance to leave the snowfield. Maybe not. In any case, they can't ignore their compatriots. Wenbai carefully analyzed it, and then waited for the reaction of his teammates. Tu Mingming is actually okay, and can accept this kind of thing. Moreover, she has always felt that a large base of surviving players is also a positive influence for them. If one day, the number of surviving players in the game reaches double digits, watching this number every day, which is constantly decreasing, is also an invisible psychological pressure and mental torture for Tu Mingming. Therefore, if possible, it is better to have more surviving players, even if there are scum among them. However, Tu Mingming is willing to believe that there are more good people or ordinary people like her. So, after Wenbai finished speaking, Tu Mingming only thought for a few seconds and nodded. I think it's okay. I agree with Captain Wen's idea. Wenbai's idea is to sell the news. As for whether others believe it or not, they don't care. Those who are willing to believe it can use points to buy the news. As for the final price, they still need to discuss it. If Tu Mingming agrees, others will not have any opinions. After all, they were just trying to get the news. Wu Jing quickly raised his hand. I agree too. Lu Ayi also raised her hand to show her agreement. Song Shun touched his chin and whispered, it's not good to sell it too cheaply. It's such important news. Wenbai agreed with this. Yes. So if everyone agrees, then we need to discuss how many points to sell. After going through the test of the snowfield, the players' points are expected to shrink significantly. However, everyone has made good profits in the mines, and most of the players who can survive now should be capable. So, they must have some extra money. This price is too cheap, which makes people feel like they are cheating. If it is too expensive, it will exceed the players' psychological expectations, or their budget, and they will hesitate and may try it themselves before deciding whether to buy it. In case they really try the route in the end, or get other hints in the game, maybe this deal will not be successful. Song Shun thought simply, So he spoke first. I think 6666 is more suitable. I accept reservations and installments. When you return to reality, you can exchange it for real money. Of course, the premise is that you can leave the game alive. If you can't return to reality, then it's a dead account. Wu Jing took a breath when he heard this number. Brother, calm down. It's too much. I only have more than 20,000 points left now. As soon as he said this, he exposed his true wealth value. And Wu Jing was actually a little embarrassed. However, she survived the mine and owed a lot of foreign debts. After paying them off, they also made a fortune. But after experiencing the garbage mountain and the snow mountain, she also consumed a lot. So, now there are only more than 28,000 points left. Wu Jing felt that he should be the one with the least points in the team. After listening to this, Lu Yi was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice, "It's indeed a bit too much. I only have more than 10,000 points left." Everyone. Wu Jing. Ah? Is there anyone with less points than me? After feeling the stares of her teammates, Lu Yi felt a little embarrassed. I was injured in the mine, so I got fewer points in the end. When I was in the garbage mountain, I bought a lot of food. Speaking of food, Lu Yi looked at Tu Mingming quietly again. The food she ate was bought from the trading hall and made by Tu Mingming. Lu Yi only found out after being rescued. Tu Mingming felt embarrassed to be stared at, so she smiled with her lips pursed. Lu Yi not only had a small amount of initial points, but also mailed a lot of things to the country. She didn't have the good luck of Tu Mingming, who also had a messenger and a mailbox. Lu Yi accidentally picked up a disposable package. If she wanted to open and use it, she needed 10,000 points. She had received 6 such packages. Most of the inventory in her backpack was sent back to reality using these 6 packages. At that time, she had left the mine and entered the garbage mountain. She thought that the points should be useful, but not too much. In addition, she was not sure whether she could survive tomorrow, so she spent them like a tyrant. The result was that when they came to the snowy plain, they were almost dumbfounded. Lu Yi explained softly, and everyone nodded in understanding. Tu Mingming looked at her 6-digit points and was silent for a while, not daring to speak, for fear of attracting the hatred of her teammates. Song Shun's points were also 6 digits, when Bai's were less, 5 digits, but they started with 6. Everyone had a discussion about their assets, and then set the price of this news at 2,888. When Bai felt that this was already a bargain. After all, with this instruction to go north, they have more possibilities to get out of the snowfield, go to the next place, or even leave the game. So, how can 2,888 not be considered cheap? After some discussion, everyone decided on this price. When Bai was afraid that the night would be long and dreams would be many, and other people would get the news. So after the discussion, Tu Mingming put the goods on the shelves in the trading hall for publicity. When Bai sent a reminder message in the communication hall, "Mo, there are clues to get out of the snowfield in the trading hall." It was already afternoon. The weather in the snowfield was unpredictable. Wu Jing and his friends were finally hit by a strong wind and a blizzard, which blew wildly onto their bodies. Wu Jing was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and found a sheltered place to take shelter temporarily, hoping to wait for the wind to be less severe or the snow to be less severe before moving forward. Song Shun had a garbage truck, so he was relatively better off. So, after he found a place, he hid on the garbage truck and was safe for the time being. However, Song Shun needed to be careful not to be buried by the snow. Otherwise, it's not easy to get out. When Bai's news, like a drop of water in a frying pan, directly made the exchange hall lively. Going to jump into the sea on Friday? Western God, huh? Suyutova, what did I see? I still believe the news from Mr. Mo. But the tip about getting out of the snowfield? Everyone didn't believe it at first. Moreover, the price of this news is not cheap when it is not sure whether it is true or not. It is not like the food sold by Tu Mingming, most of which are cheap. For a few dozen points, you can get an hour of buff, which is still acceptable to players. After all, this thing is really useful, especially when facing creatures. Increasing strength, or other things, is icing on the cake for them. However, uncertain news sells for 3,000 points. This, even wealthy people dare not buy it at this time. After all, no one is sure about the future of Shuiyuan, and points are very important. They already know it. At this time, no one wants to spend it carelessly. Everyone is suspicious, curious, shocked. Tu Mingming has been paying attention to the news in the trading hall. After 5 minutes, there was no prompt for successful transaction. After 10 minutes, there was still no prompt. This made Tu Mingming wonder, did they really set the price too high? It can't be. However, if you think about it from another perspective, you can understand it. The main reason now is that there is no way to confirm the authenticity of the news. Therefore, everyone will continue to wait and see, and dare not take action for the time being. This is a bit troublesome. Tu Mingming frowned and took a bite of dry bread. Chapter 152. The weather in the snowy plains in the afternoon was very bad. Tu Mingming discussed with Wenbai and the others, and they planned to stay in the safe house for an afternoon to see the situation before deciding whether to leave. Anyway, they already knew the clues and headed north. So, after the positioning was completed, they knew which direction was north. With Wenbai, who had a strong sense of direction, they should not deviate. During the process, the positioning device could also be sent to Wu Jing and Song Shun to help them determine their location and facilitate them to get out of the snowy plains as quickly as possible. Wenbai said that he had a feeling that this time, the way out of the snowfield might be different from the garbage mountain and the mine before. It doesn't mean that if someone passes the level, others can also pass the level. So, they need to make preparations for both situations. If someone can really get out and lead others, that would be the best. If not, they need to make efforts to get out. In any case, make more preparations so that you won't panic. As for whether the news can be sold, Tu Mingming was a little anxious at first. Soon, she came to her senses. Whether to buy or not, whether to succeed or not, depends on fate. She didn't force it. At this time, Tu Mingming was making hand-beaten beef balls. She was going to make meatball soup in the evening, when she could open her backpack at noon. Tu Mingming harvested a lot of radishes planted in her backpack, and now they are all piled up in Wenbai's safe house. She ate beef meatball soup in the evening. The meatballs made from fresh beef are also particularly tender and delicious. Of course, if you want the beef balls to be elastic and smooth, you need to get the strength right. Tu Mingming had made it before, and even made fish balls. So she has a lot of experience now. The universal kitchenware can meet all her production needs, and she doesn't need to worry about not having enough tools. Seeing that Tu Mingming has relaxed and made food, Wenbai lies on the window to see what's going on outside. And from time to time, he needs to check the team channel to see what's going on with the other two teammates. They have a safe house that 3 people can take turns using, so they still have some time left in the safe house during the day. Although it can't be accumulated, at least they can temporarily avoid such bad weather. However, Wu Jing and Song Shun are now fighting alone, so they can't avoid it. At most, they can find a sheltered place, rest for a while, adjust their condition, and then continue to set off. Otherwise, they will be easily buried by frost and snow. While Tu Mingming was making beef balls in the kitchen, everyone in the communication hall was still discussing. After all, the conditions in the snowfield are too bad, especially today's climate, which is particularly unfriendly. Therefore, many people feel that they are about to give up, and there is no direction, or an accurate direction, and they are afraid that the breath in their hearts will be relieved again. Many people are actually still moved by this news, but they are afraid that it is a lie. The reason why those people discuss loudly is sometimes to cover up their inner panic. When people can't make a decision, they will find something else to do for themselves. Distract their attention a little, and stop being overly anxious. Maybe when you calm down and look back, maybe there will be a good solution to the problem. Escape is shameful, but it is useful. At least, it is useful for adjusting your mentality. After working for more than an hour, the first batch of handmade beef balls has come out of the oven. Tu Mingming seasoned and cooked them all. Each one is chewy and fresh. Because it has been seasoned, it does not need dipping sauce. It is also delicious. It can be eaten as a ready-to-eat meatball, and it is convenient and delicious. After Tu Mingming finished, she packed it in a lunchbox. There was still a lot of beef, and the refrigerator in Wenbai's safe house was full. Tu Mingming couldn't go out for the time being, so she just continued to make it. During the process, Tu Dazhuang finished at least 2 pounds of handmade beef balls. Lu Yi took the time to come over and take a look, and when she saw Tu Dazhuang eating happily, she couldn't help but mutter, "Dazhuang eats a lot." Then, she was given a cold eye by Tu Dazhuang. Lu Yi was amused by a dog. She stood at the door of the kitchen, watching Tu Mingming busying around, thinking about the things she had been rescued before. And her mood was particularly complicated. Lu Yi was not born to be a loner. She had teammates or good friends, who fought side by side with her, and could trust each other with their lives. They had been through life and death many times, and could trust each other with confidence. However, in one battle, the other party stabbed Lu Yi in the back. At that time, Lu Yi had just finished fighting with mutant plants and her physical strength was extremely exhausted. She was stabbed in the back by her friend and her life was almost hanging by a thread. After escaping from death, she found out that her friend did not escape in the end. It is unknown whether the other party was contaminated by the mutant plant spirit, which led to the final backstab, or for other reasons. However, after the trust was broken, Lu Yi actually found it difficult to trust the people around her. She once trusted her teammates 100% and trusted them. But at the same time, she was stabbed in the back. In the following time, except for the activities arranged by the organization and teammates, Lu Yi actually did not like to travel with others or form a team with others. She became a lone wolf without knowing it. Looking back now, Lu Yi is not sure whether her choice or decision is right or wrong. She thought that in that situation, it would be difficult for her to make other choices. So, after being rescued this time, will she open her heart again and trust her teammates? Thinking of this, Lu Yi lowered her eyes slightly, her heart full of uncertainty. She herself didn't know. However, she could think about it carefully in her spare time. I didn't think about it before because the backstab and the death of my friend were too painful. Now, the pain may not have subsided, but she can try to treat herself. Lu Yi's thoughts were quickly interrupted by Wu Jing's scream. Fuck! Wu Jing's voice was split, followed by the unbearable Chinese quintessence. Lu Yi felt that something was wrong when she heard the voice, and turned her head to look. Then she saw Wen Bai's dark complexion and tightly furrowed eyebrows. Lu Yi instantly realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly strode over and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What's wrong with Wu Jing?" While asking questions, she also switched to her team channel and looked at the video footage. As a result, no one could be seen on Wu Jing's side. Only a vast expanse of white. The snow seemed to have suddenly become alive, rolling down like waves, with a soul-stealing momentum and cruelty. Watching this scene, Lu Yi's pupils trembled instantly. She unconsciously opened her eyes wide, and murmured in a trembling voice, "Snow! Avalanche?" Tu Mingming also heard Wu Jing's voice. She thought the other party had encountered a living being again. In such a harsh environment, if you encounter a living creature, you really want to curse. Tu Mingming looked up, but she didn't see anything. Only a vast expanse of white snow. Tu Mingming? Something is wrong. She looked carefully and found that the snow seemed to have life. Rushing over, and like the hand of a devil, it stretched out quickly, grabbing everyone's life. They were extremely fast and had a strong momentum. Even across the screen, people's heartbeats unconsciously accelerated, and their breathing tightened. Tu Mingming soon realized what Wu Jing had encountered. Avalanche. From the first day she entered the snowfield, Tu Mingming was nervous and afraid that she would encounter an avalanche. Sometimes, when they were fighting, the noise was too loud, and Tu Mingming was afraid that the snowfield could not bear it and collapse directly. However, the snowfield had always been calm, and no one in the team had heard of an avalanche. Tu Mingming's heart slowly settled down. She thought that the snowfield was the snowfield, and the game was the game, and there would be no such thing as an avalanche. There is no setting in the game, so there should be no setting. Right? As a result, why come at this time? When they got the clue and relaxed their vigilance a little. When the weather in the snowfield became extremely bad, and they were overwhelmed. Tu Mingming was nervous and kept swallowing. She wanted to ask something, but her throat was so dry that she couldn't ask anything. She turned her head and looked towards the living room in a bit of a panic. At this time, Wen Bai kept calling Wu Jing's name, "Wu Jing. Wu Jing. Please answer if you hear me. Wu Jing." Lu Yi wanted to shout, but was afraid of disturbing Wen Bai's rhythm. So she pinched her palms and kept controlling herself. But it was difficult to control her shaking hands and stiff back. Tu Mingming was halfway through making balls, and she had memorized the next steps in her mind. But now she couldn't do it at all. Tu Dazhuang seemed to feel her emotions. and gently rubbed her trouser corners with his little dear face. As if to comfort her, Tu Mingming squatted down and gently hugged Tu Dajun, silently calling Wu Jing's name in her heart. She didn't dare to shout, for fear of disturbing Wen Bai's rhythm. But even if she couldn't shout, she could shout in her heart. Right? Wu Jing. Sister Jing. You must be safe. Song Shun was so anxious that he screamed. But he was afraid of disturbing Wen Bai and the others. Or what if he shouted too loudly, and Wu Jing made a noise, and they couldn't hear him? He muted his microphone manually. And considering the danger of the snowfield, he found another place to rest for a while. No more hurrying. It's too dangerous. Avalanche. Song Shun felt desperate just thinking about it. Not to mention that their powers were sealed. Even if they had powers, they couldn't handle avalanches. After all, they were too small in front of nature. At this time, it was Wu Jing's turn to live broadcast. The whole Blue Star saw Wu Jing being swept into a vast expanse of white frost and snow. Not only Wu Jing, but also 2 people from E country and 1 person from C country. There were only 4 places where avalanches occurred. Wu Jing happened to catch up. After watching it, the people from Country A were so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating. Chapter 153. At this time, the atmosphere in the monitoring department of Country A was heavy and depressing. Everyone didn't speak for a long time, and just stared at the screen. Wen Bai also kept calling Wu Jing's name anxiously. Unfortunately, after a long while, there was no response. Lu Ai stared at him for a long time, and after finding that Wen Bai's voice was hoarse, he raised his hand and signaled him, "I'll do it." Wen Bai didn't refuse, and let Lu Ai continue to shout. Song Shun was so anxious that he covered his mouth while watching. Tu Mingming's beef balls were thrown aside, staring at the video on Wu Jing's side. In fact, they have never really understood where this angle, or this virtual camera, is when the team video is being recorded. At this time, it can only capture the white snow on Wu Jing's side, and nothing else can be seen. If it is to follow the corresponding player, it should follow closely. Right? At least, let them see Wu Jing's situation. Tu Mingming was anxious and couldn't help scratching her hands and pursing her lips. She wanted to turn around, but was afraid of affecting Wen Bai and the others. After all, Wen Bai's safe house was not big, and the other 2 could feel her turning around. Tu Mingming could only lean against the kitchen door and calm herself down. Half an hour later, Lu Ai's voice became hoarse, and Wu Jing still didn't respond. An hour later, Tu Mingming's voice became hoarse, and Wu Jing still didn't respond. Lu Ai couldn't hold back her emotions, so she walked aside and calmed herself down. Wen Bai tried hard to adjust himself, fearing that he would also lose control and collapse, and then his teammates would lose their backbone. Tu Mingming has cried quietly once. This is not the first time she met him. She felt that Wu Jing was a hero, and she had to save him. At that time, it was just because the other party was worth saving. There was no bond between them, let alone feelings. Therefore, when she saw the other party's injuries, Tu Mingming could be calm and not be affected too much. But the situation is different now. They are teammates and friends who have fought together, even if they may not have spent much time together. However, the relationship is deep, and many things have a deeper bond. At this time, who can control their heart? And the people who are watching the live broadcast at this time are also praying. Wu, help me. I can't stop crying. Why is it an avalanche? There was no such thing before. To put it bluntly, there are so many people. Why did they fall on Wu Jing? She is so good. The believer is willing to be single for life. Please save Wu Jing. Pray. Pray. I have already gone to burn incense. Netizens couldn't control their excitement. The people in the monitoring department also suppressed their emotions at this time. But they had to pay attention not only to Wu Jing, but also to other people in their country. Some of these people, like Tu Mingming and others, were temporarily safe. There were also some who were still moving forward in the blizzard. They always had to pay attention. But more attention was still placed on Wu Jing. Wu Jing, you must hold on. Yes, I will. People in our country are not so easily defeated. Everyone kept talking, but their voices were not loud, so they would not affect other people's normal work. However, the monitoring room was quiet at this time, and any sound could be heard. Therefore, when others heard it, they would subconsciously respond. After responding, they fell into strange silence again. Avalanche. A test from nature. It is difficult for humans to cope with it. Wu Jing might really be in danger this time. However, they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What if? Maybe it's a blessing from heaven. Wu Jing has saved so many people. Maybe he has done good deeds? More than 20 minutes later, Wu Jing's live broadcast ended. No one in the team was on the next round of live broadcast. This made everyone's heart hang in the balance again. At this time, Tu Mingming had sorted out her emotions, took over Lu Ai's shift, and then called Wu Jing's name. An hour later, Wu Jing still didn't respond. At this time, Song Shun had killed a snow bull and more than 100 blue light octopuses. 2 hours later, there was still no response from Wu Jing. Song Shun killed a bunch of monsters again, barely venting some of the anger caused by anxiety. 3 hours later, it was completely dark. The night in the snowfield always comes very early. Song Shun's safe house time has not yet arrived, so he can't go in for the time being. He didn't bother to do anything else, just wandered around and dug up something, regardless of whether it was edible or not, and put it all away. Tu Mingming and Wenbai had taken turns several times, but still didn't get any response from Wu Jing. This long and endless despair and anxiety is actually quite a test of one's mentality. Wenbai was afraid that Tu Mingming would collapse first because she was young, so he would turn around from time to comfort her. Tu Mingming didn't want Wenbai to worry about her, so she kept waving her hands and said she was fine. In fact, she had already cried quietly, and her eyes were still red. Wenbai saw it, but didn't point it out, for fear that the little girl would be embarrassed. The three of them encouraged each other, which was barely better than Song Shun alone. On his side, he really took it all on his own. As the night deepened, Lu Ai pursed her lips and asked uncertainly, after being buried in the snow for several hours, "Is it possible to survive?" Wenbai, Tu Mingming. The two looked at each other and said nothing, but the atmosphere became even more depressed. They all knew that Wu Jing was probably in danger. But what if? Tu Mingming even raised this possibility more than once. What if the safe house works? Since the safe house is set in a game, it can also withstand the attacks of monsters. So why can't it withstand avalanches? It should be able to do it, right? Tu Mingming held on to this hope and kept persuading the two people not to give up. Wu Jing's camera was still there. Maybe it meant that the person was still alive? Tu Mingming's words made sense, and Wenbai thought about it and decided to follow this line of thought. However, Lu Ai was a little anxious, but she has been buried for too long and there is not enough oxygen. What should she do? She has to climb up, right? Wenbai shook his head. If she can summon a safe house at a critical moment, and the safe house can withstand an avalanche, then she doesn't need to worry about the oxygen problem when hiding inside. Like what they are like now. Oxygen is not consumable in the safe house. Lu Ai also understands this, but she can't control her wild thoughts. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? The three people were so anxious that they couldn't sleep and couldn't even eat well. The hand-beaten beef balls that were originally prepared tasted tasteless. Song Shun was crying quietly while chewing the beef balls. The bitter tears mixed with the beef balls made it less delicious. And Song Shun didn't care. He was worried about his teammates, and he didn't want to lose his teammates again. He knew that praying was useless, but he couldn't help praying at this time. He wanted his teammates to live. The four people waited until midnight, but there was still no movement from Wu Jing. Wenbai didn't want everyone to waste their time like this. What if Wu Jing really had something? They still had to go on their way. So, they needed to rest, and needed to hurry tomorrow. If possible, the sooner they left the dangerous snowfield, the better. The snowfield was far more dangerous than they thought, especially after Wu Jing's avalanche incident. Wenbai persuaded, Lu Ai thought about it, and pulled Tu Mingming to sleep. They temporarily changed the safe house to Tu Mingming's big one. The two girls lived in the master bedroom, and Wenbai stayed in the side bedroom. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, Wenbai took a nap, and when he was confused, he heard a little noise. At first, he thought it was the two girls who got up at night, or got up to check the movement because they were worried. Soon, Wenbai realized something was wrong. He seems to have heard the classic Chinese quintessence. Tu Mingming and Lu Ai. One is still a child, has no knowledge of Chinese quintessence, and usually does not speak. The other one is not talkative, and cannot spit out so much fragrance. Realizing that something is wrong, Wenbai suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. At this time, Wu Jing was struggling to climb out of the snow. While climbing, he cursed. All kinds of classic Chinese quintessence were spit out. And the more he cursed, the dirtier it became. Even the masters of traditional Chinese culture would bow down to him after hearing this. When Wenbai saw the man, he finally felt relieved and said in a hoarse voice, "Fortunately you are okay." In the dead of night, Wu Jing heard a hoarse sound in the silence and was frightened. "Oh my god. Captain 1. You scared me to death. Don't play with bubble sounds at this time of night. It's a bit oily." Wu Jing was tired from climbing and was lying on the compacted snow to adjust his breathing. Wenbai advised her worriedly, "Climb slowly. Take a break if you are tired. Are you injured? How is the situation?" It was only at this time that Wu Jing realized that Wenbai looked a little haggard. She understood immediately that it must be because she was buried by the avalanche. And the other party was worried and kept guarding, thinking that she had just confronted someone. Wu Jing felt a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Captain 1. I've been climbing for a long time, and I'm in a bad mood. It's not against you. Please don't mind it." Wu Jing did not hide her own situation. "Damn. The safe house was directly scrapped, which saved my life. My legs were crushed by the materials scattered from the safe house. I don't know if they are broken. I can barely climb by dragging. The snow was pressed very hard, and I needed to use a lot of strength to dig a passage to climb out." At the end, Wu Jing breathed a long sigh of relief. "God bless me. I'm still alive." Under the avalanche, he was still alive. If he said this to others, Wu Jing himself couldn't believe it. But the fact is that the safe house took a fatal blow and fell apart. But it also saved her life. Chapter 154. Wu Jing is still alive. Tu Mingming and Lu Yi soon learned the news. The two of them didn't sleep well. When they heard a little noise, they would wake up to check. Then, they saw that it was dark over Wu Jing's side, with a faint light. The light was from the mining lamp. This thing was thrown in the corner of the safe house before. When Wu Jing escaped from death this time, he picked it up and used it. The night in the snowfield. It was not peaceful. However, Wu Jing no longer had a safe house. Moreover, she had not yet crawled out of the snow. After a short rest, she had to continue crawling. Regardless of how unsafe the night in the snowfield was, she had to crawl out of the snow first and truly save her life before she had a chance to consider what happened next. After learning that Wu Jing was still alive, Tu Mingming climbed up swiftly and began to search her own safe house. At this time, they were using her safe house. Many materials for the safe house were left here in case of emergency. After all, the backpack cannot be opened all the time now. For them, the necessary things need to be kept in a place where they can be easily accessed. Therefore, the materials for the safe house are all stored in the safe house, the mining car, and Lu Yi's safe house. At this moment, Wu Jing has no safe house, and the night in the snowy field is too dangerous. She needs a new safe house. Tu Mingming is not sure whether they have enough materials, but they still need to make up for it. As soon as she saw Tu Mingming looking for safe house materials, Lu Yi understood her plan. She also got up and prepared to go out to summon her own safe house, where she still had a lot of stock. After seeing this, Tu Mingming hurriedly advised her, "Don't worry. Count my stock first." The two of them came out quickly and met Wenbai. Song Shun on the other side was also sleeping uneasily, and soon got up after hearing the noise. When he heard that Wu Jing was still alive, he was so excited that he almost cried again. After wiping his face, he also joined the team looking for materials. The four teammates gathered together for a long time and really gathered a new safe house material. They sent it to Wu Jing without hesitation. In addition to the safe house materials, Tu Mingming also sent a lot of food, all of which were healing buffs. However, due to limited time, most of them were snacks such as fried steamed bread slices. Wu Jing spent half a day and finally crawled out of the snow. Her right leg was seriously injured and the situation was not good. Wu Jing felt for a long time and was not sure about the situation. However, she was still very optimistic. Moreover, the new safe house had arrived. Wu Jing quickly built a new safe house. Unfortunately, the building process still needs 12 hours. This made everyone a little anxious. The safe houses that have been used are bound by the system by default and cannot be sent to other people. However, straw huts and the like can be mailed. However, they are all in the backpack. Wenbai quickly reacted, "It's okay. Sleeping bags are also okay." but it's a little cold. Lu Ayi's stockpile has sleeping bags. She sent the things over, so that Wu Jing temporarily had a tool to avoid the night in the snowy field. This night was destined to be restless. Wu Jing was seriously injured, but with the healing food constantly helping her to recover, she didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. With such a leg injury, it must be painful. Wu Jing performed a hemostatic bandage, and then kept eating. With a sleeping bag, her safety was guaranteed. It was just that her head was a little cold. When Wu Jing thought about this, she covered her head with something to keep warm. Then she saw a snow bear coming over, sticking out its tongue and preparing to lick her. Wu Jing, don't come over here. I was actually used to it when I was in the mine. It's just that I haven't used a sleeping bag for a long time, and now I'm a little nervous. Wu Jing closed her eyes and didn't look at it for long, letting the snow bear lick the air above her for a while, and then walked away silently. After a night without any danger, the next day, Wen Bai discussed with his teammates about looking for Wu Jing. Originally, they were supposed to go all the way north, but Wu Jing is in a special situation now, so they have to go find her. Only when they see that she is safe can they feel relieved. Wu Jing actually disagrees. After all, her area just had an avalanche, so who knows if there will be another avalanche in the future. However, Wen Bai made the decision, and the team members, except her, all voted in favor of it, so Wu Jing couldn't object. In the end, they could only let them do what they wanted. Because of Wu Jing's matter, Tu Mingming didn't pay much attention to the news of the trading hall. This morning, she was startled by the system's prompt sound. She has put a total of 600 copies of the clues for getting out of the snowfield on the shelves. This morning, 560 copies have been sold. In the communication hall, people who bought the news are discussing this issue in a veiled manner. However, it is really hard to say how to verify this matter. All we can say is that everyone took the risk to buy the news and then slowly verify it. Wu Jing was not the only one who experienced the avalanche yesterday. Therefore, the number of surviving players today is more than 50 less than yesterday. Tu Mingming looked at the cold number, closed her eyes, and turned around to prepare breakfast. They needed to travel today and consume, so food must be prepared. Wu Jing needed to recuperate and recover, so the healing buff could not be stopped. Moreover, Wu Jing lost a lot of blood, so he had to stew some tonic soup. Tu Mingming walked around the kitchen all morning, and Lu Ayi was always helping. Wen Bai made today's team's forward plan while communicating with Wu Jing to confirm that her situation was stable, and then asked about Song Shun. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a new day of games officially began. After Tu Mingming sent the corresponding food to her friends, she sat on the mining car and headed towards Wu Jing. They should be thankful that Wen Bai has a good sense of direction. Otherwise, they might have deviated. The wind on the snowfield today is much weaker than yesterday, and it no longer hurts people. Wen Bai and his friends rushed for a whole morning and killed countless monsters. All the safe house materials on Tu Mingming were sent to Wu Jing yesterday and are now in a cleared state. This morning, a lot of supplies were brought back. After that, if there was a problem with the safe house in the team, there would be spare materials to repair it, which made Tu Mingming feel at ease. After a simple rest at noon, they continued on their journey in the afternoon. This journey lasted another 3 days. During these 3 days, several members of the team took turns to live broadcast. Everyone in reality finally knew that Wu Jing had escaped death. According to their analysis, they also watched the live broadcast for research. Among the several people who encountered the avalanche that day, only Wu Jing escaped death. Although Wu Jing kept saying that she was unlucky. How could she say that she was unlucky to have such an escape opportunity in the face of life and death? In these 3 days, Wu Jing kept moving forward. The good news is that they did not encounter any snowy creatures in the 3 days, which greatly reduced the difficulty of their survival in the snowy field. The bad news is that the weather in the snowy field is like a ghost, changing unpredictably. Today, the sky is clear and the breeze is blowing. Even the snow brought by the breeze looks much gentler. The next day, frost and snow hit my face, making me feel pain all over. After constant attempts and breakthroughs, everyone finally met Wu Jing. Wu Jing didn't expect that after countless deviations, she could still meet up with her teammates. Her legs are almost healed. At that time, the injury looked serious. But Wen Bai and the others were in charge. After confirming that there was no bone injury and no need for bone correction, They carefully took care of it, and used Tu Mingming's healing food to recover. Therefore, although Wu Jing's legs cannot be said to be restored to their original state, it does not affect her walking. Seeing her teammates, Wu Jing was so excited that she burst into tears on the spot. She is not a crybaby. She has seen life and death in real life. But it is different. Really different. Only those who have experienced this bumpy road can understand. Now that she finally sees her teammates again, Wu Jing can't control her emotions at all. She happily hugged Tu Mingming and kissed her again, and then hugged Lu Yi. As for Wenbai, due to the difference between men and women, the two of them only hugged each other in a friendly manner and soon separated. The four people met, and the one who was not very happy seemed to be Song Shun, who was still alone. Song Shun ate beef balls and said sourly, "You didn't forget that you had a teammate, right? When you celebrate, bring an extra teammate. I'm still here, but I just didn't meet up. Hey, do you remember that you had a teammate?" Although Song Shun complained, his mentality was still good. Wenbai comforted him a few times, and he laughed happily. Song Shun is in good condition now. After discussing it, everyone decided not to meet up with him alone. In the afternoon, they simply packed up and continued to set off. The mining truck was big enough, so it was no problem to fit several of them. Wu Jing was still injured, and Lu Yi had driven before, so this time it was Wenbai's turn. They didn't even have time to celebrate, and they continued to move forward. Before leaving the snowfield, no one dared to celebrate easily. What if they opened champagne halfway and found that they were in a dead end? So, set off and move forward. When they really reach the end and walk out of the snowfield, they will still have time to celebrate. This journey lasted for 11 days. During these 11 days, they had countless times when their coordinates were close to Song Shun's, but they could not see him. However, soon, as expected, they deviated again. Wenbai had a strong sense of direction, and only occasionally needed a locator to confirm that he was not off the track. Most of the time, the locator was in Song Shun's hand. Even so, he often deviated, and he didn't know where he was while running. However, because there was a coordinate comparison, there was also a locator to assist. So, after 11 days of long and difficult trekking, they finally reached the end of the clue. Heading north, they saw an island. A colorful, dreamlike island. The island was not far ahead, and as long as they stepped over the colorful snow bridge, they could reach the island. Tu Mingming and his team were the first players to arrive here. After arriving, they waited for Song Shun for 2 more days. After successfully reuniting, everyone did not have time to celebrate, and began to observe the surrounding area. Although the road ahead is right in front of them, and the island looks very beautiful, but there are too many pitfalls in the game, and they dare not move forward easily. So, after careful investigation, they found that there was no other way to go. After 6 meetings, the team members repeatedly studied and discussed and decided. Go to the island. No matter whether there is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire ahead, you have to go up to know the result. So, go! Chapter 155 Going Home. Tu Mingming and her teammates looked at each other, and then Wenbai took the lead. Tu Mingming was second. Wu Jing followed. Lu Yi followed. And Song Shun came in the back. And they lined up vertically, and went to the island one after another. Tu Mingming thought that the game was going to cause trouble. So, when crossing the colorful snow bridge, she was particularly nervous, and took every step carefully. She was even prepared. If it really didn't work, she would summon a safe house. In the end, they walked across safely. As soon as I stepped onto the island, the system notification came. Congratulations to the player for leaving the snowfield and entering the Dream Island. Here, you can buy a teleport ticket home for only 2,000 points. If you don't have enough points, you can choose to stay in the Dream Island to mine. Accumulate enough points, and then buy a ticket home. Note: points accumulated from mining in the Dream Island can only be used to buy a teleport ticket home. After half an hour, the player will have a chance to consume the remaining points. The shopping time limit is 1 hour. Please spend a reasonable and safe time. All items in the game can be brought back to the real world, but living things cannot be brought back. It is a difficult journey, but it will eventually end. Congratulations to the players for overcoming all the difficulties and embarking on the journey home. See you later. I can go home. Tu Mingming felt that these 3 words were echoing in her ears and mind. Go home. After being pulled into the game, Tu Mingming never thought that she would have such a day. She didn't even know which day she would die at which level of the game. Now, she can go home. Excited, happy, all kinds of complicated emotions. Tu Mingming stood there for a long time without moving. Wu Jing was afraid that she had heard it wrong. So she raised her hand and slapped her thigh heavily. Mingming, can we go home now? Did I hear it right? Wu Jing asked. Luo Yi also asked. Wen Bai was still steady and didn't ask. But the expression on his face was also a little dazed. Song Shun groaned a few times. Then slapped his thigh when he realized what was happening. It's time to go home. All the teammates had heard it. So there was no need to doubt it anymore. You only need 2,000 points to buy a ticket home. If you don't have points, you can earn them on the island. For them, going home is a call and a temptation. Who doesn't want to go home? After experiencing a life and death test in the game, the survival rate was 100,000 to 1,000. Tu Mingming didn't even know how lucky she was that she was still alive. However, she is indeed alive and can go home. She checked her points with shaking hands, and there were still more than 300,000 points. Half an hour later, there was another shopping opportunity. She could spend all the more than 300,000 points, or keep 2,000 points to buy tickets. After all, there is still money to be made on the island, so it would be a waste not to spend it. Everyone calmed down for a while, but still couldn't believe it. However, soon, Tu Mingming realized one thing. That is, things can be taken away, but living things cannot. Living creature? Tu Dazhuang? Tu Mingming, who had reacted, looked down at Tu Dazhuang who had followed her obediently all the way. The other party seemed to have sensed something was wrong, and was rubbing the corner of Tu Mingming's pants with his dear face. Tu Mingming wanted to pick it up, but when she reached out, she touched a void. Tu Dazhuang just turned into a void in front of Tu Mingming's eyes, and then disappeared. Tu Mingming only touched dots. And then, those dots finally turned into a card, and gently fell into Tu Mingming's hands. The card was a photo of Tu Dazhuang. In the photo, Tu Dazhuang had a doe-like face and looked very cold. Just like when they first met. Looking at the card, Tu Mingming was in a trance. It was as if everything had been destined. Some people and dogs can only accompany you for a while. Not for a lifetime. But even if the time spent together is short, there is still affection. Moreover, Tu Dazhuang helped her a lot along the way. Feeling the cold touch of the card falling on her palm, Tu Mingming lowered her head and quietly wiped her tears. Wen Bai and the others also saw Tu Dazhuang disappear, and Wu Jing even cried out twice. They knew Tu Mingming was sad. Wu Jing went over to hug her, and Luo Yi patted her shoulders. Tu Mingming never thought that the separation would come so suddenly, when she was unprepared. Being hugged by Wu Jing, Tu Mingming finally couldn't help crying. She seemed to cry for a long time, but it seemed that she didn't. When Tu Mingming adjusted her mood, she found that everyone was waiting for her silently, and they were afraid that she would be embarrassed. So they all pretended to be busy, which made her a little embarrassed. Tu Mingming quickly adjusted her mood, carefully put away Tu Dazhuang's photo, put it in the innermost pocket of her clothes, close to her heart, and then asked Wen Bai, Captain Wen, do we need to earn money for the plane tickets? Wen Bai was worried about Tu Mingming, so he asked her carefully again, after knowing that she was doing well, but still a little sad. He was relieved. In fact, Wen Bai was also hesitant. Home was calling him, and he didn't really want to earn the money for the plane ticket home. But if they don't earn points, it feels a bit wasteful. 5 people together. That's 10,000 points, which can buy a lot of good things. After hearing this question, Wu Jing came over immediately and said firmly, Earn? Why not? If you have money but don't earn it, you're a bastard. At most, you can mine for a few days. There is still half an hour before the crazy shopping mode starts, which will also be their last chance to use points. So, the 5 people gathered in a circle and held a small meeting, mainly to study what they will buy later. I remember there was a page about water, air, and soil purification, with instruments and various high-tech gadgets. But they were always gray before. Maybe you can buy them now. Wen Bai spoke first, recalling what else was in the mall they hadn't opened for a long time. Tu Mingming also tried to recall. It seems that things related to purification were all gray before, and there were some high-end medicines. Song Shun was familiar with weapons. Weapons are also okay. They are definitely better than ours. And the technology is more advanced. We can try to buy some. If there is no purchase limit. Song Shun thought that this was all going to end. So there shouldn't be any more purchase restrictions. Right? Luo Yi also agreed with this. There are also various high-tech materials, which were also gray before. Everyone studied for a long time. The main focus was on things that they didn't have on Blue Star. But the mall had, and they looked quite high-end. As for whether to give up the 10,000 points, when Bai's final decision was that everyone in the team raised their hands to express their opinions. The minority obeyed the majority, because it was almost time to go home. Everyone didn't have to wait for anyone. Those who wanted to go could go back directly, and those who didn't want to go could stay and earn points. Everyone thought about it, looked at each other, and then Tu Mingming raised her hand. I don't want to mine anymore. I want to go home first. Although there is no relative at home, she still wants to return to the familiar place where she has lived for nearly 20 years. There will be a sense of security and belonging in such a place. She has more than 300,000 points. And these 2,000 points are not a big deal. Moreover, the longer you stay, the more variables there will be. Tu Mingming doesn't like variables. She just wants to go home safely and smoothly. She will go to college in the future. So, staying alive is the most important thing. 2,000 points. She has earned so much by buying news. People should not be too greedy. This is what she always tells herself. Tu Mingming decided to go home after buying things. As a teammate, when Bai's attitude sometimes determines the attitude of the team. So he is not in a hurry to speak. Song Shun thought for a while and stroked his hair. I will go home first too. In this dangerous game, staying one more second always makes me feel uncomfortable. Let's go home first. He has family and friends that he cares about. So he must go home first. The main reason is that he has a lot of points. So he doesn't care about the 2,000. The two people in the team who are struggling with points are Wu Jing and Luo Yi. The two of them are actually quite distressed about their points. However, both of them have experienced life and death. Even when they were live broadcasting later, they also reported that they were safe. However, they still don't want their families to worry. So, they looked at each other, then smiled and looked away. We also choose to go home first. 4-1. Wenbai also thought that if he didn't want to create more variables, he should go home as soon as possible. After all, this was a rare opportunity for them to lead the game in a fair and reasonable way. Although the opportunity may always be there, they can't take risks. So, Wenbai finally nodded. I also choose to go home directly. Since the final decision has been made, everyone needs to control their shopping in the future. However, in order not to spend the points for going home when everyone is nervous, Wenbai fumbled around and took his friends to the operating instrument at the entrance to buy the teleportation ticket for going home first. After buying this thing, you can use it at any time. With the ticket in hand, everyone feels much more at ease. Moreover, there is no need to consider the remaining points. And everyone does not have to worry. The ticket is a small card made of unknown material, square and palm-sized, with only the promotional meteor of Andromeda and 3 simple words on it. Transmission ticket disposable consumable. There is no more promotion. But this is a ticket to go home. Several people touched it again and again with care. It feels like a dream. A little unreal. Is it an illusion? That shouldn't be the case? Pinch me. After getting the teleportation ticket, everyone still couldn't believe it. However, the thing was still there after touching it. After everyone sighed, they couldn't help but look at each other. And then they all laughed. Half an hour passed quickly, and they explored part of the island. And the time was up. Without caring about anything else, the 5 people followed their previous agreement. Those with high points buy expensive things, and those with low points buy materials, medicines, and other small items. After Tu Mingming went in, she went straight to water resources, air purification materials, etc. These things are really expensive. It takes 800 points to purify 1 cubic meter of water. Air purification is cheaper. 600 points. Soil purification is even cheaper. 300 points. However, they are an ecological cycle. Purifying only one is obviously useless. Of course, the mall also sells a complete set for 1,400 points. Overall, it's still cheap. After all, it's a set. After comparing, Tu Mingming muttered something in the voice channel. While Wenbai was shopping, he listened attentively and responded, "Buy a set." Tu Mingming bought it quickly. Everyone was buying. And Tu Mingming watched her points go from 6 digits to single digits. How do you describe that feeling? There was a crazy feeling of not caring whether they would live or die tomorrow. But when they thought about it, they would be able to leave the game soon. Points would become useless numbers. What would they do if they didn't buy anything? So, buy it. Don't waste the remaining single-digit points. Buy food. Even if it's just one bite? After an hour of shopping, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. Remaining points 0. Wu Jing next to her laughed, "Me too. I have 1 point left. So I bought 2 candies that I haven't bought before. And I'm going to try the saltiness." Others? Wu Jing was amused by their reactions, and started laughing again. Who wouldn't be happy when they were going home? Even the laughter was loud and from the heart. Everyone was infected by her, and started laughing. After an hour of intense shopping, everyone relaxed. The scene was silent for a while. Luo Yi asked uncertainly, "Do you want to order now?" Wenbai thought about it and nodded, "Sure." "Who goes first?" Song Shun immediately raised his hand. "I'll go first for the risky things." Wu Jing couldn't help laughing as he watched from the side. How can going home be an adventure? Yes. How can going home be an adventure? Home is not dangerous. However, Song Shun said he would go first. So let him go first. Wenbai asked the others again. Wu Jing and Luo Yi gave way. Then Tu Mingming was in second place. And Wenbai was in last place. Song Shun held his transmission ticket nervously. And said in a trembling voice, "Then I will use it." Back to reality. We have to meet often. Especially Mingming. Don't worry about the money for college. Come to me. I have money. I will support you to study. Wu Jing was unhappy when he heard it. What do you mean you have to come and confess? Am I not a human being? Yi, and I still have to repay the life-saving favor. It's not your turn. Hurry up and leave. Luo Yi kept nodding. That's right. That's right. Tu Mingming was embarrassed by what he said. Song Shun laughed and used the teleportation ticket. With a whoosh, the other party disappeared instantly. Full of high-tech mystery. Tu Mingming was shocked after seeing it. Next. It's her turn. Chapter 156 Clearance Rewards. Song Shun jumped to Tu Mingming. She took a deep breath and used the teleportation ticket under the encouraging eyes of her teammates. A flash of white light flashed before her eyes. And her body did not feel any discomfort. Compared with the previous roller-like teleportation, this teleportation seemed like no teleportation? In fact, after the white light, Tu Mingming looked around again. Hey! Really no teleportation? Did she buy a fake ticket? Congratulations to the player for winning the lottery roulette. You have 4 chances. This is your reward for being the second place winner. Please cherish it. As the system notification arrived, a huge turntable appeared in front of Tu Mingming. There were various rewards on it, with large words and many options. And it was a one-click lottery, eliminating all possibilities of cheating. Tu Mingming simply looked at the prizes. The most basic one was 100 boxes of fruity nutrient solution. The best one, Tu Mingming thought, was the one that she couldn't understand. 1 blue star purification start card. Because there was not much explanation. Tu Mingming was not sure what this purification start was. Is that what she understood? But no matter what, even if she doesn't get this, it's good to get some water purification. Tu Mingming said all kinds of prayers, and then pressed a button. 100 boxes of grass-flavored nutrient solution were obtained. Tu Mingming. Out of the game. She is just an ordinary person with luck. The probability of winning this prize is estimated to be very small. So, getting the most basic one is not the worst. Right? At least there will be no problem with food for the first 2 months of college. After Tu Mingming comforted herself, she pressed the button again. Orange-flavored nutrient solution * 200 boxes. Okay. I don't need to spend money on food in the first half of the year. Feeling that the previous prayer might not be right, Tu Mingming prayed again and pressed the button again. Bitter melon-flavored nutrient solution * 500 boxes. Tu Mingming. That's enough. I feel sorry for myself. I don't need to pay for my food in college. Right? But it's better to have it than not. Moreover, one order is more prosperous than another. I have already drawn 500 boxes. What else do I want? Tu Mingming quickly comforted herself and pressed her last chance. Snap! After pressing it, The pointer on the roulette wheel spun wildly. Tu Mingming thought. Let's change to a nutrient solution that tastes better this time. Bitter melon flavor. Although it can reduce internal heat, the taste is indeed a bit unfriendly. If it is cucumber flavor, it is also good. Refreshing to drink. If it doesn't work, try tomato flavor. Sour and sweet. It feels better than fruit flavor. After a bunch of things went through his mind, the pointer stopped. Congratulations to the player for winning. Blue Star Purification Startup Card *1. Because the card is precious, it has been automatically bound to the player. After binding, the game card will stay if the player is still alive, and will disappear if the player dies. Tu Mingming? No. Why is it not scary? It's just a card. Although this may be the special prize. But now that you say that, I don't dare to take it. It's just that there is no chance to return it. Because after the lottery, Tu Mingming was teleported by a roller. So, before, she was just teleported to draw the lottery. So it was very gentle. Now that she is really teleported, she is violent again. Aren't you already high-tech? Is this roller-like teleportation too much? It's really uncomfortable. Bad review. Tu Mingming was spinning, and she was thinking about the technology problems of Cricket Fairy Star in her mind. After Tu Mingming, Wu Jing and Lu Ayi looked at each other, then smiled and pushed Lu Ayi to go first. Then Wu Jing came in the back, and finally went by. They all got a chance to draw. Of course, the lower the ranking, the fewer chances. Wen Bai only got one chance. Moreover, his luck was very average, and he only got 500 boxes of spicy noodle-flavored nutrient solution. Before Wen Bai could sigh, he was teleported away by the game. On the whole dreamy island, only Wen Bai's last broken defense cry was left. Damn. When everything was calm, the voice of the main AI machine sounded inside the game. Do you regret it? The data of program 045, which heard its question, fluctuated twice. And then the same mechanical sound as the main AI sounded. No regrets. The main AI asked again. You have to know that everyone has selfish desires. 045. Yes. The main AI was puzzled. In that case, you still want to sacrifice your last remaining consciousness just to restore the blue planet to its original state? You have to know that I set two options, and the player has the right to choose. What if she chooses the other one? Wouldn't your wish be in vain? 045 seemed to think for a while, and then the data fluctuated. It doesn't matter. At least I have helped a person to be rich and prosperous for the rest of his life, and I am worthy of my beliefs. The main AI was even more puzzled. Is faith so important? As long as you have a residual consciousness, you can always be you. But if you hand over this residual consciousness, you will just be an ordinary member of the data stream in the future. Do you really have no regrets? 045's voice was unusually firm. I love my country, and I am loyal to my beliefs. So I have no complaints and no regrets. The main AI was still puzzled, but expressed respect. Well, the card has been issued. I will give you some time to see the follow-up. And then, I will collect your residual consciousness. 045, yeah. Tu Mingming felt very uncomfortable when she was teleported. Fortunately, when she finally returned home, she was thrown gently onto the bed. She was not thrown anywhere randomly to get hurt. Her bed was the most ordinary single bed. Not soft, but familiar, warm and comfortable. At least, Tu Mingming felt comfortable. After leaving reality and entering the game for such a long time, Tu Mingming even felt a sense of strangeness when she returned to her familiar bed. However, she took care of other things. Because she left the game system was still reminding her. System prompt. There is not enough space at present. Please make room in time to receive rewards and prizes. System prompt. After half an hour. If there is not enough space to receive rewards, the rewards will be cancelled. Tu Mingming saw that this was not okay. She sat up and rushed to the door. If there is any problem, find the police. She has to go for help. As soon as she went out, she saw two soldiers with guns guarding there. Tu Mingming was startled. Two people, one man and one woman, thought they were seeing things when they saw Tu Mingming coming out. The two looked at each other, blinked, and confirmed that their eyes were correct. They first reported to their superiors in the intercom. As for how to report later, it depends on the arrangements above. Tu Mingming is out of the game. Not only Tu Mingming, but also Song Shun, Wu Jing, Lu Ayi, and Wen Bai. The players who are now alive in the game have people sent by the country to protect their safety in reality. Therefore, if they come out and make any movement, they will be discovered immediately. The news was quickly reported to the higher levels, and it was reported through a special channel. So the speed was extremely fast. After the monitoring department knew about it, they made arrangements immediately. At this time, there were still people live streaming in the game, including those from Country A. However, there were only so many people live streaming at the same time, so it was impossible to be very comprehensive. Therefore, it was not known whether other countries had discovered that someone had left the game. They needed to take Tu Mingming and others to a safe place and protect them before others discovered it. Those who can come out of the game alive are all very important. Not only their own country is paying attention, but other countries are paying more attention, especially our country, K country, etc., which are punished every day and frequently break through defense. Like the old 6 country S. They want to use all kinds of traders directly, and want to catch Tu Mingming and others as soon as they leave the game. So, protect them. Protect them all. Tu Mingming got on the car in a daze. During the process, she specifically asked for instructions. She had prizes to receive. Not only nutrient solution, but also things exchanged for points at the end. After hearing her words, everyone was shocked that the things in the game could be brought out. But it did not delay their preparation of the space. Then, the things that Tu Mingming brought out of the game filled a whole truck. When everyone saw these things, they were shocked. But they still kept calm and covered the things as much as possible, and studied them later. After sitting in the car for a long time, Tu Mingming was tired and slept for a while, and she didn't remember it. Finally, she sat in the meeting room prepared by the monitoring department and saw Wen Bai, Wu Jing and others. Among these people, Tu Mingming is not the farthest away. Wu Jing is the farthest away. When the game was captured, Wu Jing had just finished a mission and was resting. But she was not in Beijing, but in another place. So, when she came back from the game, she returned to the previous place. Fortunately, the movement tracks of these personnel in the security department are tracked by daily reports. So people don't know where she went. Wen Bai has been in Beijing recently. Song Shun was also a little far away, and Lu Ayi was in the middle distance. So, Wen Bai came first, followed by Lu Ayi, Tu Mingming, and finally Song Shun and Wu Jing. Seeing her friends, Tu Mingming was a little embarrassed. Getting along in the game and getting along in reality. This feeling, how to say it? It's a bit like meeting online friends in person. Although Tu Mingming has never done it, because after the plants mutate, some highly intelligent mutant plants will even pretend to be people to chat with online friends, and then try to meet up, and then swallow the online friends. This kind of thing has happened more than once. In addition, it costs money to surf the internet. Tu Mingming rarely touched these things before. She would only look at them occasionally when she was greedy and wanted to know more about the outside world. Now, this feeling, for her, is strange and a little strange. She is not unfamiliar with Wen Bai and the others. They have been together in the game for a long time. Although most of the time, they just chat through video or voice. However, the feeling of closeness is a bit uncontrollable. Tu Mingming didn't have many friends before. She knew her neighbors, but they were not close friends. Now, when she meets friends she is familiar with, Tu Mingming is not used to it and is a little shy. Wu Jing is a carefree person. When he saw his friends, he laughed. Oh my god. How many times did you draw the lottery in the end? Da-sun, I want to ask you. Did you draw 5 times? Damn. I lost money. If I had known, I would have been the last one and I had to get one. Wu Jing was the 4th to leave and had 2 chances to draw the lottery. Then she drew 200 boxes of lemon-flavored nutrient solution. Seeing this reward, Wu Jing wanted to die. She thought at that time, if she had known she would be the last. Although Wen Bai was not lucky, at least he was not as unlucky as herself. Right? Hearing Wu Jing mention the lottery, Tu Mingming suddenly remembered that she seemed to have another reward. But she didn't have time to look at it carefully. The Blue Star Purification Startup card was a small palm-sized card. When she took out the reward before, she put it in her pocket. When Wu Jing was talking, Song Shun was responding, and Tu Mingming secretly glanced at the card. Blue Star Purification Startup card. After use, you will get a chance to restart the Blue Star environment. Or, You will have a 10 billion bonus and achieve your dream life. Tu Mingming? Chapter 157. Choose one of two. Tu Mingming never expected that she would draw this. When she was looking at the roulette wheel, she realized that this thing was good. However, she didn't expect that this thing could be so good. 10 billion. Tu Mingming didn't dare to think about how much money that was. However, compared to money, she valued the previous attribute more. Restart and purify the environment of Blue Star. Does this mean they can go back to the normal world before the wasteland? Not sure, but we can study it. If I can't figure it out myself, there are teammates and so many staff members. Tu Mingming didn't mean to hide the card. However, before she really took it out, she whispered to Wenbai. Wenbai just asked about what Song Shun had drawn. The other party was lucky and drew 3 water purifications. And the area was quite large. The other 2 were nutrient solution. Well, it tastes like cactus, Song Shun said. His expression was a bit hard to describe. However, compared with the good stuff in front, the nutrient solution is a bit hard to drink. At worst, I'll give it away. Wenbai had just asked Song Shun, and was about to ask Tu Mingming, when he found that the little girl came over. Tu Mingming showed him the card. Wenbai was silent after reading it. He thought about it again and again, and secretly glanced at Tu Mingming several times, and then asked in a low voice, "Don't you want to have tens of billions?" Tu Mingming? Ah? She looked at Wenbai blankly, as if she didn't understand why he asked that. Tu Mingming thought for a moment, and then whispered, "Choose one of the 2. And at first glance, the purification start is more suitable. When Tu Mingming chose, she picked the cost-effective one, although it is tempting to have billions. But restarting the blue planet is more exciting. Okay? The living environment will get better and better in the future if it is good. Otherwise, if you have billions and live in a world where mutant animals or plants can eat people at any time, you will not be able to sleep peacefully." Tu Mingming's tone was too matter-of-fact. After hearing this, Wenbai felt a little ashamed. He thought that he was too narrow-minded. If he had this thing, he would hesitate for 3 seconds. Of course, he would definitely choose purification in the end. The environment affects lifespan. It's great to have billions, but you can only enjoy it when you are alive. Right? And Wenbai's duties made him hesitate for at most 3 seconds. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to his profession. The 2 people muttered for a while, and the person in charge came over and started to connect with them. The 5 people brought back a lot of things. Just the nutrient solution. It took several trucks. Especially the nutrient solution for Tu Mingming and Song Shun could not be loaded. In addition, there were also items bought from the game, which needed to be studied and analyzed. The person in charge brought a small team, and the general person in charge first comforted them emotionally, and then arranged a medical examination. After a series of things were done, they were asked to rest first and get enough sleep. Although everyone wanted to study the various things they did in the game. However, rest is important. Health is still the most important. Tu Mingming didn't even have time to talk about the purification start card. She thought that this was really a test for her, reminding her all the time that she could still have tens of billions. However, she didn't think much about it. She was really tired. So, Tu Mingming went to bed quickly. Others in reality couldn't sleep. Everyone should analyze and arrange. Not only that, other people also came out of the game one after another. They were the ones who were willing to spend points to buy the message that Tu Mingming put in the trading hall. In addition to Country A, there were also people from other countries. When people from Country A came back, they must be protected and brought back to Beijing for unified arrangements, as well as follow-up medical comfort work. In short, everyone was very busy. Moreover, there were still many things to be studied. The lights in the laboratory were already on, and they were open all night. When Tu Mingming was sleeping soundly, more than 30 people came out of the game one after another. If you are not in the top 5, there will be no roulette draw. So, they just consumed their points normally and bought items. Among these more than 30 people, there are 7 from Country A. There are only 88 people from Country A who entered the game. It is estimated that there are about 26 people alive now. Everyone counted the number of people and made the final statistics. When Tu Mingming woke up, it was already the next day. They need to write a summary first. They mainly write about what they experienced in the game. They don't have to write everything. If they don't want to write, they can still dictate. They are not prisoners. so the conditions are naturally relaxed as much as possible so that they don't feel too constrained. If they don't want to say anything at all, they can choose to refuse. Tu Mingming is now worried about the start of the purification. And has she brought her supernatural powers in the game back to reality? Tu Mingming whispered to Wenbai. She was a little embarrassed to speak. Wenbai took the initiative to help her. Then someone went to make arrangements. Fresh ingredients, all kinds of kitchen utensils and the like. For convenience, a large kitchen was also arranged for Tu Mingming. Although the kitchen was temporarily cleaned, the corresponding items were all complete. What Tu Mingming needs to adapt to now is, she left the game. There is no universal kitchenware. What she needs is what she needs. It is impossible to change at will. To be honest, it's still a little difficult to adapt. After all, she was really used to it before. Whatever kitchenware she wants, she only needs to agree twice in her mind. And the universal kitchenware will change as she wishes and become the tool she wants. Now there is no such thing. Tu Mingming can only find it herself. However, she doesn't intend to make it difficult for herself. Tu Mingming just wants to verify whether her special ability has been brought out. So, just make a simple fried rice. The rice is ready, and there are eggs and vegetables. Tu Mingming started to stir-fry quickly, thinking, comfort. After leaving the game, they need to adapt and stabilize their emotions. Therefore, if they can be calmed, this buff is very important. Tu Mingming was afraid that the ability would not work, and kept muttering in her heart. Because of this distraction, the rice she finally cooked didn't feel as fragrant as in the game. Maybe it was because of the different ingredients? Tu Mingming was not sure. After it was done, she tasted it. In the game, the system will pop up a prompt. But it seems that there is no prompt in reality? This made Tu Mingming sigh slightly. Wenbai's surprised voice sounded at this time. Hey? It works! Tu Mingming turned her head sharply when she heard the voice. They were afraid that Tu Mingming would feel insecure in an unfamiliar environment. So, Wenbai and Wu Jing accompanied her. The two did not enter the kitchen for fear of disturbing her, but waited outside. After Tu Mingming finished eating fried rice, about 3 seconds later, a box popped up above her head. In reality, this was the first time they had seen this. Even though Song Shun had the ability to heal. When he healed, at most the wound glowed green, and there was no reminder like in the game. However, Tu Mingming had it. At this time, the prompt box above Tu Mingming's head read concentrate and calm down. 59:50. The front should be a buff prompt, but there is no specific number displayed. It may require subsequent exploration, which is not certain for the time being. What followed, Wenbai guessed, should be a countdown. He deliberately checked the time and found that it was indeed a countdown. This buff lasts for 1 hour. Although there is no corresponding numerical reminder, there is a time limit. This is good news for Tu Mingming. It is worth it for her to enter this game, although she has experienced countless life and death tests in the middle. However, it is good to come out alive and awaken superpowers. Wenbai looked relieved. Wu Jing was also very excited. Oh my god. It really came out. Mingming is awesome. The staff was still there, watching this scene, and was also very surprised. After obtaining Tu Mingming's consent, he took photos and videos. Tu Mingming fried a plate of rice, although everyone had breakfast. But there is a buff. Wenbai stepped forward to share a bowl. Wu Jing refused to fall behind and also shared a bowl, and also took 2 small disposable bowls to take back for Lu Yi and Song Shun. 2 staff members followed and saw that there was still a little bit left on the plate. They asked quietly if they could take it away for analysis. After getting Tu Mingming's consent, the 2 of them started to move quickly. To be honest, they were also very greedy. However, research is more important. After Tu Mingming proved that her special ability was still there, she returned to their meeting room and continued to write the game summary. In fact, it is okay not to write it. The country will not restrict their activities or have other requirements because of this. However, it is true that they cannot leave here for the time being. They have all broadcast live in the game and shown their faces all over the world. Now the whole world is watching, and future safety and the like will definitely be limited. This point has been made clear since they were brought in. People like Wenbai and Wu Jing who have the ability to protect themselves are fine. Ordinary people like Tu Mingming, or people with special abilities but no aggression, need their protection. If someone takes advantage of them, who knows what will happen? For example, People like our country who like human experiments. They don't know if they will skin Tu Mingming alive. Will the 6 brothers, like S country, use Tu Mingming for other experiments? Who knows? A few years ago, they almost made a mutant. The global forces are complicated, and the situation is changing. They have to be on guard. After Tu Mingming returned, she happily shared the news brought by her superpowers with Luo Yi and Song Shun. Everyone was very happy. And Luo Yi and Song Shun also ate fried rice happily. Then Song Shun was too focused and fell asleep again. Tu Mingming. This brother is really generous and relaxed. Tu Mingming whispered to Wu Jing for a few words. And then heard Wu Jing whisper, Song Shun's father has applied to come to see him. Hee. Wait for him to wake up. There will be a good show to watch. Tu Mingming was about to ask what good show to watch, but suddenly remembered that Song Shun had beaten the green peacock with his father's face in the game. And she understood instantly. Then, she looked at Song Shun, who was sleeping soundly with sympathy. Chapter 158 Finale. They are on their way. Song Shun, who was sleeping soundly, didn't know that his father would soon arrive at the battlefield. His friends laughed at him quietly without any sympathy for his teammates. The atmosphere was very relaxed. And everyone wrote some summaries from time to time. Among them, Wenbai wrote the most seriously. He was also good at summarizing things. Wu Jing wrote the most sloppily. And she really didn't like this kind of writing. So, sometimes she would also voice chat. Luo Yi was okay. Just average. Tu Mingming was like a primary school student, asking Wenbai for advice from time to time. Regarding the purification startup, Wenbai asked Tu Mingming to decide for herself. Think about it yourself. Neither of them is a loss. And you don't have to think about the national justice. Although I really want to persuade you to choose purification startup. If you like to have tens of billions, no one will blame you. That is something you have worked hard for. And everyone will respect your choice. Wenbai didn't want Tu Mingming to have too much pressure. Tu Mingming herself knew that if she kept it secret, no one would know about this card. However, she chose to take it out and share it with her friends, which meant her choice. So, after listening to Wenbai's words, she nodded. Then, she chose to hand it in. Wenbai. Well, it's not an unexpected result. Wenbai had guessed it when Tu Mingming took the things and showed them to him secretly. He just didn't want the little girl to regret it in the future. So he said a few more words. Moreover, what Wenbai didn't say was that she chose the national justice. And the country would not let her down. Although he may not give her 10 billion assets, he will definitely arrange a lot of things and protect her safety in the future. However, Wenbai thought about it and didn't say anything for the time being, not wanting Tu Mingming to have too much pressure. After the things are handed over, there will be a special person to communicate with Tu Mingming. That card is bound to Tu Mingming. She can share it with everyone. Take photos, videos, etc. But others can't snatch it away. Everyone is naturally surprised about this card. Luo Yi and the others didn't even know it yet. However, they didn't blame Tu Mingming for hiding it. And now they gathered together to observe the card. Wu Jing looked at it for a while and slapped his thigh hard. Mingming should have been the first one in the first place. After listening to it, Luo Yi nodded in agreement, but said helplessly, but at that time, we didn't know that there would be rewards for those in the front. Wu Jing heard it. That's true. But it's still a pity to think about it. Tu Mingming is so lucky. Maybe the reward she gets is better than Song Shun. Song Shun, who was still sleeping at this time, naturally knew nothing. However, thinking that what Song Shun drew was pretty good, Wu Jing and the others felt that it was not too regrettable. Moreover, what if it was because Tu Mingming ranked second that she got this reward? Anyway, there was no such option on her turntable. Wu Jing didn't know that this was actually a test for Tu Mingming by the main AI. Wu Jing and the others were all from the Ministry of National Security and were internal personnel of the country. If they really get the card, even if they will struggle in their hearts, they will hand it over in the end out of their deep belief and responsibility. But what if it is an ordinary person? Will ordinary people also hand it over? The main AI does not believe it. However, the main AI that is still observing at this time has to believe it. As an AI, it can figure out many problems. However, it does not understand human emotions, and does not understand why Tu Mingming gave up 10 billion and handed the things over. She could have kept it secretly, and no one would know, and no one would blame her. Did it give too little? The main AI had to admit that it lost this round. It still had a lot of things it didn't understand. So it tried to ask Program 045. But as time went on, the remaining rationality of the other party had been absorbed by the main AI, and it might be used to make other things in the future. At this time, 045 was a very simple setting. Maybe one day, it will have a new self-awareness. But, at least, at this moment, it didn't. Therefore, 045 couldn't answer the main AI's question at this time. However, the main AI guessed that the other party should have no regrets. The last remaining sanity of 045 disappeared after Tu Mingming handed in a card. It had no regrets. But the main AI still had doubts. Unfortunately, no one or program would answer it for it. What Tu Mingming handed in was very important. This was equivalent to a restart plan for Blue Star. It's hard to say about the others, but the environment will definitely be different. Will it return to the wasteland before? No one is sure, but everyone can't help but look forward to it. After the card was reported to the higher level, it went through a series of meetings. Then, it was decided, use it. It will be used sooner or later. They are ready. So let's start. This card is definitely a positive choice. So, they don't need to hesitate for too long. In fact, they also hesitated whether to announce it to the public. You can't let others take advantage of you without knowing where this advantage comes from. However, they still have to protect Tu Mingming. After a heated discussion, everyone decided not to reveal too much information. They only planned to promote some public opinion after the event. The country was prepared to keep this secret, naturally in order to better protect Tu Mingming. But the game won't let them. After Tu Mingming used the card under everyone's attention, a game notification sounded throughout the Blue Star system broadcast. Congratulations to the player from Country A for activating the Blue Star Purification Startup card. System announcement. Blue Planet is entering a new environment restart. The restart process will take about 144 hours. System announcement. After 144 hours, you will have a brand new Blue Planet. System announcement. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Several messages rang out in succession, making people's ears hurt. The good news is that Tu Mingming's name was not revealed in it. The better news is that when Tu Mingming's card is used, everyone will know who is responsible for the restart of Blue Planet's environment. The bad news is, Tu Mingming might have been exposed. Fortunately, no one was directly named, so there is still a possibility of saving her. The emergency plan has been prepared long ago, and all preparations have been launched after Tu Mingming used the card. Tu Mingming now cannot leave Beijing. The university she will attend in the future needs to be carefully considered. However, she will enter the security department later, and there are corresponding specialized universities, which happen to be in Beijing, which is also convenient for better protection of her. Also, since the little girl gave up her 10 billion assets and made such a choice, they must compensate her in every way. At this time, many players did not leave the snowfield in the game. The next morning, Tu Mingming heard the system broadcast of the game on Blue Star. There are now more than 800 players alive in the game. Most of the other surviving players have returned to Blue Star. Of course, there are also a small number of people who did not survive the last level set by the game and were buried forever in the snowfield. Although it was a pity, they were outside and they were really powerless. After listening to it, Tu Mingming discussed it with Wen Bai and the others for a while. There were staff to answer their questions, so they knew it quickly. People in reality have to listen to the number of surviving players every morning, and it is specific to each country. In reality, they have to watch their live broadcasts and see everything that happens to them clearly. But they are powerless to help. It's cruel to think about it. Tu Mingming sighed lightly, and then continued to write the report. A branch director of the security department had already talked to her and wanted her to join the logistics department, because she still had to go to college. But the university she had applied for before was a bit far from Beijing City, and it was not convenient to protect her now. She had a special identity. In addition to being a superpower, she was also a player who survived the game. For a long time afterwards, she would probably be watched by others. Therefore, it was best for her to stay in Beijing City to study at university. The security department has universities with which it cooperates. People with special abilities, like Tu Mingming, can enter universities through special channels, and do not need to worry about not having any education. Tu Mingming has no relatives, and her special abilities do not have any offensive power. The skills she has learned in the game are really not good enough in front of people with special abilities in reality. So, she does need someone to protect her. Otherwise, if she is really caught by people from other countries and put on the experimental table, she will have no place to cry. Tu Mingming did not refuse. She went through the process of taking up her post and completing the admission procedures. The security department also arranged a supersized house, car, etc. for her. The meaning of the above is very clear. To make Tu Mingming feel as if she already has tens of billions. Because the players in the game have not all come out yet. Tu Mingming's plan to go to college also needs to be postponed. Moreover, she still has a lot of things to adapt to when she enters the security department. Therefore, Tu Mingming is not in a hurry to go to college. And her report is not finished yet. When she thought about the possibility of more reports to be written in the future, Tu Mingming instantly lost interest in going to work. However, she is already an adult, and the country will no longer support her. Woohoo! Before she officially started working, she was already scared to death by the posture of going to work. Tu Mingming silently grasped the pen and gently poked Wenbai, who was sitting next to her. Captain 1. How should this part be changed? Tu Mingming used some words poorly, and she was not sure how to write it. So she could only ask Wenbai, who seemed more experienced. Wenbai, who is more experienced, has already finished writing the summary. He is now scribbling, facing Tu Mingming's eyes for help. Wenbai nodded, calmly put down his pen, and did not hide his little movements. He smiled and instructed Tu Mingming. After Tu Mingming understood, she was about to pick up the pen to continue writing when she heard a noise from next door. It sounded like something fell, and it sounded like a kettle. Tu Mingming stretched her neck to look in confusion. Wu Jing saw the little girl's confusion and explained to her with a smile, Uncle Song is here. He is probably crying with Das Hun in his arms. But, at this point, Wu Jing slapped his thigh and quickly said, You should be beaten after crying. Right? Tu Mingming and the others laughed at the lack of team camaraderie for a while. Looking at the report in his hand again, he couldn't laugh anymore. Wu Jing really didn't like writing in the end. So he dictated the whole process and asked someone to sort it out later. When Lu Ai saw that this was okay, she stopped writing and followed the dictation. Tu Mingming honestly told one of her adventures when she entered the game in the report. Companion buff. This is a secret that even the friends don't know. Now that she has left the game and is no longer under pressure to survive, Tu Mingming doesn't mind sharing more. The report took 3 or 4 days to write. Every morning, she can hear the number of players who survived the game. At the same time, she can also hear the staff tell them how many players left the game today and returned to reality safely. There are still 2 players from their country A in the game, and they haven't come out yet. Everyone is actually quite anxious. However, there is no way to rush. All we can do now is wait. The good news is that there are not many players left in the game. So every live broadcast is rotated by a few people. So, they can still see that the 2 players are still alive. But their sense of direction is a little poor. Even with a reminder to go north, they will deviate from time to time. It is easy to have problems if you have a poor sense of direction in the snow. All we can do is wait with peace of mind. Half a month later, as the last player in the game left, the game started by Andromeda was finally closed to Blue Star. Andromeda also expressed his gratitude politely and friendly, and looked forward to the next cooperation. Everyone. No. No. I don't want to come again. Among 100,000 people, only 1,209 people returned to reality alive. What kind of death rate is this? So, let's not do it. It's too scary. A lot of things can happen in half a month. For example, the launch of the Blue Star environment has ended. The environment of Blue Star has become super good now. The sky that used to be foggy is now a clear blue sky, which makes people feel good just by looking at it. The water that used to be dark and deep has now become clear and lovely. The mountains are green. The water is clear. The clouds are soft. And people are much cuter. Everything is getting better. Everything needs to start from scratch. After the painful experience of surviving in the wasteland, everyone has paid special attention to the protection of the environment. Our country and others, who had been tortured for several months, finally ended their long-term torture. However, they wanted to occupy other countries as their own territory, but were forcibly suppressed by a country and e-country. In the new Blue Star environment, there is no need for scum. So, they just need to survive. and nothing more can be forced. As country was hit hard by the game incident, and now it is lagging behind a country step by step. Now he is also ambiguous about a country's decision. It is difficult to strongly oppose, and they can only secretly stalk behind the scenes. As for opposition, how can that work? They are still hoping to learn some technology from country A. You know, among these players who have returned to reality, the players from country A have exchanged the most things, and they are willing to give them to their country for free. As for why they know, don't ask. Just ask. They know. When it comes to their own interests, country S has no time to care about those filial sons and grandchildren. Therefore, without their own territory, R and K countries can only hide their tails and stay in their own places. They dare not call themselves R or K countries anymore, but can only be called R city and K city of a certain country. The world pattern is quietly changing because of this restart. The mutant animals and plants are still there, but they no longer have suitable living soil, and it is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. The superpowers are still precious, so they need to arrange jobs for them again. As for what kind of job it is still under discussion. They must protect talents. Tu Mingming doesn't need to worry about all this. She went to college in March of the following year. If she can pass the exam at the end of the college course, she can smoothly enter the sophomore year. If not, then she can only study for one more year. Tu Mingming now lives in a dormitory in a safe place. It's called a dormitory, but the conditions are too good. There are 2 households on one floor, both of which are large flats of more than 200 square meters. Next door is Wenbai, who is familiar to her. Upstairs and downstairs, it is either Wu Jing or Lu Yi, both of whom are familiar friends. So, even if sometimes she feels that the house is empty, Tu Mingming will not feel scared. Now she has her own car, but unfortunately, she has not yet passed the driver's license test. However, Tu Mingming is already working hard. Every day after school, she follows Wenbai to learn how to drive. Wenbai is a very good teacher, patient, and has a good attitude. The two are familiar with each other, and there is no pressure to get along. After school, in addition to learning how to drive, Tu Mingming also needs to cooperate with the security department to prepare some healing delicacies from time to time. The number of healing superpowers is relatively small. Moreover, it is not convenient for them to be dispatched to various places at any time. In contrast, the food provided by Tu Mingming is particularly convenient and fast for them to take with them. Moreover, with Tu Mingming's rationality and improvement of superpowers, the healing effect is getting better and better. The small wound was almost healed after about half an hour of use. Don't expect a big wound to heal too quickly. Even if you are healing a superpower, you can't heal it all at once. Superpowers are originally a kind of consumption of the person. Therefore, superpowers can't bear to be cured all at once. When Tu Mingming makes food, the pressure is not that great. There is definitely consumption, but compared with other superpowers, that consumption is not worth mentioning. But even so, the safety department will not squeeze Tu Mingming's ability. She is still young and has a long way to go in life. So, develop slowly, cultivate slowly, and keep going. That day, Tu Mingming was halfway through learning to drive with Wenbai when she received a call from her direct leader, Mingming. Mingming, come quickly. We need a lot of food. Tu Mingming gestured to Wenbai to turn around and go back to a safe place, and asked anxiously, "What's the situation?" The people on the other side seemed helpless and wanted to laugh. After the land was good, everyone was in a good mood and wanted to plant more crops. The researchers in the laboratory, who had not been to the fields for many years, also followed suit. As a result, they planted crazily for 2 days. Now they are so tired that they can't even lift their hands. We urgently need a batch of recovery food to help them recover as much as possible. A batch of mutant plants came to the laboratory. It is said that some of the internal genetic mutations can be extracted and used, but the researchers are lying down and can't get up, so they can't do experiments or extract data. Tu Mingming was also amused and cried when she heard it. She responded loudly, "Wait for me. I'll be there soon." After that, Tu Mingming turned her head to look at Wenbai. "Captain Wen, I'm sitting tight." Wenbai understood, and seeing that Tu Mingming had indeed fastened her seat belt, he also sat tight and accelerated directly. The modified SUV quickly turned into a shining dot in the sunset. As long as there is a need, they will always be on the road. Chapter 159 Extra, Find a Boyfriend. During the 4 years of college, Tu Mingming's cooking skills have improved to a terrifying level. She has a separate operation room in the security department, which is more than 100 square meters and is well sealed. However, as soon as she cooks, the whole building knows. The fragrance is so overbearing that it seems to have legs and can fly, telling others everywhere, "I'm here." There are also some supernatural people who like to watch the fun and use their supernatural powers to double the fragrance. Then, more people smelled it. However, they couldn't disturb Tu Mingming, so they could only condemn the fun people in the group. Along with her cooking skills, Tu Mingming's skills also improved. After 4 years, she is indeed much better at fighting than before. Although, her supernatural power is still not good at fighting. However, there are too many people willing to stand up and protect her. Because Tu Mingming's food is delicious. Not only is it delicious, but it also has various cute buffs. And as her cooking skills improve, the duration is getting longer and longer. The initial duration of the buff was 1 hour. After 4 years, it has been increased to 3 hours. As early as the sophomore year, all the animals and plants that had mutated due to seawater pollution had been cleared. Researchers from various countries also frantically studied extraction, retaining many species characteristics, and then studied vaccine serum to help those animals with less severe mutations recover their sanity and become normal animals. The global circulation has improved, and the blue planet is also developing in a better and better direction. However, there are troublemakers. Because of the game, Country S suddenly became the big brother in the international community. Country S couldn't stand this stimulation. His filial sons and grandsons are still in a state of poverty, and he can't stand up to help them for the sake of self-protection. How can this be? Country S, which has been the boss for many years and used to being domineering, can't stand this grievance. Then, it madly researched and developed highly aggressive mutants. The mutants were indeed controlled by Country S at the beginning, and only attacked the targets that Country S wanted to attack. However, 2 months later, the mutants evolved on their own, and then mutated, no longer under the control of its mother end, with self-awareness, and began to attack indiscriminately. When S Country ate its own bitter fruit, it did not forget to deny that their original purpose was really just for research. When others heard it, they just wanted to say to it, "Bah!" The mutants were released all over the world, and S Country and E Country became the hardest hit areas. However, after this thing got out of control, it ran all over the world. Although they can't be said to be able to fly, they are indeed very strong. Just crossing an ocean to go to another country is a piece of cake for mutants. At worst, they can still drift on the sea for 10 days or half a month, and they will always get there. Moreover, they will form teams and attack in groups. Mutants have brought new disasters to the people of Blue Star. Tu Mingming originally thought that she could retire gloriously after 2 years of work. There are no mutant plants and animals anymore, so the demand for buff by mutants should not be very strong. Right? As a result, mutants came. Retirement suddenly became a distant prospect. Mutants are derived from mutant plants and animals, and many characteristics are inherited from mutant animals and plants. Once bitten, it is easy to be assimilated, or directly lose your mind and become a madman. At the beginning, everyone suffered a lot. Moreover, the virus on a mutant is not just transmitted to the person bitten by it. If the person scratched by it returns with the virus and contacts other people, the probability of infection is more than 90% at the beginning of contact. As time goes by, the virus becomes less contagious and less contagious. During that time, Tu Mingming was closely protected. Wu Jing was guarding the door, when Bai was with her on a daily basis. As they kept accompanying each other, feelings developed between the two. At first, it was still ambiguous. The main reason was that when Bai couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, he always treated Tu Mingming as a child, and the age difference between the two was indeed not small. However, the heart will not lie. In the meantime, he also tried to replace Lu Yi to accompany him, so that he could meet Tu Mingming less often. Although and Bai rationally knew that it was not because of this particular scene that they developed feelings for each other. But, he thought, what if he didn't want to be a beast? However, the effect of separation was not good. When Bai was not thinking about tea and food, and Tu Mingming was also unhappy. Tu Mingming was a little slow in reaction in terms of feelings, but this was normal. She was young. Later, Lu Yi saw that the situation was not right and had several exchanges with Tu Mingming. Then she found that Tu Mingming had a good impression of Wenbai, and said that if Captain Wen also had a good impression of her, she would be willing to give it a try. Lu Yi acted as a matchmaker in the middle, bringing the two closer. Wenbai also slowly overcame the hurdle in his heart and tried to get in touch with Tu Mingming. In Wu Jing's opinion, the two people got along with each other, and there was a sense of father and mother. The father like boyfriend and his mother like girlfriend. Wu Jing laughed after complaining to Song Shun. Song Shun had just experienced a battle. Although he didn't have to be the main force, he had to kill for self-protection. If he was infected, there would be one less healer, which would be a pity. Now is the time when he needs healers the most. So Song Shun wiped his face and said with a little fatigue, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with this. They have already experienced the most terrifying and thrilling things together in the game. Now in reality, they just want to cherish time, cherish each other, and grasp the current plainness. Only after experiencing life and death can you find that plainness is the truth." Song Shun even thought about it. If possible, he would rather stay at home and ask his partner in a very plain tone, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I cook." "Ah? Don't like it? Then go out to eat." "What about tomorrow?" In addition, Wenbai and Tu Mingming seem to get along plainly. But this does not mean that the two people do not understand romance. When Wenbai is sad or has a problem, Tu Mingming will help him prepare desserts with special buffs, such as heart blossoming, double happiness, inspiration burst, etc., to cheer Wenbai up. Wenbai will also prepare a romantic rose house and handmade gifts during holidays. He also specially found parts and made an electronic dog. It looks exactly like Tu Dazhuang. It looks like a deer, but it feels like a dog. When Tu Mingming wants to be with Dazhuang, she can just press the switch, and the other party will rub the little deer face against the corner of Tu Mingming's pants, just like in the game. Song Shun has not met someone he likes yet, so he doesn't know what romance is. He thinks that Wenbai's romance is very good. On the other end of the communicator, Wu Jing sighed as he spoke, "You are right. Hey! Seeing this makes me want to find a partner. Tomorrow is Mingming's birthday, and Captain Wen is weaving roses to be with Dazhuang. Damn! His craftsmanship is really good. So enviable." Wenbai knew that after experiencing Tu Dazhuang, Tu Mingming would not keep a dog again. Tu Mingming put the small card of Tu Dazhuang into a photo frame and placed it on her bedside. So, Wenbai gave her an electronic dog, and sometimes he would use leaves, flowers, and the like to make it look like Tu Dazhuang to make Tu Mingming happy. After the initial feeling of missing the dog and feeling sad, Tu Mingming is now looking forward to Wenbai's next surprise. The surprise doesn't need to be big. It just needs to make people feel that he cares about her. She wants to be needed and favored. He does the same. So he is working hard. And she is too.